verdict. Things seem to be getting interesting by the day. Yesterday and the other day we had a submission by the petitioner, and then starting yesterday the respondents were submitting. So
who is is it the Electoral Commission? I believe today.
Today is the Electoral Commission, yes.
Then tomorrow it will be the Attorney General.
Yes, tomorrow it will be the Attorney General.
Is there a court on Saturday?
We can't rule that out. We don't know yet. It will depend on the proceedings on Saturday, on Friday, because if it goes beyond no more time, then it could be pushed to Saturday. But we'll keep you updated.
I also understand that the petitioners' lawyers can actually, after all these respondents have made their submissions, they can come through and say, we want to make a rejoinder or a rebuttal, that kind of thing, and they're given a leeway. Let's wait and see how that plays out. Kenyan MP calls for war over Mijingo. This is Western Kenyan MP Jakoyo Midiwo. He's described Uganda as an aggressive neighbor and said Kenyans on the island have a right to defend themselves. This Jakoyo Midiwo guy, I know him well, watching Kenyan media and the like. He's a boisterous fellow, so this is not surprising at all.
Well, okay, I thought we were over that Mijingo Island scuffle.
Are we?
That's what I thought.
Some people will tell you that the water is in Kenya, the fish is in Uganda.
And the island is where?
The island, who cares about it? You know the
biggest
point of contention is the fish. There's plenty of fish. It's a real economic hub, if you like, at least.
I think people should be realistic sometimes. Fish is fish. Nobody gives birth to fish. Man does not give birth to fish. Fish gives birth to fish. So what happens is, people should just go and fish. When you're done, go home. Use the fish for anything else. Somebody else should also come and fish. Why are we fighting over fish?
Are you kidding me? It is territory here. You know, the US cannot just come here and say,
you did not create that water. So leave God to do his things. He created it, put it wherever he thought it was deserved the most.
That's
and therefore, we are all just users.
Absolutely.
If you want to come and fish, just go ahead. And if a Ugandan wants to come and fish, let them go ahead. Like, really?
You make it seem like it is too simple a matter.
It should be simple. I think we complicate life for nothing.
You see, we have got oil here. Well, we are yet to make use of it. But you see, the US or I don't know who cannot just come here and say, you see, it's God who made this oil, not you Ugandans. So let anybody who wants to use it come and use it.
I thought you'd say the US would come and say, that is my oil, as some people have said before.
Yeah, some people think it's their oil.
How leaving? Why would anybody anyway? Okay. NSSF says Deputy MD is still on suspension. Wow, this is one story that is developing by the day, and I can't wait to see where it ends. Because Miss Geraldine Sali has said, no, I am done with leave, it is time to resume work. But the MD and the board said, no, you are supposed to stay home. So now I wonder, who is right?
There's beef between these two principals.
Yeah, there's been beef for a while. It's been silent.
Deputy MD, especially, you know, she was acting MD for quite a bit of time.
Yeah.
So apparently she got into good books with the minister, and that was Maria Chiwanuka, then finance minister, and was it the PS? Something that I was reading, really, you know. So according to some people, is that she feels she's got a bit of clout, and she does not respect the MD, doesn't take instructions from him, and that kind
just
of
because
thing.
At some point she was in the good books?
Those are allegations. We don't have any factual evidence to that.
I've been hearing the word allegations for so many. Okay, it's been in my ears. I literally dream about it lately, because allegations, evidence, those are words that are ringing in my ear every second, because I spend the day in court.
No, it's just got to clarify. Otherwise, somebody might petition, and then I go to court, and then you come and defend me, or that kind of thing. All right, Kasese MPs slam IGP on attacks. This is another interesting one. By the way, the word interesting does not necessarily mean nice. Positivity. Yeah. Interesting is that it's intriguing, it's arousing interest for people to follow, to pay keen eye.
Like I said earlier, it is actually absurd that we have failed to know who is telling us the truth and who is telling lies. If the IGP comes out and gives a press, a media address, and goes ahead to say, no, it is ethnic clashes, and the leaders on ground say, no, it is post-election violence, which is which? I don't get it.
That's why we expect police to come through. Our challenge, though, and when I say this, people keep saying I hound the police for... But you see, here's the point, yeah? I don't want to believe what the MPs are saying. I don't want to believe what the politicians are saying. I want to believe what police is saying, because I imagine it comes in neutrally, you know, and it does its investigations and the like. The politicians might say whatever it is that benefits them. So I don't want to depend on what they are telling me. The people on ground, yeah, probably they have a side to which they fall, or they are just using, I don't know, ocular evidence, which is not sufficient at all, you know. So, but police, when it goes in to investigate, it will give us cogent evidence.
I'm not saying the police,
but they're not doing that.
I'm not saying the police are telling us lies, but to what benefit would it be for the locals if they came out to oppose the police? Because in regard to the cause of this situation, I believe they want peace themselves. So if it is true that it's actually ethnic, an ethnic kind of situation, that they should sort themselves out. And if it is post-election, yes, and if it is post-election violence, police should be confident enough to come out and say, hey, this went a little overboard.
Did you just say they should sort themselves out?
Yes.
Somebody would like to think they are sorting themselves out, and it's looking
by doing
messy.
what they're doing.
That's the point. So we should not leave them to sort themselves out. They can't. You know, well, at some point, hopefully, there can be dialogue. But you see, that's after we've established what exactly is causing this. Because some will say it's post-election violence, others will say it's, you know, tribal conflicts. And
it shouldn't take longer than it is, because the death toll keeps increasing by the day. The number of injured people keeps increasing. And to what? Oh, God. I don't know.
Do you remember the time there was an inferno at a school called Budo?
Yes.
Have you ever seen or heard about the report of that inferno?
No.
Do you remember the times when markets were going on fire every so often?
Oh, we know, yes.
Have you ever had any report outed on any of those?
Yes, Kando.
Do you remember a time when sheikhs, Muslim clerics, were being killed very oftenly? Has any report been issued to date about those killings?
After all these questions, Joel, who is to blame?
Who is to blame? And look, it shouldn't just be a point of blaming or that kind of thing. We're saying we want some answers. Otherwise, we shall speculate and speculate. And that doesn't help the situation. It just aggravates it in a way. So let police give us some answers. Because me, I want to believe the police. And this should be a good thing for them.
That's what you want, but is that what it is?
No, because you see, I am not going to believe what the politicians are saying, or in the case of the Muslim cleric killings, I'll not believe what they are saying, even though many times it does hold water, yeah? But police should piece all these things together and then tell us, this is it. Then you can find a way around it. Otherwise, I don't know, it's getting worrisome, huh?
Okay, in some lighter news, Mother Teresa was named saint by the Pope. I'm not Catholic, but that's also fine. At least I know enough about Mother Teresa. I think it's good news for the Catholic fraternity.
She's going to be named Saint of the Gutters. She liked to go to the gutters, reach out to those people, and extend a helping hand to them. So, good stuff. We need some more Mother Teresas. Some people read that name, pronounce that name as Teresa. Mother Teresa.
She's called Teresa.
As if they went to... Okay. Message runs to the High Court over his house arrest. There's a picture here of him literally running. He's actually jogging in his compound, you know.
But you know, after this headline, after the... it actually looks like he's running from his home to the High Court. But if it's actually going to be a case to be filed, then I think we still have more time in the courtrooms at this rate. Because after the verdict has been made for the presidential petition, then next will be this.
All right, long jail terms don't serve justice. Who is saying that? Justice Odoki. That's interesting.
Talking
but it makes
about
a point,
jail,
anyway.
people who go to jail, somebody sent a WhatsApp message yesterday, well, it was a forwarded message, saying that all girls that would like to be light-skinned should just go to Luzira prison. Do you know why? Because a one Namuimba Shanita, aka bad, stroke brown, stroke light, stroke red, black. Okay. But I don't know. Her name is confusing now. No, it's confusing now after her Luzira sentence.
You want to get light?
She entered Luzira dark and she came out white. So we don't know if she's still bad white, so bad4brown, bad something. But somebody's advising anybody that would like to bleach, change the color of their skin, just go to Luzira for 3 years.
Why do you guys love to bleach?
You shall not. I don't bleach. Thank you very much.
Why do you love to bleach?
You said, why do you girls? I am a girl, so.
Yeah, but you know that girls bleach. Maybe
I
not
know,
you necessarily.
It's
we can't prove.
Unfortunate.
Until after a few months, we look at your knuckles. If they turn dark, then we know you did one or two things. Yeah, but let's talk about those that we have evidence about. Why?
I think it's low self-esteem, in my opinion. Yeah, because
when you get lighter, then your esteem
I don't know why people fight their melanin. It is natural. I'm proud to be black, and I don't know why anybody.
If you're black, what am I?
You are black.
You're trying to abuse me this morning indirectly.
Listen up. Okay, you're just building a hill out of an.
First, wait a minute. You're saying you're black. Okay, so describe me. What am I?
okay, you're navy blue. Does that make you feel better? I didn't want to say it. We forced it out of my mouth. But yeah, we shouldn't have low self-esteem if you are dark-skinned, if you have a lot.
How shall we not have low self-esteem when you're saying we are navy blue? Now I'm thinking about bleaching.
Be comfortable in your skin. You are beautiful just the way you are. Each one of us was made wonderfully and uniquely in the image of God. So embrace it, especially girls. Please.
I've seen some guys bleach too.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but you see, if now you've said I'm navy blue, I'm thinking, maybe I should do something.
You'll be fine, Joel.
All right. NRM's democracy is richer than any other in the world. I can hear some of you laughing. Why are you laughing? That's according to the NRM party chairman, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. All right. To some regional news here in... this is Luengo. Teachers arrested for operating illegal schools. Okay. In northern Uganda, Gulu signs 23 billion road deal. I hope people actually use this 23 billion. In Gulu particularly, they actually do. They make good use. The reason why they're giving them this more money, they make good use of their money. They're doing some incredible stuff. They have got a chairman there, one Ojara Mapinduzi. He's a fairly young man, but he's doing incredible stuff, that guy. No wonder he was voted again. He normally has a council. He's an incredible leader. I want some of those. Each time a survey is done about these local government scorecards, he's always #1 district chairman in the country. We should borrow a leaf. In some foreign news, Hillary Clinton and Trump move closer to nomination. This is actually one election that is about to hit the news, and every single station on the planet is going to be running that story. Let us wait and see what happens. You don't know what's going to happen? I don't want to know what's going to happen until it happens. See, for those ones, we can actually prognosticate. It's not subdued. It's like here, where I can say things and then they come for me. What do you think is going to happen? What do I think is going to happen? That the youth is going to get a new president? Definitely. It's like saying, yes, we had an election on the 18th of February. Definitely we did. What are you saying? Did Uganda get a new president? That's what lawyers keep saying in them. We submit that indeed we had, and I'm thinking, damn, yes, we did. No, for the records, of course, that's important. What's wrong with you? Are you a liar? Sorry, a lawyer? People went to villages and spent there 5 days, all in the name of the election. So really, it was clearly shown. The quote of the day, this is made by Major General Mugisha Muntu at the FDC party launch of national prayers. He said, President Museveni is the president. Listen to this. He is not God. Was that after he had cried or broke down during the prayer? Yeah, he cried. And I keep saying that he's a strong man. It is strong men that cry. I know some of you ladies, you think when a guy cries, he's a sissy. Look into your camera and say it, please. Man, it's okay to cry. Well, it's not okay to cry every day. It's okay to cry once a year. Listen, even us who cry once a year as a man, and it should only be through one eye and just one tear. No, that's okay. A little too much. But strong men do cry. Do you have a problem with men who cry? I don't. I wish men would feel comfortable crying because it's okay. But it shouldn't go around crying like you ladies. It's just a phase of emotion and it's fine. But you ladies cry. Part of being normal. Why then do you think God you're happy, you cry. You're sad, you cry. You're in love, you cry. We're emotional. Not like you men. You're insensitive. No. We are just different, I like to think. No, you pretend to be different. Something that is different about men and women. You tell a man something, it goes through one ear and comes out through the other ear. You tell a woman something, it goes through both ears and comes out through the mouth. Okay, let me ask you. Yep. It is in the heart-to-heart section of the Daily Monitor. Can you really fall in love too fast? What's too fast? What's too fast to some is too quick to others. I think too fast is relative. It is, I think. Some people find 1 month too fast. Other people find 1 month such a long time for anybody to decide and say, oh, I'm falling in love. There's also a thing of, I don't know, love at first sight or that kind of thing. Forget love at first sight. That is called infatuation. But whether it is first sight, second, third, or 10th sight, if your heart is falling in love, just let it be. Love is like rain. You don't predict, it comes. And when it comes, receive it. You're not becoming in love with you guy. But there's another interesting one here in Heart to Heart magazine. They're talking about whether or not to move in or to wait. Somebody says, if I do not move in with him, he might leave me. Come on. So I'm not waiting. No way, no. I beg to differ. So actually, here's the question. Could cohabiting be a better alternative to a wedding? No, thank you.
We should not forget that we are African and forget the teachings of our singers, for lack of a better word. I don't want to call them aunties because aunties seems modern, and I beg that we go back to the
singers.
Old-fashioned way of doing things. Don't move into your husband's house until he is actually your husband.
But you see, the old-fashioned way.
Stay with your parents.
I stand to be corrected, but the old-fashioned way
yes,
is where they would just move in. You're, I don't know, 12 years old as a girl, the boy is 14.
It's cool, mukulu. Me, our days. We were, that's not how it was.
First way. First of all, on this very show, you said I am navy blue. Now you're saying Nimukulu. I am taking the record, you will see. When one of these days, when the petition comes through, we shall see who will defend you. All right, in the opinion section here, somebody writes and says, what if Museveni offered Besigye an indecent political proposal? What's that? Take a look at that. That's Daniel Kalinaki. Another writes and says, abuse of internally displaced persons by peacekeepers is absurd. This is happening quite a bit. We hear reports, huh? Not so good ones. East African community makes big strides in their observations. That's Karoli Semogerere. And the editorial of the Daily Monitor says we cannot afford the current bloodletting. You could say that again. We cannot.
Definitely can't. And before we wind up, I think I'll still call out for peace, not only in the Rwenzori region, anywhere, everywhere. We'll probably have other people onto each other's necks in other regions in the country, but please, be mindful of what you think, say, or do. Please just be peaceful in everything you do. Don't kill people just like that. Have a little grain of sensitiveness in your heart. Don't kill your friends. Okay, they don't have to be your friends, but don't kill them.
Wow, you speak like a mother.
That's like the wife.
Keep doing practice, you know. That's like the what?
The wife.
You want me to stop saying it? Is it bad to be like a mother?
Well,
mothers are good people, so
thank you.
Try and be like them, huh? All right, that's the press review for you. Coming up in a bit is the big story.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Molondo.
I use the 500 shillings daily bundle.
I use the monthly bundle with 1 GB data.
Wait! AfriCell has all internet bundles.
Really?
Yes, all internet bundles from 10 MB to 100 GB from 1 hour to 1 year on the widest coverage at the cheapest price ever.
Wow!
Dial *133# now and select the bundle you need with the fastest speed and the best quality.
So AfriCell is really the king of the bundles.
Agriculture is Uganda's biggest export. We've figured a way to help you understand the pros and cons of the agriculture trade here on Seeds of Gold. We premiere by taking a look at a youthful farmer.
The idea to go commercial poultry farming came along because we have a cousin who has a farm, and she initiated us. If you're a youth and you're out there and you want to do farming, just jump into it.
Wanna make some cash? Just dial *185#. Pay your bills, load data over airtime. You could also send some cash. Come on, use Airtel money. You could win a lot of cash.
All you gotta do is dial *185#. Then you get to
Yola. Dial *185# and Yola Maja with Airtel money. Dial *185# and transact.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
You know what they say about girls? Who cries more? Girls. Who does the chores? Girls. Who's the shopaholic? Girls. Who's all about selfies?
Girls.
Who brings the drama? Girls. But we want to show you our real world, where we're more than just girls. Introducing Spark TV, the first female channel in Uganda, made for you to bring out the best in you. Spark TV, it's your time.
Look juices that are in there, and that is what I'm looking for. My goodness, look at that.
Isa yalagula Yesu ngali je mabega. Akali mu bufunzi.
Yesu ne Isa ani asookawo munne.
Isa.
Buli lwotayogera na muntu kutegeera bimukwata kutosobola kumutegeera yenna tekisoboka.
Era edako yakatugamba nti Abaganda mbwanjala jakasukira eggumba gyegenda. Kala kagamba akukano.
Obote. Wateekwa okubaawo eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa. Eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa okutuusa okunnyonnyola kwabwe okutegeerekeka okutangaza ebibakwatako. Conqueror of the British Empire. Naye nga wakamu bimuyita wakamu amuyitanga mutya Big Daddy. Big Daddy. Kuwuliriza, kufumiitiriza, kukola, kwogera. Bina.
Tuwaye.
Bwe yamala okutuula ngenda okutunula mu kibatu kyange kino kyentaddeko bwenge nga muvaamu ebiwuka ng'ensolosozi.
Ebimu byewuunyisa binakuwaza ebirala bikyusa obulamu.
Omuntu atasomye atya n'okuyingira ofiisi naye ng'omanyi nti nina omukyala n'abaana awaka nakinkola nina ne bizinesi naye ntya n'okuyingira ofiisi eno okwennyonnyolako.
Eddoboozi lye njogerako. Tuwaye.
This week on T Nation.
I won't make that mistake.
I'm Kozu looking like a Saturlin, representing Universal Zulu Nation, Uganda chapter, Galaxy Dance Project Uganda, and Real Hip Hop.
Catch a brand new episode of T Nation every Saturday at 11 a.m. only on NTV.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Mulondo.
Morning at NTV it is. Welcome to the big story. My name is Joel Senyonyi. The Opposition Forum for Democratic Change, after these elections and a couple of things that happened thereafter, they decided, let's do something about this. They called it the Free My Vote campaign. It's a campaign that is involving a couple of things. Don't go to work on Thursdays. That's an interesting one, of course. Put on black, I believe it is on Tuesday, then hold prayers, then Fridays, put on blue and that kind of thing. And they feel this is going to free their vote. How? They will tell us about that coming up on the big story. Joining me for the big story is Moses Owori Cyrus Kibang. Good morning.
Morning to you, Joel.
How are you today?
Fine.
All right. You were a candidate for Tororo County?
Tororo Municipality.
Tororo Municipality. Yes. There you are. And you were doing that on the FDC ticket. You Correct. Did not make it through, but you're still warming up for other things, I can imagine.
Yeah, I'm carrying on with many things, not warming up really. Hey. We could not leave time to move. We picked up the pieces and we are fixing ourselves alongside the going.
Fixing your things. Talking about fixing, you in the FDC feel that one way of fixing this whole electoral process, you have come up with something called Free My Vote campaign.
Yes.
And you're calling on people on Tuesdays to put on black and to pray. Yes. On Thursdays not to go to work. I don't know what you're even doing here. Today is Thursday. You suppose... Actually, I expected that when I call you for this show, you'll say, hey, boss, on Thursdays, we don't move out of our houses, you know, so I'm not coming. But thankfully, you came. Yes. And then on Fridays, I don't know that that's still that again to the Secretariat, or this is just another group, you know, that was talking about come clad to wherever you will be going in blue and that kind of thing. Yes. Tell us about this campaign. What makes you people feel this is going to free your vote?
Oh yes, you know, Joel, if you look around the country, you will really see that the expression of citizens are not respected at all. More especially in this exercise, the civil exercise that we have been on, the voting. And you've seen that as I have read through the papers, the president says that his political party is the richest in democracy. I think he's using different definitions of that. Definition of democracy, yes, means the majority rules, but respect of each and everybody's decision in what they do to choose who should be their leader. In that respect, even the minority would be respected at that point. Yes, the majority will take the day. Now, in this case in Uganda, even if other people voted their candidates, theirs have not been regarded as anything. The persons who participated in elections are people's leaders, and they must be respected at that point.
How do you want them to be respected? What do you mean?
I'm just talking about what you're seeing going on. You see, I have a leader, and the president who I believe in first in my internal democracy, in the party that I believe in. And in the big picture, he has not been kind of respected by other key players in the game. Dr. Kizza Besigye, my president,
I thought Mugisha Muntu is your president.
All right,
Besigye was your flag bearer for the presidency.
In this case, in the government of FDC, we would consider him as our president because.
So there's a government of the FDC?
I didn't. Opposition, that means opposition in the government. They are alternative in the ongoing. That
How does that make Besigye the president?
Okay, all right. You want me to say there's a legitimate and that de facto president, maybe what you want to say. But in our full government,
that president.
All right, you heard about the shadow governance, the shadow cabinet in the parliament, and so
that one is actually within the constitution.
Okay, let's don't go far in that.
And
but what I am saying, yes, what I'm saying is that using the state resources and the state forces, they have completely disrespected other leaders like Dr. Kizza Besigye. You know that he is really imprisoned at his own home and he is not allowed to do many things. It was a very difficult time even when we hoped to challenge the elections in court.
He's gone to the High Court.
The arrangement
according to today's papers.
Yes, for that, of course, to enforce his right. But is that necessary? So we are seeing it that the decisions that we made are not free at all. We are behaving and living like people who are living in a foreign land, that the bosses of that nation must dictate on what must be going on with us.
Going back to the question I asked you earlier on, Moses, how does this campaign that Adam Brett's, these things I talked about, free your vote? You're calling it the Free My Vote campaign.
Yes, I am saying the expression of grievances, the expression of discontent, the expression of abnormalities that are happening with us here. And you see, even if we say we are going violent to try to demand for the freedom of our vote, that has always been heckled down by many other means that you've seen. Now we are doing it peaceful and telling you that we are not happy and we are demanding that you let free my decision be. So we are expressing in these various ways. Today you're seeing me in black. It is an expression. You always see me in white shirt and on such a day, and you're seeing me putting on this grieving shirt or t-shirt, black, you will quickly know that there is something that's not going on right. This is a campaign that's going on in the whole country, and people are responding to it so positively. About the stay home, I want to tell you...
the one on Thursday. Some people thought, wait a minute, are you not asking too much of your supporters, telling them not to go and work?
No, that one has been called and not calling everybody to come. It is calling the willing. Those who could respond to it, those who feel they are within the means to do that, they are doing it. And the first time you saw many of our leaders stayed home. I want to be honest, I did not stay home, but I moved like this. I moved all
So you're part of those who are not willing?
No. They said we do what we can do to express these grievances that I'm telling you about. And when I move like this on streets, Joy, if you meet me, you say, hey, Owori, I have been seeing you not dressed like this. And you quickly remember that there is something that we are going on with in this campaign. And this is explanation of these grievances that we're saying. Yet others who are able have stayed home. And they are staying really home. And what we are saying is that the campaign does not need to see the whole country respond to it. What I said last time, you saw even one time.
And imagine that's your plan,
Joe,
that's your goal, that's your expectation, that everybody heads to this and
to fight for the freedom of the others. We don't need the whole world. Apartheid was ruling and mishandling people in South Africa. Very many people participated, but the icon of it all can be zeroed upon the few. The biggest being Nelson Mandela. Is celebrated for that. In Uganda and many other campaigns you've seen. One time at Makerere here, I saw one student going on fasting and sleeping outside at the gates of Makerere for the freedom of the others. And the effect is that the authorities respond to that. So what we are saying is that...
Do they?
They do. If you go in a democratic and that were human authorities, they respect and they hear their citizens, not a despotic and democratic fellas who feel they should do insert anything they feel.
Okay, you call them despotic and democratic and the like. So then what makes you think they will heed to these campaigns of yours? Because you're saying if it's in a democratic world, these seemingly simple campaigns reach out to the leaders. But
a demonstration is as good as a petition. It's not praying for, it is demanding. We are enforcing our right. Joel, one reason why the whole world hates and condemns what's called dictatorship is because, to my understanding, they are trying to take over the position of God. Those people called dictators. Really, if God grants what they call freedom to everybody, or what we could call human rights, and for you coming to take it away by your authority and your force, even God becomes aggrieved with you because you kind of blaspheming and taking his position to begin to do that which must be done by him. And so we are saying, even if I'm doing it silently, I am demanding for that which is given to me unalienably.
When these elections were done, Dr. Kizza Besigye was saying, look, let me get out of my house, allow me to move so I can piece together evidences and hopefully go to court. That did not happen because he was not let to leave his house.
Yes.
Except for a few days, go to church and that kind of thing. And then Mbabazi goes to court and that petition is still ongoing in court. And the expectation was that maybe now Dr. Kizza Besigye and his team would now join this petition by way of that. There's legal provision for that. You're a lawyer, so why did that not happen?
Now, there are many interested fellas in that ongoing petition, including you.
Absolutely, we cover it here every day. And
so I want to tell you directly that even Dr. Kizza Besigye, myself, even when you need seeing us there physically, but we are so much interested in it because
why didn't you join it?
We are parties. We are the citizens. We are citizens in this. You want us to join as parties, really, in the case?
No, because Besigye was a candidate, and there's provision for him to join as, I don't know what it is called, but as an interested party, really. We are all interested parties, but he's a lot more interested. I could not petition the Supreme Court because I'm a voter. No, it's only candidates that petition, not so?
No. You see, the outcome of elections can be challenged by anybody, I think. Like
that's
this
different.
one,
is that not different from a petition? Yes, I can go to court. I don't know on what grounds you can elucidate on that. But
yes,
election petitions, I thought those are just by candidates. That's why they're given 10 days to do that.
You know, the laws that governs elections is a public law. And the exercise that we have been on, electing the president, is exercise of citizens. Article 50 of the Constitution is providing for public interest litigation. Anything that affects bravely the citizen at large, you can come out and challenge. Any other person would come and challenge that or petition court for that elections if it was not contested of what happened. And that, I think, to my understanding of law, literally, does not really grant only candidate a right to do that. Any other person would do it and can argue the case properly in that respect. I think that is somehow a reason I would say all people in the country are really interested in this case.
You say that Dr. Besigye is interested in this petition. How is he?
You know, first of all, in the same court, Dr. Kizza Besigye, in 1 or 2 elections before this, he has been in that court challenging the outcome of elections.
And he said he would not go back to court after 2001 and 2006.
He said during that time. And why I say that, we know it, because we know the findings of court was that there was no free and fair elections. And that means the elections that were conducted or the existence of President Museveni now okay, before this year, all that time from the time when the court gave a ruling or the findings that President Museveni was not elected according to the constitution or according to the election that the constitution grants the nation. If the constitution grants only a free and fair elections, and the court finds that the elections were not free and fair, but now they only go to discuss the percentage or the degree of free and fairness. It means that already free and fair was not found, and it is only free and fair that legalizes the elections. And if it is not found, to me, I would not say there is a less evil.
But you see, Article 59(6)A of the Presidential Elections Act, I'm sure you know about it, talks about substantiality. So there can be irregularities, and they'll tell you there's no perfect election world over. But only if the irregularities are of a substantial nature, then that is when an election can be annulled. So in their own wisdom, they felt, look, this was not substantial enough. And I know Dr. Kizza Besigye went to court in 2009, petitioning that to the Constitutional Court, petitioning that substantiality issue. And the ruling was given not too long ago. You know, his petition was thrown out, and so it still remains. And does that worry you? And we need to be careful. I know you're a lawyer.
Yes.
We need to be careful not to break the sub judice law.
Of course, I know we are not discussing the ongoing. We are talking about the precedent, the case that already been decided. But on this that you have mentioned, in the hierarchy of laws, Joel, the Constitution is supreme, and it guides all other enabling laws and other laws down there. That we should mention also now picks its authority from the main Constitution. The free and fair campaign, or I mean elections, will only be read like that. And I think in many other countries, if it mentions that the players must not take the Constitution by rape. Like,
what do you mean by that?
You know, if the player knows very well that we are supposed to conduct a free and fair elections, and you challenge the first time and found guilty of not being fair, and the second time again you tried and not found guilty, and today again another party is trying you on the same, we are saying you have not been free and fair for us in this exercise, then are you not taking a constitution by rape?
Interesting. Now that you're here, and we just have a few minutes to wrap this up, let me pick your mind on a few other things that are happening post-election. The violence that is in Kasese, Bundibujo, and the areas surrounding those places, what do you make of them? Today we're still trying to understand whether this is a tribal conflict or it is a political conflict, given that elections just happened and so there are warring parties and the like. How do you think we remedy this? That's probably even more important. How do we remedy this situation?
Okay, but the way you're putting in, Joel, that's tribal conflict.
That's what we hear.
Okay,
and I said both. Some will say it's tribal conflict.
Yes.
Others will say it is political.
One tribe is the police, and the forces, another tribe is their indigenous persons who live in
But you know that people are attacking each other. Okay. Leave alone, yes, the police has, shot dead some people. They say in self-defense. We can debate that till cows come home. But you know that on ground, people are using machetes, cutting each other to pieces and that kind of thing.
Let's look at this properly. There is a political question. There is a political challenge in this country. Carefully looking. And a leader who is trying to resolve this must look at that.
How does that tether to Kasese? How do the two connect?
No. The outcome of Kasese's elections, first of all, can tell us what's happening. The Kasesians, it's one of the districts that largely voted opposition persons. We could say that. And that means that wholesomely maybe majority persons there are believing in the other way, not with NRM currently as it stands. And we see when you follow the events as they unfold, it was after the elections of the LOC3 that all this has really come up, actually working as a spark maybe of a prepared anger and these grievances for many other times before. And I mean from the time of presidential elections on. The outcomes of the whole country and what's happening right from Kampala here and all over is spilling and it's affecting different communities. The people of Kasese must have expressed themselves like that, so bravely. But as I say, that's a political question. It cannot be for only a sect or only a specific area. but it's something that is cutting across the whole nation. The other time we saw on the news, allegedly maybe, that houses were burnt in Bali, very many. Another time here in some other areas also some other action has been taken, and many others. And so what I am saying is that the political question, the political issue that is ongoing in the country must be addressed by the current leadership that we have. This same issue can degenerate and go into very many atrocities that would not be likely to be seen. You see, what now go on to fuel this? A person is gunned down, killed, another and others, and 6 and very many other numbers are mentioning. And even there is no one to take responsibility of that. They just want to justify that. And something that compels me, Joel, to see you with the gun, a very little weapon like that, and I have machete or a shoe in my hand, and I want to throw it at you, that issue must be investigated. The inside, the compelling force inside is much bigger than the war that we are seeing. That I can surrender to you my life to express what is paining me. That issue must be looked at.
Let's broaden this issue, Moses, and look at Uganda as a whole, and not just Kasese or any particular area. Do you feel like some people do that there's a stalemate between the opposition and the state?
You come again, Chris.
Do you feel there is a stalemate, at least that is connected to the elections, between the opposition and the state?
The Free My Vote campaign explains, and maybe you could see how people are responding to this countrywide. Last time, just look at this, Joel. Opposition members have always been blackmailed for doing violent campaigns and so on. Today we say we are staying home. In Rukunjiri, the individuals who decide to stay at home allegedly are followed at home and even arrested from there. Is that not provocation? There was that in the stories.
So how do we solve this? Do you feel dialogue will do it? We need to wrap this up.
All right. Another time. The people say we are going to pray at our offices, petitioning the Most High Authority, the God. In Luwero here, the police comes and find harmless people going to pray, lifting up their hands. And they take away everything, dismantle the arrangement, and take away all that. The police belongs to the state. The statement that you ask, things are self-explanatory. They are squeezed. If you see somebody putting on a t-shirt say, I can't breathe, it's another way of saying several many other things.
Okay, so
things that are going to go.
Do you feel, some people feel that maybe if there be dialogue between the opposition and the interim government, that there could be some kind of solution. Do you see that happening?
I said it's a political question. Joel, the issue of political question, even court cannot resolve easily. Maybe. But it is issues that must be handled by people who understand it. They know how this thing has been generating and how far it has come. And it can be diagonized and can be worked about. If our leaders love us and love this country and respect us, these issues must not be looked at simply and temporarily. Political question cannot be solved easily, and it can keep on going for more other generations. It must be solved if our leaders love and respect this country and the people they lead.
All right, it must be solved. Let's see how we get this solved. Moses Owori, many thanks as always. Thanks
Thank you, John. Thank you so much.
All right, coming up is my opinion. Without a doubt, you can tell that there are issues that need immediate remedies in this country. When you see what's happening in Kasese, when you look at the political tensions even here in Kampala and so on, we cannot just bury our heads in the sand and say that all is fine and this will dissipate. Maybe it will dissipate, it will go away, I don't know. But you see, sometimes when we do nothing, nothing ever happens. Yeah, so it's important that maybe we begin to do certain things. And this calls for everybody to be involved in this. You know, the NRM government, the opposition. Everybody needs to do something to make sure we keep this country together. Look, at the end of the day, when FDC is long gone, when NRM is long gone, when all these political parties, and for that matter, politicians are long gone, this country will remain. So it's important that we bequeath a well put together country to those that will come after us. That's very important. Let's see how we do it. And that's the big story for today. Thanks a bunch for joining us. My name is Joel Senyonyi. Good morning.
You're watching Morning at NTV.
Agriculture is Uganda's biggest export. We've figured a way to help you understand the pros and cons of the agriculture trade here on Seeds of Gold. We premiere by taking a look at a youthful farmer.
The idea to go commercial poultry farming came along because we have a cousin who has a farm, yeah, and she initiated us. If you're a youth and you're out there and you want to do farming, just jump into it.
Wanna make some cash? Just dial *185 hash. Pay your bills, load data, or buy airtime. You could also send some cash. Come on, use Airtel money. You could win a lot of cash.
All you gotta do is dial *185 hash. Then you get to Yola.
Yola. Dial *185 hash and Yola. Yola Maja with Airtel money. Dial *185 hash and transact.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
This is something between Javier and I. Don't get involved.
You know why I get involved? Because I am his woman. His woman. Understand it once and for all. If you don't, you will get into big trouble.
The one who'll be in big trouble will be you.
Pilar, I think the best thing for you is to get out of here and never come back.
My sister is in this house, Javier. And as long as she is, I will come back as many times as I consider convenient.
Really? Oh, really? Let me tell you something, Pilar.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Mulondo.
On Everyday Life today, we feature somebody that is in one way or another changing lives out there. Let's tell you about that when we get back for Everyday Life.
Everyday Life
is brought to you by
Star Times.
In Uganda, we have our own Miss Uganda. If I am not mistaken, that should be Zahara Abdu. I hope I got it right. If I didn't, pardon me there. But Jamaica, Miss Jamaica 2015, that's the one, Dr. Myri Saneta. This is a young lady that, there you are. She participated in, of course, for many a country, their Miss Worlds eventually go and participate in the Miss World competitions. And so that's what happened for her. Okay, here's the thing a bit about her. She's been doing some voluntary work here in Uganda, specifically in Kumi and Teso, under the auspices of Shashamane Sunrise. That's a volunteer organization that supports children's education in developing countries. Miss Jamaica 2015 has been on a tour of Africa, having started off in Ethiopia, then Kenya, and closed off with Uganda. She traveled back this morning at 5 a.m. Saneta Marie, that's Miss Jamaica, made history at the Miss World pageant as the first contestant to wear her hair in dreadlocks. In Uganda, they provided for the repair of Ngora Okoboi Primary School roof and the renovation of the school buildings. They also provide school and classroom supplies and worked with the administrators to help develop programs that will give students a chance at success. Yesterday, she dropped by this place and we did a quick interview on her. One of our producers, Linda Chibombo, did the interview. Let's take a look at it.
So on the morning show today, we are joined by Dr. Sanita Mairi. She's the reigning Miss Jamaica 2015-2016. She's also a medicine graduate, a doctor from the University of West Indies in Jamaica. She has a passion for arts. Now just tell us about these interesting titles, Doctor, Beauty Queen.
Well, firstly, Yoga Noi. I was in Teso for 5 days, so I'm going to greet you in the language I learned there, being at home in Teso.
Yalamanoi.
Yalamanoi. And so, very happy to be here in Uganda as well, firstly. Being a medical doctor and being a dancer and being Miss Jamaica World, wow, yes, it's a balance of passions, you know, and in life, I think it's our task to really balance all our passions so that none of our talents or our gifts go to waste. And so I'm a big people person. So medicine at the core of it have that big human aspect, as well as so does Miss Jamaica World, embracing new people and going out there and stepping on a platform to reach out to as many people as you can, as well as dancing. You know, it's about communicating with people in dance form. You know, dance is a universal language. So really, just the human aspect of things and the people person that I am really drives me to accomplish all that.
And from what I understand, it's your first time in Africa.
First time in Africa, and I'm so happy to be here. As a Jamaican, you know, we're very big on our roots, Africa being our motherland as we regard it, and so I'm so happy to just be able to connect. We were in Ethiopia, then we made our way to Kenya, and our last stop is Uganda, so very thrilling.
And you're leaving the country
right,
tomorrow?
So I'm leaving tomorrow morning, very early, 5 o'clock, so I'm so happy that you were able to host me this morning.
And how are you going to spend the rest of the day, your last day in
well,
Africa, we can say, this time?
Yes, I've been given the royal treatment. The red carpet is being rolled out for me right now, because right after I leave here, I have to meet up with my Miss World sister, which is Miss World Uganda, Zara, and then we visit a children's home somewhere within the city, and then we meet up with the Minister of Tourism at 5 o'clock, and in between I'll have 2 interviews with the leading newspapers here in Uganda. So I'm getting the red carpet media treatment today, so I'm very, very happy.
So it's going to be a really busy
day.
And you told me that you're also a mentor. You're big on mentoring.
Big on mentorship. I identify with children born to disadvantaged circumstances because that's how I grew up until I was adopted and really afforded opportunities that allowed me to achieve and fulfill my potential in life. And so being that I identify with these kids, I make it a part of my duty, especially with this platform, to reach out, which is how I got involved with the Sashamani Sunrise Group, which brought me here to Africa. Sashamani is a group that prides themselves, or their mission is really to supplement and fortify the education received by children of the developing world. And so we're here in Africa. We do work in Jamaica as well. And working with them in Jamaica, I was extended the invitation to tour with them in Africa and just try and impact some lives here with our workshops that we do, and as well as handing out supplies, you know, just trying as best as we can to really improve, you know. So
and just a little bit of that experience, do you really feel that your work made an impact with Shashamani Africa in Teso, where you've been for the past few days?
Well, I think, you know, it can't all be done by one group. It's really for collaborative efforts, and you know, we all have to start from somewhere. And Sashamani is doing that. You know, I won't say that we changed lives, but we did put some smiles on some faces, you know, gave them some hope, and really tried to motivate, share with them our stories growing up and how hard it was for us, and just showing them that their brightest dreams are possible. You can arise above your circumstances, and it's just to try and drive that home, you know.
Tell me, what is being Miss World all about? Is it just about beauty? Is it about beauty and brains? Is it a combination of, you know, all those factors?
I find Miss World, I mean, there are many beauty competitions out there, but what drove me towards entering the Miss World competition is how comprehensive it was in terms of testing a young woman. And at the heart of it is beauty with a purpose. So it speaks to the fact that it's not just about pretty faces, it's about the purpose that you have with that face and what you plan to do, how you plan to impact or change the world. And in the Miss World competition, where I met Miss Uganda in China, we were tested on all fronts: sports, talent, interview skills, model competition. We had, of course, Beauty with a Purpose. We each went with our own charity program, as well as just how we represented ourselves and how we coped with the pressure those 30 days there, competing with girls from across the world. We were joined by 120 girls from right around the world who came just as equally prepared. And it's really just to put yourself out there as a young woman and inspire, you know, those around you. So it's about the holistic woman.
So are we forgetting about the medicine?
No, we're not forgetting about the medicine. It is really it's a part of me, and each girl came there qualified themselves. There was also another doctor there as well. Miss New Zealand was a medical doctor as well. And Miss World has a long track record of featuring girls who are very well educated, you know, but who also are very passionate about representing their country. Me being very passionate about representing Jamaica and Jamaican culture, which is really what drives a lot of us, you know, to really go out there and wear our sash and fly the flags of our countries high.
And speaking to you earlier, you told me that you would be back to doing the medicine in July, so you're on a kind of a break?
Right. So I'm in my medical internship phase now, and so I took a break to complete my reign as Miss Jamaica World, because though we must balance our passions, we need to understand, you know, where our limits are, and doing medicine at Miss Jamaica World, just one would have suffered. So I took a break, and I'm going back in July. That's the plan. Right as I'm about to wind down my Miss World reign, my Miss Jamaica World reign, and crown the next lucky girl who'll be Miss Jamaica World 2016, 2017.
Then something very interesting, the dreadlocks.
Yes.
Dreadlocks.
Which was a big fascination in Miss World. Everybody kept talking about my locks, and some of the girls were playing with it, you know. I'm very rooted in my Rastafarian roots, which was passed on to me by my father. And so I sport my dreadlocks because I think it speaks most truthfully to who I am as a person, my cultural retentions. And so I know the whole world is going through that natural phase right now. Everybody's in that big chop phase. Natural hair is in, which is something I'm very happy about. You know, be true to yourself is what I say though. So if you want to be Jerry Curl, you be Jerry Curl. If you want to straighten it, you straighten it. If you want to chop it all off, then you go ahead and do that. It's really about finding who you are and expressing it as a person.
And then, you know, many people look to Miss World or Miss Jamaica or those titles as, you know, somebody, like you talked about your mentoring before. But, I mean, what advice would you give young ladies actually looking to go your way?
Right.
You know, many people put school aside and say, let me first go do the beauty stuff and everything. What advice would you give?
Well, I wouldn't say follow my path. You know, I can't tell anybody to be like me or be me. But what I can advise is that, you know, all our paths are different in life. And we each need to chart our own path and, you know, blaze our own trail in a sense. But what I would advise is that, you know, you be true to your passions. And once you do what you love, then I don't think you can go wrong in any aspect. You know, just doing what I love is really that key to being happy as a person and finding fulfillment in life. So I decided first to complete my medicine because that was what was most important to me at that point in time, and then go on to Miss Jamaica World. But if you find out that your immediate passion is to do a beauty competition, then you follow your heart, you know, and just ensure that you get back on track with whatever your plans are in life that you deem this is what will make me happy. Then you stick true to that as best as possible, and you try and, you know, fulfill your dreams.
Any music that you're interested in? You know, Ugandans are really big on reggae music.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm, you know, being Jamaican, we're all passionate. We're passionate about our music. Reggae and dance. I was born and bred in Jamaica, and those are the two most popular music forms from Jamaica. I'm very big on reggae, as you can imagine. And so, a big Bob Marley fan. I mean, when we were in Nagoro, unfortunately, a lot of their exposure was very limited. So, when I was trying to relate to them where I'm from, you know, Jamaica, I said I relied on the big Jamaican names. Does anybody know Bob Marley? And you know, they were kind of lost.
Yeah.
You know, being they have very simple lives. You know, they're very isolated in that community, very sheltered. And I said, do anybody know the fastest man in the world, Usain Bolt? And I still got the look. So, but I know once you get the beat, and they might not recognize by names, but they know the rhythm. You know, they're familiar, and it's very intertwined with the Ugandan, you know, Ugandan dance identity, because we're all related as Africans, and a lot of Jamaican moves come from Africa, you know, because we express ourselves, being that we're rooted here in the same way in dance forms and how we move. So I'm really enjoying the experience of it all, and sharing my culture and hearing about Uganda, and you know, just interacting with Ugandans.
And then after Miss World, does this all end? You know, everything you're doing, Shashamani Africa and everything, those initiatives?
No, I won't say it will end, because they are, like I said, it's a passion of mine, mentorship and reaching out to disadvantaged youth. And so, but I do go back into my practice medicine. So I might hold off to really fulfill the rest of my medical career, but definitely not the be all and end all to anything. You know, it's really just to find that balance, see what life has in store, but definitely to continue to work with disadvantaged youths.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Dr. Sanita Mairi, she's the reigning Miss Jamaica 2015-2016, also a medicine graduate, very interesting, a doctor, and she has a passion for the arts. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Beauty with brains. That works. So ladies, let's look good, apply all the makeup, saddle in, chemical warfare, and I don't know whatever else, but let's do something more that helps you to go far in life. Did I say that? Yes, I did. It's a good thing, I think. All right, this morning I get to talk to a gentleman called Eddie Okecho. He's from WWF. That's not what you're thinking about. Some people think that's World
Wrestling. No, it's
something
not.
Of the sort. Yeah, it's Worldwide Fund for Nature. Good morning, Eddie.
Good morning, Joel. How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm very well.
Okay, you're here to talk to us about Earth Hour.
Yes.
Earth Hour. The last we heard about Earth Hour is people switching off lights for about an hour or that kind of thing to, you know, try and save nature and so on. It is metamorphosing. It's becoming different. Tell us about that.
Well, Earth Hour started in about 2007 in the city of Sydney, with the whole call of asking people to turn off their lights for 1 hour. But it was really a symbolic action. Not to say that it's what will change the world and make it a better place, but it's a symbolic action because climate change affects all of us. It affects governments, affects business, it affects everybody. But sometimes climate action seems to take away the attention from the individuals, the people, the farmers, the school teachers, the students. So Earth Hour is an attempt to empower the individual to do something for the planet. So taking off lights empowers you at home to turn off non-essential lights. So it started there, but it's growing into more than that. It's growing into things like planting trees, recycling. People are pledging to do things for their planet where they are, servicing their cars. There are people, you know, who don't notice that if they don't service their car regularly, it's not just a bad sound, but also the emissions into the environment. So Earth Hour is a mobilization tool that if 2 people can make a difference, 3 people, 2,000 people, 2 million people, to about 1 billion people, then the impact on our planet is even greater.
You talk about impact. Is the impact felt? Let's talk a bit about the switching off of lights. There's many things, like you're saying, but switching off of lights for 1 hour, how great of an impact is that eventually?
I think going back to the issue of the symbolism, because sometimes you can feel impersonal about doing something for our planet, because it's our only planet. We only have this one. It's not like, you know, people are trying to explore Mars and so on, but this is what we have. And the projection is that things might get a bit worse, you know. So we're saying that let's not let it get to that stage. But if we can do something, and if that action is taking off lights, for countries that heavily depend on coal, for example, lights alone is a big issue. But for countries that depend on a renewable energy source, like say hydro and so on, you find that lights, if you use them sustainably, what you can actually do is just help energy efficiency and so on. But the principle behind it, that can we show that we actually care, we are not negligent, we are not inconsiderate, that our actions can actually be can affect our environment. So the impact is in when hundreds of thousands and millions of people are conscious that their actions can actually affect their environment.
Talking of actions, there are some people who are taking action. Let's take a look at what they're doing.
Schalte die Lichter aus.
Volume, volume, volume.
Volume ahora.
On Saturday, 19th of March,
through the Earth Hour.
Rejoignez-moi et des millions d'autres.
I strzelcie gola dla planety.
Используйте свою энергию, чтобы предотвратить изменение климата.
Y ve más allá de la hora.
I'll tell you, I didn't get a bit of what some of these guys said. Was that French? Some of it, I don't know, Portuguese or what? What are those guys saying?
Different people speaking different languages. But the core really is that if everyone in their respective fields, from footballers, from environmentalists, from communicators, from journalists, can realize that in your field you can do something. So if the footballers are them scoring a goal for the planet, taking that action, using their voices, their popularity, all these very popular footballers that we know about. But if you see that they are conscious, then what about us? What about everyone else? What about your mother at home? What about your grandmother, your chapati guy? So it's about everyone doing something where they are and using that platform to do something. And I'll give an example. For example, if our chapati guys, the guys that do the Rolexes, could start to use the improved stove, for example, instead of using the inefficient stove, and reduce the dependence on charcoal, you find that what that does is that if everyone's chapati guy in all these places you can think about start to use the improved stove, then you have greater impact, from one chapati guy to 1,000 to 2,000. So that's really what everyone in their place of action means, that footballer, chapati guy, teacher, let's all be mindful and take action for our planet. So that's what really Earth Hour is about. It's the call that what can you do from businesses. I mean, let's talk about corporates, for example. If sometimes we like to do things that have a bit of attention and so on, and that's good. But sometimes you can also do something because you believe in it. Okay, you believe in my business has to use sustainably produced or sustainably extracted raw materials, and we've seen from fabric, companies to food producing companies, they say if it's not sustainably produced as a business, we will not associate ourselves with it. So you find that everyone in their field starts to be mindful that we only have one planet. There's no planet B. It's not like when we ruin this one, we'll relocate.
There's a spare tire.
There's a spare tire.
Some people call it a side dish.
Or a side dish.
Tell me, this is happening when? I believe it's 8:30 to 9:30 a.m. on one of these days. Which day is that?
Yeah, so the symbolic action is happening this year on 19th. March at 8:30. So what's going to happen if
19th will be a what?
It will be a Saturday.
Okay.
It will be a Saturday. So this symbolic action will be happening at 8:30, where people will
AM.
PM. 8:30 p.m. 8:30 to 9:30.
So you want us to switch off our lights 8:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m.
Yes, non-essential lights. Wherever you are, turn off your lights. And there's also another cut, Joel, that we've added to this year's campaign. Social media has become very powerful. A very powerful tool for mobilization, for engaging with others, for giving people a voice. One of the things we're asking people is to donate their feed. If they can actually donate their feed, how
do I do that?
You can visit earthhour.org/climate action. Earth, the planet, Earth, then our time.
That's one word.
Yes, earthhour.org/climate action. If you visit that, you'll be able to find out how you can donate your feed.
I donate my feed. Just try and break that down.
Now, donating your feed is in that moment of lights out. on social media.
You go out too.
Yes, you can also go out, and you'll be able to be sharing key messages about what you're doing, and you can also use your timeline. Share with us and either tell us, you know.
Wait a minute, you're saying we go off, but then we share stuff about, you know.
Yes, you're going off. Share something about you, because if you
say I'm going off from 8:30 to 9:30, and this is the reason.
And tell others about it, okay? So that then we're able to say, okay, in Uganda, several of us have gone off, and let's use our timeline. Let's share it. Let it become a conversation that we'd like to have about our planet. I think there's a lot of negativity. There's a lot of, you know, we have destroyed all our trees. We have cut this down. Let's also find the positive. Let's also find something to celebrate.
Or maybe begin to work on the positives.
Or begin to work on the positives. I think there is something positive that we can galvanize ourselves as a community, as a country, and we start to move towards that. And we're thinking that Earth Hour has something celebratory about it that we can start to use to just garner some bit of effort towards conserving our environment.
This is not the first time it's happening in Uganda, is it?
No, it's not the first time.
How long has it been happening?
Well, globally, it's been going on for about 10 years. This is going to be the 10th Lights Out.
Okay, and in Uganda?
In Uganda, it's been around for the last, I think, about 4 years.
3 years. What kind of impact did it have? Did Kampala get dark and the rest of the country?
In Uganda, we've been taking on different angles. One of the things we started was the Earth Hour Forest, which was something that talking about destroying trees. So we thought that how do we make Earth Hour relevant for Uganda's context? And we started something that we've called the Earth Hour Forest. So I worked with NFA to gazette a piece of land, and we decided to plant trees together with several corporate companies. And I should say that a number of them have pledged and actually planted several trees. And if you allow me, I can mention some of the ones that have contributed to that forest. So those are some of the actions that we have taken. You know, from the bank, Standard Chartered Bank, done a very brilliant job planting over 100 hectares in that Earth Hour forest. Serena Hotel, I think where we're seated. Yes, the Serena has done a fabulous job.
We be like that. We do good things. Okay,
Serena, good. UBL has also done a fabulous job to plant several hectares of trees in the forest. So you find that if people can come together and do something, I think we can change the face of our environment as a country. So, and I think that's what we're really saying, that from different people, from different facets, let's just come together and then do something. And when we do it, let's make noise about it. Joel, you tell me, oh, by the way, I've just planted something here. Hey, have you seen it? Then I also say, oh, you know, I did this. Someone else say, oh, you know, I've not serviced my car in 6 months, but through Earth Hour, man, I've changed my ways, you know. So let's make a bit of noise about it and share it. And together we think that can start to cause impact.
Incredible stuff. Look, I don't know about you, but it's pretty hot nowadays.
Yes,
Yesterday I hosted a doc from MOOC, and was telling me, you see, all this is happening because we have, so to speak, mutilated our, you know, our climate, if you like, you know, our environment. We have done everything bad to it, and it is now paying back in a way. Is this tethered to this in any way, you think?
There are several causes of climate change that scientists can definitely prove, but we cannot ignore the extent that cutting down our trees is causing. For a country that, if you read the NEMA Atlas in, I think, about 1900, around there, our forest covers about 40% of this country. As of 2010, it had dropped about 20 to 25%, and the rate is actually going lower. So you find that if you remember your SST and science, how rainfall is formed, you know, how clouds rise and condense and so on. So trees play a role. But if we are cutting them down, inevitably, we should expect that, you know, our patterns will be affected. So it's only expected that at the rate we are destroying, the heat is going to be around. But the message is that hopefully we don't continue too long in that path, because there's an estimate that our per capita share in the next close to 39 years might be 0, okay? But that's the not so good picture. But we're saying that, what about if we start to change? What about if we start to do something different? Joel, I believe that we should not wait for Uganda's per capita share of forest to be 0, because the heat will actually go higher.
How many trees have you planted to encourage me, for example, and people out there?
Now, there are two things that I do. Personally, I think particularly the Earth Hour forest, we've planted, as an individual, I think I planted over 40. Together combined, we've planted over 400 hectares of forest. So out of people that I've talked to, I've also planted myself, but also gotten other people to plant. So to the extent that I'm involved in tree planting, I can talk of over 400 hectares of forest planted.
Good stuff. When I grow up, I should be like you. Eddie Okecho, good stuff.
Thank you very much.
Keep doing these good things. And
Thank you very much.
Them.
Yeah, Saturday 19th is when Earth Hour is happening. So let's share the message on social media, turn off those lights.
PM. You know, in studio we use lights, blazing lights, you can see them. So we've got to switch these off, you mean?
For a brief moment, yeah.
We're going to be in trouble.
Remind people that this is for Earth Hour. Don't say we have gone just dark and blame Umeme. No. I say this is for Earth Hour.
Earth Hour.
Yes.
Let's do those good things. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much, too, for having me.
All right, there you are, Earth Hour on March 19th. A Saturday, it will be 8:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Do something. I hope to switch off my phone. So if you're trying to reach me that time, sorry for you. Facebook and so on. Let's shut these things down, the lights in our houses and wherever, for an hour. He says it makes some kind of incredible change. And hopefully along the way we can begin to do lots of other things. That's it for today's segment of Everyday Life and this follow-up interview. The guys that are here to tell us about sports are itching, you know, to poke the Arsenal fans. What happened yesterday? I'm not a soccer fan in any way, but how do you go to the pitch and then somebody takes you to school? Anyway, that's not a discussion for me. Coming up in a bit is sports.
Start time. Owagabiwo mu digital TV. For more information, call 117-117-700. Start time. Affordable digital television.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Mulondo.
Wanna make some cash? Just dial *185#. Pay your bills, load data, or buy airtime. You could also send some cash. Come on, use Airtel money. You could win a lot of cash.
All you gotta do is dial *185#. Then you get to
Yola. Dial *185# and Yola Maja with Airtel money. Dial *185# and transact.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Book your space at the biggest comedy show of the year. I am Kansime. Kampala's ribs shall crack as Anne Kansime brings the house down at Imperial Royal Hotel on Thursday, the 24th of March. Tickets are already on sale at 100,000 shillings, 3 million shillings for gold tables, and 5 million for platinum tables.
I am Kansime.
Yeah, you got it.
I am Kansime is proudly sponsored by Spark TV, C-Rock, SMS1, and 97 FM Radio City.
Agriculture is Uganda's biggest export. We figured a way to help you understand the pros and cons of the agriculture trade here on Seeds of Gold. We premiere by taking a look at a youthful farmer.
The idea to go commercial poultry farming came along because we have a cousin who has a farm, and she initiated us. If you're a youth and you're out there and you want to do farming, just jump into it.
You know what they say about girls? Who cries more? Girls. Who does the chores? Girls. Who's the shopaholic? Girls. Who's all about selfies? Girls. Who brings the drama? Girls. But we want to show you our real world, where we're more than just girls. Introducing Spark TV, the first female channel in Uganda, made for you to bring out the best in you. Spark TV, it's your time.
Look at all the juices that are in there, and that is what I'm looking for. My goodness,
Look at that.
This week on T Nation.
I'm Kozu looking like a Saturlin, representing Universal Zoo Nation, Uganda chapter, Galaxy Dance Project Uganda, and Real Hip Hop.
Catch a brand new episode of T Nation every Saturday at 11 a.m. only on NTV.
Last night was all about that front three of Messi, Suarez and Neymar. Barcelona are en route to defend their title, the Champions League. Welcome to Morning at NTV Sport, proudly brought to you by Star Times. I'm Derek Ntege, and good morning, Darren.
Morning, Derek.
Darren, we're going to begin with matters home, where Uganda on the 26th will take on Burkina Faso, the Stallions. Now, we do know Uganda possesses a hideous away record over the years. Do they stand any chance, putting in mind that they've just come off a 1-0 defeat at West Nile Select side?
Well, of course, that doesn't remain. It's not news for to talk about Uganda's record in West Africa, because it's been that dreary over the past years that the first win they were celebrating in West Africa came, I think, after 12 years, the first win away from home, when Uganda did beat Guinea-Bissau by a goal to nil. And that was in the 2012 Africa Cup of Nations qualifier, when Uganda came so close, eventually falling short on the final day against Kenya at Nambole. That was 8th October in 2011. And since then, the tears probably have never stopped flowing for so many Ugandans. There are very many Ugandans I know who decided never to return to Nambole because of that game. But maybe the talking point should be Burkina Faso now, because it's the fixture that's on offer for Uganda Cranes. That should be match day 3. The date you're calling 26th March should be match day 3 in Group D of the 2017 Africa Cup of Nations qualifier. But maybe why we may not dwell much about the game and the record that Uganda has had, because probably that we'll talk about it in 9 days' time when that fixture is up here. The news is about the squad that was unveiled yesterday, a 30-man squad with some familiar names returning to the folder, while Mitch also reinstated his faith in the old guards. For example, Hassan Waswamawanda being recalled back to the side. I think he's been playing football in Iraq recently, so he's one of those players that were called back to the team, as well as if you're going to look at players like Mike Serumaga, who is returning to the side. I think since I didn't see him throughout the previous 2 games Uganda did play, against Comoros and against Botswana, the first 2 games that Uganda did play. So he's also back in the squad, as well as Mike Azira, the player who is based in the USA, who recently joined Colorado Springs in the Major League Soccer. And I hope Coach Mitchell didn't select him because he faced Steven Gerrard in one of the games when they were playing Los Angeles Galaxy and eventually winning that game. I hope it's not the major reason why he was selected, because he did face Steven Gerrard. If you remember back in the recent days, Mitchell has equated Farouk Mia to Steven Gerrard or something like that when he did score those 2 good goals against Togo.
It was quite an amazing headline, that one. But do you think in that squad Mitchell has what you'll call the untouchables, maybe 1 or 2 players?
Of course, they are the untouchables to do with the structuring of the team. That should be the backbone of the team. And if you say Dennis Onyango is one of the 4 goalkeepers that were called, together with the other goalkeepers who are Salim Jamal Magola, Roberto Donkara, as well as James Alito, the Vipers goalkeeper, you would still see Dennis Onyango is way up the pecking order, and he's likely to be the untouchable, although I wouldn't love to use that because anything can happen to a player. But there are those players who form the pillar, who form the core of the team. And when you move to central defense, you move to midfield, because Tony Moiji has been called back. Khalid Aucho is back in the squad. Now the name that hasn't been called this time round is Geoffrey Baba Chizito, who recently had trials in Malaga. I haven't seen his name on the list, and that means so many other players can return to the folder who have not been playing in the previous games for the Uganda Cranes there, because Baba was a key pillar, and actually that's why he was selected, because of his performance against Togo here when Uganda won 3-0 in the 2018 World Cup qualifier, getting into the group stages there. But Geoffrey Masso's being called as part of the strikers. Now, Brano Monyi has not been called, but Hamis Diego Kiza returns, as well as Emmanuel Okwi, who recently moved to play in Europe. And that's how the team has been structured. 30 players, hopefully we'll retain about 23, and maybe keep about 7, because FUFA hasn't yet been guaranteed that plane they've wanted, the chartered plane. And you know, they've had this idea of having one team go to Ouagadougou, and then part of the team stays here to play the game. And I think it's why you could have 3 goalkeepers being called. That's Salim Jamal Magola, Odongo Kara, as well as Onyango, plus James Alitho, who is here. So you have one, probably choose 2, make an 18-man team that can go and then retain some other players here for that double header against the West African side.
All right, now moving into the 2015 Africa Volleyball Club Championships, Nemo Stars will represent Uganda. I was at their training yesterday, and I don't think the conditions they're training in are going to be anywhere similar to what they're going to the surface they're going to play on in North Africa, that's Cairo, Egypt, on a dusty turf.
Quite understandable, because of the structures and the systems of Ugandan sport. If Nemo Stars can afford to play on either tarmac or dust, normal ground that has a bit of these stones that are trying to pop up off the ground, you know dust lately in Kampala and Uganda. And the surface where they're going to play in Cairo is like that one, an indoor surface. Well, of course, there are challenges that you do face, but maybe one thing they can celebrate about is this is their 4th successive appearance at the Africa Club Championships. This is going to be the 34th edition, with Nemo Stars having taken part in 2013, where they finished 11th out of 17, in 2014, where they finished 17th out of 21 teams, even last year when they did take part, and now they're back here at this tournament, and largely because they managed to win the league where they came from down to eventually go on and win the league last year, having lost the club championships, which was their ticket the other year to qualify and make it to the Africa Club Championships. For Nemo Stars, we'd celebrate for them, but they face a tall order because they did about 77 million shillings to make that trip for that 1-week tournament. And you know, there are lots of things to learn there for Nemo Stars. The more you take part, the more you learn. The more experience you get. If probably we sit here, God willing, and we are talking Nemo Stars going for their 10th successive appearance, I don't think they may ever fail to make a quarter-final at the 10th appearance they are making at the continent, because this is a tournament where Ugandan teams used not to take part until Nemo Stars came. They changed everything together with the Ndeje elites on the women's side. Eventually VVC also took part last year, where they managed to finish 7th because they did beat one of the sides to take 7th position there. Here I go.
And the 2016 Kenya Barclays Open, Otile and Biamukama being Uganda's representatives, Otile in the amateur category and Biamukama in the professional ranks. 820 million to play for. Otile had a good last year, we must admit, but does any of these two or one of them stand a chance?
None stands a chance to take the biggest bounty of that money, because with 150 elite golfers taking part, because this is the first event of the European Challenge Tour, and the Kenya Open is lucky to be part of it, and it's why you see the money is quite different from all the other tournaments that they do take part in. But Otile having gotten the opportunity to take part, because one of the amateurs actually did fall off the list, and that's how Otile managed to get the invitation to take part, because there are only 2 foreign amateurs who have been invited. That's Ronaldo Otile, the Uganda Open champion, together with another Frenchman who have been invited to take part at this tournament. And with the pro who only made it to the list is Vincent Biamukama, both of them having left earlier on this week to go and take part in that tournament. I don't think the biggest thing, first of all, for Otile, it's going to be a learning curve for him. I would be stunned if he does the magic again, because He had some good form over the weekend at the Lady Captain's Prize, I think, returning 2-1 at Chitante to actually become the guest winner there, to finish 2-1. But here, I don't think Otile will still do that magic. He did well last year at the Africa Championships, I think, at the Africa Amateur Championships, where he finished 2nd overall, because he had a very, very good round, I think, where he carded 66, I think, in one of the rounds that he did have. But I don't think he'll stand this one like the way he did stand the professionals, if you remember, at the Uganda Open last year, because he won the amateurs, he also won the professionals, although he didn't take the money. The money went to the Zambian, who is Madalisto.
Yeah, okay, quite interesting that one. Now the T20 World Cup, England have never gone into any major tournament, not being favorites. It's been a similar case now. But West Indies, or should I say Chris Gayle, dismantled them last night. Or should I say yesterday? They get off to this tournament on a very wrong note. Are they going to pick themselves up?
It's going to be tough for England to make it out of the post stages, especially if any team does go and have that bad start, I should say. But against West Indies, such things are expected if you don't trap Chris Gayle that early. And you know, they would have felt comfortable setting 182 for the loss of 6 wickets in 20 overs when Joe Root, Alex Hales, the captain Ian Morgan, as well as the other player who is those players who went on to help England set 182. But then in the chase, if you compare England's set score to that New Zealand did set against India the other day on the opening day, that was 127. England were probably feeling comfortable because the pitches, most of them are playing slow in India, and that's where Chris Gayle comes and he does the unthinkable. His strike rate is out of this world in T20 cricket because he managed to only score 100 runs, that is a century, unbeaten off 48 balls, and that included 11 sixes, meaning he becomes the highest scorer of sixes in T20 cricket at that level, and that century is what helped West Indies go on and win that game, although they had lost Johnson Charles for a second ball duck yesterday. But England going on to lose that one. And even earlier on, Pakistan had beaten Bangladesh, if you remember, by 55 runs. Shahid actually doing the magic, scoring a few runs, as well as those the wickets that he did pick. But maybe credit goes to the player that is Muhammad Hafiz, who did score 64 runs for them, as they managed to go on and beat Bangladesh for an opening run. Today, it's Sri Lanka against Afghanistan. The only game for the men of the day, though the other game should be for the women that is on, because the women and the men are playing concurrently in both the World Cup at this stage. So Sri Lanka against Afghanistan, it's two teams on different sides of a seesaw, because Afghanistan looks like a team that is moving up because they recently beat Zimbabwe to make it to the Super 10 for the first time. Those players, including Mohammad Shaz and Muhammad Nabi, the two players who do stand out for them often. And also on the other side, Sri Lanka, who've been struggling. Lasith Malinga lost the captaincy because he was injured. And you know, ever since their two big players retired, that is Kumar Sangakkara, I don't think Sri Lanka are going to pose that threat, although they are the defending champions who did win the tournament 2 years ago. I think Afghanistan is going to give them a run for their money. Probably this one to end with a team winning by 11 runs or so, or winning by a wicket or something like that.
But before we leave it, do you think Chris Gayle is one we should keep our eye on for the rest of the tournament?
For as long as West Indies stays in the tournament, keep an eye on him. He's a very, 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 very good batsman in T20 cricket. I think most of the records he does have them, especially with things he's done in the IPL, scoring the fastest 50 off the fewest balls, you know, all those things like that. I think you should keep eyes on him for West Indies, especially with scoring runs. I think he's going to be their their big guy, especially in a state where they did lose about 3 of their players, notwithstanding the fact that Dwayne Bravo is still within the side.
Okay, now Darren, if you're to be honest, had you written off Bayern Munich last night before they came back against Juventus? Of course, Müller with that last-minute header.
I must say I had written them off. I had written them off, especially after the first half. where Juventus were leading 2-0, and that meant on aggregate they were 4-2 up. It's the identical result at halftime that Bayern had when they did visit Juventus in the first round.
Similar script.
Eventually, Juventus pulling themselves back, and that's how they managed to get the draw. And now leading 4-2 at that stage at halftime. I was feeling for Bayern. Why? Juventus were putting so many players behind the ball, and actually if you take a look at the second goal that Juventus did score towards halftime, I think the goal by Juan Cuadrado, where Alvaro Morata needed to go past about 4 different Bayern players who were appearing like they were static. That's how they managed to get the second goal. I was beginning to fear for Bayern because they were pushing so much to the other end and they were not reaping fruit, although they could afford to pull to get Gigi Buffon do some work there at the back. But after that second goal, I had written off Bayern Munich until Thomas Muller goes and does the unthinkable. The dying minutes, they get the equalizer, going to extra time. It's all a different story. Bayern gets two goals, and that's how they managed to advance. I thought what hit Juventus is the same thing that hit Atletico Madrid in the final of the Champions League
against
2 years ago, because when after Diego Godin had scored that only goal, the game is about to end, and then Madrid finds the equalizer. So to go for those extra 30 minutes, when one team has been knocking on the door, once you open, they'll go in with everything. Even those people you don't expect to enter will enter at that stage, and that's how Juventus lost the game. I thought it was a bit meant at that state at the time on which the goal came for Bayern Munich to advance. I think now this is a huge statement for Bayern. The fact that they pulled themselves out of that pit at that stage, I think now you begin to fear for any other team that will face Bayern at the next round, because they know the hard work has already started. Now they're already mentally set for any other challenge that will come. Sorry for Juventus, the 2015 finalists.
A case of Germans never giving up there?
I think. And with this thing of how Pep Guardiola wants to have a decent send-off and all these things, now you begin to see the hunger slowly, because Bayern have been shaken back home in the league. If you remember when they lost to Mainz 2-1, Borussia Dortmund had an opportunity to cut the lead to about 2 points. They didn't beat Bayern when they hosted them at the Signal Iduna Park. That game ending goalless. What Bayern did, they responded the other weekend, beating Bremen 5-0. That weekend where PSG, Bayern Munich and Barcelona scored a combined 20 goals for the weekend there without conceding a single goal.
All right, now Barcelona against Arsenal. Many had written off Arsenal going into this one. But what's the world going to do for that front three of Messi, Suarez and Neymar? They all get on the score sheet last night, meaning that Barcelona is en route and the first team to ever defend their title in the modern era of the Champions League. Do they stand a chance? Is it doable? Now, we've seen what the likes of Bayern Munich can do. PSG may have a chance, just may have. But could Barcelona do it? Could they be the first team to do it in the modern era?
It's likely. It's likely. Those three men, it's likely. They can do anything. They can tear apart any defense. And I don't think the Arsenal defense was going to be the toughest wall for them to break down in European club football. And they duly showed that. Before the 20th minute, Neymar had opened the scoring, and that meant they led Arsenal 3-0 on aggregate. Now, Arsenal needed 3 goals without Barcelona responding. At some stage, you'd think, for those Arsenal hopefuls, they thought, we probably need a goal here. Those moments when Danny Welbeck got to the front, there were moments when Alexis Sanchez broke through, but he couldn't get to the other end to score past the Barcelona defense and eventually get the opener for them. Until when the goal came, I thought Barcelona had already moved up there in that game, eventually going to make it look easy, winning by 3-1. Aggregate advancing 5-1. I'd predicted 6-1. Barcelona advanced 5-1 on aggregate. One goal. Probably you should pick the Arsenal goal and give it to Barcelona, because David Ospina had some good moments there in the game, managing to advance. There's nothing big you could talk about Barcelona, because they are doing what we expected them to do. Barcelona is actually shocked when they don't win. You should see the look at the faces of the fans and the players. It's like every game they have to win it. Now they won that one. advanced to the quarterfinals for the 9th successive season. That's a record in Champions League. They've done it 9 times in a row. On the other side, you begin to feel for Arsene Wenger. What's next now for him? He's out of 2 cup tournaments, just like Manchester City is out of 2 cup tournaments, and now you begin to think, is this his last season? Because I don't think he will win the Premier League. I don't think he will win the Premier League. The tougher days are still yet to come in the Premier League. But now they do have an opportunity to concentrate on the league, while some of their opponents who are trying to chase 4th place behind them are facing off tonight in the Europa League. That's Liverpool against Manchester United.
All right, just quickly take us through that one in a minute. Liverpool against United. Who takes it? Of course, Liverpool with a 2-0 advantage going on to enemy territory, Old Trafford.
Because United suffered a 2-0 defeat, that margin of 2 goals where United didn't score, I feel for them. I don't see United playing so decently to pick an identical 2-0 result to go into the 120 minutes. It's likely they could do it, but after doing a lot of hard work, but United not conceding, I still see David De Gea into some of these highlights for the game after the game, just like the way those were for when they didn't travel to Anfield. And that's why I feel for United. The margin of 2 goals is the only thing that will probably give Liverpool the advantage. Liverpool could decide to just sit back, play the counter-attack football, and try to look for just that 1 goal, because if they get the 1 goal, United will need 3. Can they score 3 against Liverpool? We'll wait and see tonight.
That will do it for this edition of Morning at NTV Sport, proudly brought in your living rooms by Star Times. The conversation can continue on Twitter. That's at Derek_Conteg and Alan Darren. Have a good morning.
Agriculture is Uganda's biggest export. We've figured a way to help you understand the pros and cons of the agriculture trade here on Seeds of Gold. We premiere by taking a look at a youthful farmer.
The idea to go commercial poultry farming came along because we have a cousin who has a farm, and she initiated us. If you're a youth and you're out there and you want to do farming, just jump into it.
This is something between Javier and I. Don't get involved.
You know why I get involved? Because I am his woman. His woman. Understand it once and for all. If you don't, you will get into big trouble.
The one who'll be in big trouble will be you.
Pilar, I think the best thing for you is to get out of here and never come back.
My sister is in this house, Javier, and as long as she is, I will come back as many times as I consider convenient.
Really? Oh, really? Let me tell you something, Pilar.
Uganda Cranes nga batuuka ne Burkina Faso ku Lwokubiri 29 Maachi 2016 ku ssaawa mwezi ekiro mu kisaawe gali kwoleka Namboole mujje tulumbe ne Airtel Company eteeka ssente mu ttiimu ya Uganda Cranes.
Education tips are brought to you by Kampala International University.
Schedule of classes. It's important to organize your week so that you know when you attend lectures. Then set aside additional time for self-study, working on assignments.
Education tips are brought to you by Kampala International University.
Agriculture is Uganda's biggest export. We've figured a way to help you understand the pros and cons of the agriculture trade here on Seeds of Gold. We premiere by taking a look at a youthful farmer.
The idea to go commercial poultry farming came along because we have a cousin who has a farm, and she initiated us. if you're a youth and you're out there and you want to do farming, just jump into it.
This week on T Nation.
I'm cause looking like a Saturday, representing Universal Zulu Nation, Uganda chapter, Galaxy Dance Project Uganda, and real hip hop.
Catch a brand new episode of T Nation every Saturday at 11 a.m. only on NTV.
Wanna make some cash? Just dial *185#. Pay your bills, load data, or buy airtime. You could also send some cash. Come on, use Airtel money. You could win a lot of cash.
All you gotta do is dial *185#. Then you get to
Yola, Yola, Yola. Yola, Yola. Dial *185# and Yola. Yola Maja with Airtel Money. Dial *185# and transact.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Ekifo ekimu kissa wamusu n'ekyalo ekiweddeko abamanye bakinaza mumwa. Tugenda kutuuka gy'oli oyogere naffe ebikwata ku kyalo kyo, embeera mw'okolera, ebyobufuzi, ebyobulamu n'ensonga endala nnyingi. Ebyogerwa tebiyita. Tuusa eddoboozi lyo, yogera naffe buli lwakuna otereevu ku NTV akawungeezi.
Look at all the juices that are in there, and that is what I'm looking for. My goodness, look at that.
This is something between Javier and I. Don't get involved.
You know why I get involved? Because I am his woman. His woman. Understand it once and for all. If you don't, you will get into big trouble.
The one who'll be in big trouble will be you.
Pilar, I think the best thing for you is to get out of here and never come back.
My sister is in this house, Javier. And as long as she is, I will come back as many times as I consider convenient.
Really? Oh, really? Let me tell you something, Pilar.
Good morning and welcome to our live broadcast of the 2016 presidential election petition. My name is Joel Senyonyi. So this morning, as we wait for court to resume sitting for today, that is, at about 9:30, we thought it's a good thing that we do some build up and have a good understanding of a number of background things. In a short while, I'll be linking to my colleague Shiland Huchire, who is standing by at the Supreme Court, and we get to see how things happen there. Joining me again this morning is Arias Kisauzi. He's a spokesperson of the judiciary. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
How are you today?
I'm fine. It's a pleasure being again here to discuss matters of very important matter.
All right. Thanks so much for joining us again. Look, today we're expecting that the second respondents' lawyers, that is the Electoral Commission, will make their submission. And tomorrow the expectation is that the third respondents' lawyers, that is the Attorney General, will make their case as well. Yeah. And then if there be probably what we had, you could correct me. In case, the petitioners' lawyers would want to say one or two things, they can. Do we know for certain whether it will end Friday or Saturday, or is that still in limbo, if you like?
Well, it's not so much in limbo. The roadmap was set at the beginning. And of course, as you rightly said, today we expect the second respondent, that is the election petition to open their case or to say they are part of the story. And tomorrow we expect the third respondent, that is the Attorney General. Then we also have the amicus and whatever, the amicus. So
when do those come in, by the way?
The court will decide that. But of course, the original arrangement was that immediately after, then they would wrap up and whatever. But because of that, we shall be guided by court. Having had the introduction of the amicus.
Okay, let's talk a bit about some things. You know, I know everybody's focusing on the case, the contents, and so on, the issues that are being put through by the petitioner, and the respondents and the like, but a few things that happen around. The Supreme Court is made up of 9 judges, and we understand that at any one particular time, it can either be 5, 7, or 9. Is that the case?
Yes.
But this time we're seeing all of them there. Why? Is it because this is a case quite stupendous that it needs all of them?
Well, the public out there, they actually, as you say, they may wonder why we have 9, and in the past, the previous election petitions, we had 7. Of course, it goes to the law. The law, the law provides, that is the Constitution, that the Supreme Court is duly constituted when it has an even number of judges, not less than 5. So you can have 5, you can have 7, you can have 9. You can even have 13 if you have the numbers.
But at the moment, what's the maximum?
The maximum is 11.
Okay, but you're saying we can have 13.
Depending on the numbers you have, but the number now fixed is 11. So you can have an even number. So
odd maybe in this case.
Yeah. So now we have not even. I'm sorry, but we can have 5. You can have 7. You can have 9. You can even have 11 as fixed, because currently we have 9. That's why all of them are sitting.
Is that safe for one would imagine impartiality, so that there be no stalemate? If it is 8, 4 say yes, 4 say no, I think
the law is about the uneven number comes as a result of that kind of stalemate and whatever, to do away with that kind of stalemate. That's why we have uneven number of judges.
Okay, look, sometimes we have seen the judges a number of times, either speak, not really in rebuttal, but quizzing the lawyers and that kind of thing, but there are those we hardly hear. Do they say pre-program that and say this will speak? Of course, the one who does the opening is the Chief Justice, he heads that bench, but then there are others that we hear once in a while. There are those that we have hardly had speak. Maybe the times I, stepped away for a minute, that is when they spoke or that kind of thing, but there are those who have not had speak. How is this conducted really?
Well, the role of the judges is largely as to be active listeners, precisely. And the judge speaks when actually he feels maybe a matter needs to be clarified. But once once there's nothing you need to clarify, why you speak. So that's why you see some may not speak, not because they can't speak, but because they don't feel that it's necessary to speak, or the matter has already been cleared by those who have asked some questions.
That's interesting. Of course, the High Court business is different. The High Court, sometimes 3 judges can sit. Is that the case? At the same time, or it has to always be?
High Court is 1.
No, that's 1. And then the Constitutional Court, I believe.
Yeah, 3.
3, that is the minimum.
Yeah.
And the maximum would be?
The maximum can be as long as it's an even number of judges. Because now for them, it can go to up to 15.
Okay.
Yeah, it can go up to 15. So it can go to any number as long as it is an even number.
Okay. Now, where the Supreme Court is sitting somewhere in Kololo, we understand that is not the premises of the Supreme Court. They've got premises elsewhere. Why did they choose to go there? It's a small place. You see people literally squashed there, and why?
Well, it goes to the problems we have as a judiciary, where we don't have our own court premises, as far as those freer courts are concerned. That is the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court. So we are hiring some of those premises, and these are not customized premises. So that's why we had to shift. I think it's now 3 years ago when we shifted from Mengo, which is also we are hiring from the Uganda government, because it was so squeezed, and we found it necessary to get to some place which could be adequately accommodating the number of judges.
So does it not in any way affect the, because I was looking at that space and I was thinking, wait a minute, is it intentional that the place be small, probably to keep some away and all?
No, yeah, it is largely the problem because of the
get a bigger place out.
Yeah, that would be to get our customized premises and maybe in the center of the town. We have plans actually of expanding the High Court premises at Kampala next to the City Square, and where we hope we shall accommodate the Court of Appeal and also the Supreme Court. But it was not intentional, but it's because of the problems we have as a judiciary. So these are matters which we need to attend to.
All right, so what is going to happen today, if you could take us through that?
Well, today is the day for the second respondent to open their case and perhaps maybe close their case, as the other parties have always been done. So we expect we expect them to give their part of the story, what exactly happened, in rebuttal, of course, of what the petitioners had.
The Friends of Court, you earlier on talked about them, saying that court is going to determine when it is that they will, give their take.
Yeah.
Because this is new, really, well, not really new in the sense of the law books, but in practice. The rule of amicus principle, amicus rule, amicus curiae, that is the principle therein. It's the first time that we are really implementing it.
Well, it is, as rightly said, it is something which has not developed so much in this country. But it is used, but less utilized in our judicial system. And in our neighbors like Kenya, it is something which is actually developing. And this is quite necessary where you have a friend of court to assist the court in the adjudication of the case. So I think it is a very pertinent point now that the Supreme Court allowed them to come in. So let's see what they are going to say and how they are going to assist the court.
Some people are thinking that, wait a minute, do these now not get to do the work of the judges, that now they get to relax, chill, as young people say colloquially, so they wait for the research done by these people? Of course, well, I'm sure they do a little bit of their own, but a burden is taken off of them in a way.
Well, they have a limit. There is a limit on how far they get into the case. They of course, this was set in the ruling, but they come in as experts to give the judges what is their feel about the whole matter. But of course, they have a limitation, and they have to abide by the ruling which was set. But of course, the judges welcomed the experience.
When you say they come in to give their feel, does that mean they probably come in to either add value to the petitioner's case or punch holes in the petitioner's case, or the other way around, the respondents, and say, actually, maybe in addition to this, they build it up a little more or punch holes in that too?
As friends of court, they are premised as disinterested party. People who
disinterested
party. People,
I thought they're interested.
That's another matter. But these are the principle of amicus curiae. These are disinterested party coming in to give their advice and say, look here, this matter can be handled in this manner. That is all. So you can't become an amicus curiae, and if you are, you have partisan, you have an interest. But of course, you from the ruling, the foundation and other and the civil society. Remember, one of the reasons why they were not allowed is because they were seen to be partisan.
So what happens in the event that because all this is going to be broadcast, that they put up a case and the judges eventually disagree entirely, but they feel, okay, you gave us leeway to give you advice as experts. We feel this is the correct side for reasons A, B, C, D, and E. Does that not dent the image of the court in a way?
No, not really, because now the judges are not bound by the decision of the amicus. They are not bound by their decision, but they are coming in as in a sort of advisory position, say, look here, this case, the facts of the case are these, and whatever maybe the law is this, you can handle it in this manner, and they leave it entirely there. So the opinion, the arbitration is the judges have the final verdict in this matter.
There's 9 of them, these law dons from Makerere. And initially we got the feeling that that is one badge, you know, as amicus curiae. But then we go to learn, no, each is individual. That is why they get to be amici curiae. But they've got the same lawyer. How does that play out? I thought this becomes now one organized group, if you like. That is why they have the same lawyers and that kind of thing. But then we understand that they are different individuals, at least before the court. How does that play out?
Well, they are different individuals, but collectively they are going to give their opinion. And then they leave it to the justices and to decide the matter.
All right, today is day 4. Thursday, it is day 4 of the hearing. And we are waiting to hear the respondent number 2's lawyers, that is the Electoral Commission, to make their submissions, punch holes, if you like, as people will say colloquially, in the petitioner's case. We'll wait and see how that happens. My colleague Sheila Nduhuchire is at the Supreme Court. Anytime now, we should be linking up to her to just get a feel of what's going on there, the expectations, etc., etc. They've been following this for the past 4 days now, and so it will be interesting to hear what is going on there. We also understand, again, that place, I don't know, facility-wise...
in terms of what?
In terms of many things, you know, for example, we have got to order food from a certain hotel for our people, our team, and then have it ferried there and so on. And I'm imagining maybe that encumbers in the flow of the court process in terms of time and so on. They, you know, they take a break. Where do these people, I understand there's no, you know, pantry or canteen or that kind of thing. It seems a small matter, but it can become a big issue. All these people, now they've got to probably go away. The judge has said, you come back in 20 minutes and so on.
Well, Joe, I do appreciate it. It is not a small matter per se, but you know, it goes to what I said earlier on. The lack of customized building would be maybe in the center of the town. If we were at the headquarters at the city square, maybe people would just get out and they have what. Also,
maybe the Supreme Court or the judiciary in this case would have been available.
But of course, it goes down. It goes to the problems we have, and these are matters we have to bear with and to plan ahead, because now you say we are off the central district, and there are not so many places. The nearest is Portraya, and you may not have the prices are, I fear to say, they are not friendly. They may not be so friendly to many of our people. So you see, it's a problem, but this is something we have to bear with.
So is this a matter of everybody on their own? One would think maybe it's too huge an assumption that the Supreme Court gets to take care of its visitors, if you like, clients, whatever it may be, to take them, and so there's provision made.
These are too many visitors, and of course, you know, this is government, and of course, making all those provisions it takes so much, and these are some of the things being away from the central districts, and so, but we have to plan ahead and see how we can combat some of these challenges.
Yesterday, I think it is, that you were telling us on 31st, that is when the justices are going to give their verdict.
Yeah, of course.
So before then, because the picture is still a little bit nebulous, if you like, not too clear. Today, respondent number 2's lawyers make their submission.
Yes.
Tomorrow, Friday, respondent number 3.
Yes.
The lawyers thereof get to make the submission, that is the Attorney General. And then you are saying the justices get to determine when the Friends of Court can make the submission. Is that saying, you know, I don't know what the law stipulates, is that saying another entire day, or is it at the discretion of...
Of course, we wait to get the final direction by the court, because some of the roadmap was made before that application was made. So the judges will definitely give us the amended roadmap, because now we need to, people will be guided on how to go about. But of course, time is not there, but the judges are actually trying their level best to work within the time framework.
What's the practice? Do the Friends of Court come in before the petitioner's lawyers say, because I understand if they have anything to add or that kind of thing?
Of course,
after the respondents,
is
it before or after?
No, it has to be after, because they are not the original parties to the case. So they just came as a company.
No, you're saying who comes after it?
After the parties, after the parties. They have to come after the parties because originally they were not parties to the case. So they have to come later.
Meaning we're saying this most probably go on up to, say, Sunday?
Yeah, definitely. As we said, we have to work around the clock. You remember yesterday we had to end around 7 o'clock, and Sundays we can work, even on public days.
I'm told you're paying your staff overtime.
Yeah, definitely, because that is the standing order. The standing orders require that we have to pay them some money for extra hours taken.
But with all due respect, sometimes, some people would like to think many times they work under time, and so maybe this should be compensatory in a way.
Yes, well, but once somebody has really worked for the service, and the law requires that you pay him adequately according to the law.
All right, let's try and generalize this a little bit. At some point, the judiciary was crying, saying we don't have enough judges in this country.
Yes.
The president appointed some high court judges, and then the Supreme Court bench is now full. Is the situation a lot better, or do we still need a lot more?
Well, the Supreme Court is not full. We need, I think there must be one vacancy there. And
is that so? There are 9 of them?
Yeah, but still there is one vacancy there.
Like a substitute of sorts?
Not a substitute, but I think there is supposed to be one, and also there may be the Supreme Court, rather the Court of Appeal, there could be 2 there, and also High Court. So still the numbers, we need the numbers.
I'm getting a bit confused.
Yeah.
There are 9 Supreme Court justices. You're saying there is a vacancy for 1,
making
them 10.
Yeah.
That becomes an even number. Doesn't there get to be a stalemate?
No, not
stalemate.
stalemate.
5 say yes, 5 say no. And
not a stalemate as such, because you can't use them at any particular time.
So the other is like a substitute.
Not
that kind of thing. They use them interchangeably.
No, you can use them for different purposes altogether. So you don't use them at the same time. So we need them. So there must be a vacancy there. Also 2 vacancies at the Court of Appeal, and also other vacancies falling in the High Court.
What's the qualification for one to become, let's begin at High Court judge?
A High Court judge, you need to be a lawyer with 10 years experience. Yeah, either in government or either in government or in private practice.
Then you can qualify to be a High Court judge. How about Court of Appeal? That's
Court of Appeal and Supreme Court is around 15 years. Service.
It's the same Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court?
Same, yeah. You need 15 and the other 20.
Okay, and they serve how long, the High Court judges?
The High Court judges are up to 65. That is the tenure set by the Constitution. And then for the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court, they retire at 70. Yeah, that is the mandatory retirement age.
But I understand this provision, say, if, God forbid, something happened to one of the justices of the Supreme Court currently, they would call up one who is in retirement for a period and give them a temporary...
Yeah, well, once there is such a predicament and there is a need to have a judge, you can always, I think the head of that court, like in the Supreme Court, can ask or request the president to appoint an acting justice of that matter.
There was a time when there were many complaints, backlog of cases. I don't know whether the situation has changed quite a bit now that we have a little bit more High Court judges. But again, people would say, look, these judges, they say they're coming at 9, they come at midday, and then, they do everything in a surreptitious manner. Let's get out of here, and then... continuously this backlog keeps building and building. Has the situation changed? The
situation, I think, has largely changed, and we have we are now undertaking a census. We had a national census for last year, and I think very soon we are going to publish our report, and of course the preliminary report shows that there is a lot of improvement following the appointment, and also some discipline done or compliance with the scheduled time.
All right, my colleague Sheila Nduchire is standing by at the Supreme Court that is sitting at Kololo, in Kololo for that matter. Let's go over to Sheila and get some updates from her.
Court, it is day 4, and the Electoral Commission will be today submitting on allegations of non-compliance with the law during the electoral process. The lawyers have already taken the seats. There will be 4 of them. Elson Karhanga, there's Enos Tumsime, Mark Duzman Kabega, and of course Enoch Barata. They've all taken their seats already. I've also seen President Museveni's lawyers already taken their seats. The Attorney General is also here. It is the side of Mbabazi that are yet to come in, but anytime from now, yes, 9:30 is when we should be starting. So anytime from now we should be starting, and there's justices will be coming and of course starting the session. But if I could just make, do a recap for you, for those that could have just joined us and maybe have not been following this case. Yesterday, it was the defense time for respondent number 1, who is President Yoweri Museveni, of course trying to poke holes, and poke holes they did, because at the end of the day they said Mbabazi's case lacked evidence, it was built on hope, and so asked that it should be dismissed with costs. And of course that is a judgment that will be made by the justices. If at all they think what they submitted has enough ground to dismiss the case. But also yesterday we saw some bits of what we could see today. The fact that Chiriwa Chwan of Museveni's lawyers argued the case for the Electoral Commission. Again today the Electoral Commission will be submitting their claims or their response to the claims that have been raised. But some of the complaints that were addressed yesterday, which many thought could have been addressed by the Electoral Commission, was the fact that the Electoral Commission, instead of issuing voters' cards, chose to go with national IDs. And the argument by Chiriwa Chwanka was that the law does not necessarily require that one must have a voter's ID as long as you're able to identify yourself. And so that was that does not tantamount to non-compliance with the law from the Electoral Commission. The other, of course, complaint having been that President Yoweri Museveni was illegally nominated, that the National Delegates Conference of the NRM sat after the Electoral Commission had nominated President Yoweri Museveni on 3rd November. But the affidavit by Kasule Lumumba, the Secretary General of the NRM, says that the president was duly nominated on 2nd November, which was right before the official nomination day of the Electoral Commission. So those are some of the things, the back and forth arguments that we'll be seeing today. Of course, Electoral Commission making their case. Again, the lawyers are Enos Tumsime, Elson Karhanga, and of course Mark Duzman Kabega, who will be arguing the case for the Electoral Commission. And oh yes, the Commission Chairman already here taking his seat. The Secretary of the Commission as well, Sam Rakojo, already here as well. Again, we will see what the submissions are, Joel, and we'll definitely be bringing you live updates from the Supreme Court like we have always been doing, and of course doing a recap for you, for those that will have just joined us, or to summarize for you what will have been said here at the court.
Sheila, I don't know if you can hear me. I thought I would put one. Okay, I understand Sheila cannot hear me. But many thanks for that update, Sheila. We shall be crossing over to the Supreme Court in a bit. The lawyers have taken their seats, and we understand the judges should be in a bit, and we get to see how things go. The breaks that are normally taken are now getting, to some of the nitty-gritty, if you like. When should a session be? What maximum duration should there be before a break is taken? Sometimes they come in after 20 minutes, they adjourn. Sometimes it's after 2 hours, they adjourn, and that kind of thing.
Well, it depends on, the time was set originally by the justices, but sometimes depending on the way the submissions are made, sometimes these are long submissions, and you need to give the lawyers you don't need to interrupt them, so you go some extra mile to contain them. That's why sometimes there could be some bit of extension, and we see that the breaks are taking a little bit longer than what was envisaged. But the justices try as much as possible to have the breaks in between, like from 9:30 up to 11 there. Then we have a short break. Then we resume like 11:30. then to 1, then up to 2:30 there, then we resume, and depending on how the submissions are made, because sometimes you can end at 5 or 6 or 7 if the need it requires. So it is largely attributed to the long submissions made, and it may require, because also you need that health break, because these are also human beings, so you need to have some health break to stretch your legs, and also to have to compose yourself.
Something comes to mind. This happens at the High Court level. If, well, they're not petitioners or respondents in this case, it's the defendant and the complainant, I believe it is. If, especially say the defendant feels this particular judge, or even the other party, I imagine, this particular judge is biased for one reason or another, I feel they will not dispense justice as, excuse me, as should be the case, the judge gets to be changed. What I'm just thinking about it, if, you know, say something of the sort happened among the 9, and somebody said this particular 2, for one reason or another, either the petitioner or one of the respondents, well, not too sure about the respondents in this case, but anyway, either way, feel that maybe 1, 2, or 3 particular justices of the Supreme Court might not dispense justice as should be the case, for one reason or another. They are biased towards them, against them for that matter, or that kind of thing. Do we get to see a happening of what you were telling us earlier on? The Chief Justice, maybe in consultation with the President, gets to have some justices that are retired, get back, they give them a temporary assignment, if you like, and say for these weeks you get to do this and get back to retirement?
Well, we haven't heard that, but in case it happens, I think we have the same legal rules. The rules are the same across the course of judicature, whether it's in the Supreme Court, whether it's the Court of Appeal. If a party feels that a judge or a justice is likely not to administer justice, or likely to be biased, or is biased for one reason, or he is connected or is associated with one of the parties, and he may not be able to dispense justice. So you can make an application of that nature, and then you ask the judge to disqualify him or herself, such that the matter is dealt with. So, but the position is that it's the judge to make the ruling. The judge can say, well, I'll do or I will not do. So.
All right, we are showing you some pictures, live pictures coming in from the Supreme Court. That is what is happening currently. The lawyers for the petitioner, the different respondents taking their seats already, waiting for the entry of the justices of the Supreme Court. So anytime now they should walk in, and the court session will begin. We thought that at some point we should show you a story that we ran yesterday. As proceedings do happen, I'll get advice from my director, so we can show you what transpired yesterday, just to in one way or another set the stage for what's going to happen today. So in a moment we'll be taking you to that story yesterday, as respondent number 1's lawyers, respondent number 1 of course being Yoweri Kaguta Museveni in this case, his lawyers making their case, rebutting, and in many ways, like this word has now become quite common. It's a phrase, if you like, punching holes in the case made by the petitioner's lawyers. So that's what transpired yesterday. In a short while, we'll show you that story as it was filed yesterday. We'll get to that in a short bit. I don't know, maybe it could be ready so we could run it.
Was counsel for the first respondent. But it's now clear where the counsel for the second respondent. So perhaps he would need to inform court at what point the first respondent took over the responsibility of the second respondent.
Reference to evidence which is before the court.
Yes, my lord, but he's putting the case for the second respondent, and we wonder whether the first respondent actually took over the roles of the second respondent.
That is where our concern is. That when this thing happened, when this challenge happened, it is now associated to the first respondent. Hence the need to go out and explain that that the first respondent had no hand in it or benefited in it.
Didas Nkurunziza, who is the lead lawyer, addressed court on 4 issues. The pledge by the president to hand out 18 million horse to locals when he was campaigning in West Nile, and the issuance of 250,000 shillings to each village across the country, which the petitioner claims was a bribe.
In an ongoing government program, hoes were being distributed over 3 financial years. Lord, it is important to keep in mind that the president remains the president at all times between his election and the expiry of his term of office. So even though he may have been a candidate, he still remained the president of Uganda, and those functions which he carries out are not suspended for that period of time.
He also defended the president against accusations of using foul language to intimidate the electorate. However, Nkurunziza said the statement was made at a time when he was not campaigning.
It is clear that these words were not derogatory. He did not make reference to the petitioner or to the petitioner's supporters. He only referred to those people who are breaking the law. And my lords, I would submit that if the petitioner thinks that the words referred to him or to his supporters, then it can only be that he finds himself and his supporters fitting within that description.
We oppose this petition for being without merit, and we shall submit that it ought to be dismissed with caution.
Today's rebuttal from President Yoweri Museveni's team has largely been premised on the fact that the petition lacks facts and evidence and was, according to them, based on hope. Babazi's team will on Friday file a rejoinder to try and redeem themselves. Tomorrow, court will listen to the Electoral Commission on claims that they were non-compliant with the law during the electoral period. Shiran Ruchre.
There you are. That's what happened yesterday at the Supreme Court. Shilan Huchire giving us, things, a breakdown of the happenings yesterday at the Supreme Court. We saw respondent number one's lawyers, candidate Yoweri Museveni, led by Didas Nkurunziza, and a couple of others, Kiriwa Chiwanuka, coming in, in many ways, telling the judges what these people are putting before you should be thrown out. But let's wait and see. Today, respondent number two's lawyers take the floor to make their submission. That is the Electoral Commission. We'll wait and see how things do play out. And then, of course, tomorrow, respondent number three, that is the Attorney General's office, takes the floor and gets to make their case. And like we're being told by Mr. Chisauzi, thereafter, then the judges will determine, probably on request of the petitioner's lawyers, whether or not they feel they need to add one or two things. And then the friends of court get to come therein. So let's wait and see how things get to happen. Mr. Chisauzi, let's for a moment take these, my good viewers, through some kind of legal class, a quick one if you like. You're a lawyer, I understand.
Yes.
When, if you don't mind telling us, when did you do law? When did you graduate from law school?
It's quite a long time. It's 1988. That's when I graduated.
Wow, so, 1988. Yeah. Mr. Chisauzi, you have been around.
Yeah, I've been around for some good time.
Okay. A good number of people are beginning to do law out there. Some for fashion, some for sale. Why did you law, for example?
Why
did you do law?
It was my ambition always to become a lawyer, and I really admired the decorum, the profession as it is. I looked forward to have it, to be a lawyer.
You didn't get to practice working in government. Did you practice a little bit before you joined government?
I did a little bit, but I wanted to become a government lawyer.
This, like I was saying earlier on, many people are beginning to do it, some for fashion, some, they feel I need to add this onto my team and have that bit, I am a lawyer and that kind of thing. Things have changed now. There's pre-entry exams that have got to be done before one joins law school. We are making it a little bit harder. Why? Is it because there's too many lawyers in this country?
Well, part of it, many people are going to the legal profession thinking now so many, they have different ambitions altogether. But, we need also to maintain the standards, and that's why you see the Law Council dictated some of those. These are pre-entry. We must maintain our standards. as lawyers. It's a very respectable profession, and that's how we need to protect it. We need to protect, not protecting it from not simply for monopoly, but protect the profession and the IST standards.
When you look at LDC, of course, normally again after that, there should be an exam, pre-entry to LDC.
Yeah, yes,
is there one?
Yeah, even at Makerere.
Oh yes, there you are. And many times they knock off many people. Not so much, and this is what we hear, not so much qualification-wise, but also because the numbers that can be accommodated there are small. You don't speak for the LDC, but do you feel maybe it's time that that place got a little bit expanded, so a lot more can be accommodated therein?
Well, we have divergent views over this, whether we could have other service providers to have the legal profession altogether. But also there are those who are against it and say, no, you may dilute the standards. That's why maybe we need Law Development Center to continue. Maybe we can expand it and they can have evening classes. If they can't accommodate the many
this happen only during the day?
Yeah, it's only during the day. So but they can still expand in terms of maybe providing evening classes to accommodate many lawyers. And so it goes down also to the need for the practical subjects, because now you see the legal profession is one of the practical subjects, and you can practice and you can do what, but in other arts and other social sciences you may not necessarily practice, and that's why people are now seeing that maybe if I do law, if I do engineering, if I'm a physician, I can open up my clinic and whatever. So these are the few professions now we have. So maybe that's why the driver, so many people are coming in and say, let me do law. Because even if I don't get a job in the government, I can still practice the profession.
You people call yourselves land friends.
Yes.
Do you imagine the rest of us didn't go to school?
No, not really. You see, it goes to it is historical. The disciplines, I think we are around 5 of them, and that's why we see these are the land. They classified as the land profession, the disciplines and whatever.
Which are those 5? Dating back to when?
I think
teachers might have been among those doctors?
Not really the teachers, not really teachers. I think philosophy, the theology and all that, and that's a kind of classification. But also it goes that when you're a lawyer, you tend to go into other professionals and how it shows, because a lawyer must be alert to, must actually not knowing everything, but at least you must be alive to so many situations, and that's how you become learned. Because now you can't now defend a medical professional unless maybe you know some bit of forensic medicine and whatever, which other people don't know. Or if you are now building contracts and whatever, you must know some of those things, some of what they do, because you can't cross-examine. So that's why you see, it's not a question of doing the law per se, but you also go into what other people said. Of course, you don't. Of course, some people say lawyers know little about other things, and then maybe. But we try as much as possible to go into what other people, but not so deep into what they do.
Some people have said, and I'm sure you've heard this, that the lawyers that came out of university back your days and the like were really the top-notch, the good ones. Nowadays, there's too many of them. Not very well baked and all that talk. Do you see a point in what they say, or is it just taken at the legal profession?
There could be some point in what they are saying from the observation and from the interaction, from the interviews we hold, and some of these things. These are matters which actually I think policymakers must look into them, because originally you remember that for you to do law, you must have had the proficiency in the English language, in literature. You must have had certain basic subject like literature, history, and whatever. But now you can be a lawyer, not necessarily even science. You can be science. You can even do Luganda and some French and whatever. Because we sometimes get bewildered when it says some of these lawyers cannot express themselves. So I must be frank. So, and I really wonder how somebody became a lawyer. But a lawyer should be able to able communicator, should be alive to all situations, and should be smart in all what he does.
Some have said that lawyers nowadays are just money-minded, and that is why many times when a young person tells you, I want to be a lawyer, you ask them why. To be rich, to drive a nice car, stay in a nice house, and that kind of thing. And so the feeling is that this, your profession, it in many ways drains people out there. You go to a lawyer, you want something, you know, sorted out, something really quick, and they're asking for millions of shillings and so on. They feel you gazam people, you rip them off. Do you feel that's an unfair tag to you people?
I think that is unfair. Such a view, I think that such a person is in a wrong profession. If he's because now when you see the genesis of the legal profession was to assist the public. Because the lawyers were going around, and I think in the old times they were going around the villages to assist people, giving advice and whatever, making contracts and all that. And people only needed to put something in at their back, in their gowns, only some token and what in appreciation. But all that actually has now gone down, and I think the regulatory bodies now need to come to check. It's not a question of making money. This is a service which actually is a calling and which people must maintain.
Do you blame them? They've got to make a living too, put food on their tables, take care of their families.
They need, but it's not a profession to make money like all other professions. It's a calling to service above yourself.
A friend of mine likes to say that you see, the time you can tell a lawyer is telling a lie is whenever they open their mouths. There's all this that's talked about this profession. It's a joke, really.
Yeah.
Do you feel that we have a good understanding of this profession? Because again, lawyers will tell you that, look, come to us not just when you want us to fight your fire, to rescue you out of a situation, but it should come earlier on. And then people don't feel, it's just like the way we do it with doctors, very unfortunate. We run to them when you feel indisposed, something about you is not okay, then you run to them. They keep saying, come to us earlier. Have we, you feel, gotten a good grip of this profession?
No, I think we don't seem to have that rapport between the lawyers and the general public. Law is completely different, and many of our lawyers are not doing enough in that regard. And as far as coming in and explaining and telling the people what exactly a lawyer does, and sometimes it's a question of somebody getting or extracting money from the public. So we have that problem, that danger. In that now the lawyers would come in and create a rapport between them and the members of the public, that this is a calling, you can come in and I give you a service and whatever, and also providing a customer service which the people really require. But at times it's a question of what actually make out of the profession other than the real service.
All right, we're showing you pictures that are coming in from the Supreme Court now. Any moment now, anyhow, we've been saying that for quite a bit of time, but we hope that the justices of the Supreme Court will walk in any time now. But let's just take a listen to what's going on at the Supreme Court now.
Between the EC and the...
All right, looks like the justices of the Supreme Court have walked in now, so we should be crossing over and we get to listen in to the happenings there. Mr. Arias Isauzi, as always, thanks a bunch for joining us this morning.
It's
we
a
hope
pleasure.
to hear a lot more from you in these going days.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's now cross over to the Supreme Court and see what's happening there.
My name is Wes Gwarkutana, Deputy Attorney General, representing the Attorney General who is present in court. And my lords, because of the nature of this case, representation keeps on changing. Yesterday I had undertaken to provide your lordships with a list, which I apologize I didn't do. And I prefer that now I read to you the list of counsel who are there and who are at the bar for today. They may not necessarily be the same tomorrow, and they may not have been the same yesterday. For the petitioner, my lords, we have Muhammad Mbabazi, we have Kampura Michael, we have Jude Byamukama, we have Severino Twinobusinje, and Asumani Basalirwa. For the second respondent, we have Enos Tumusime, we have Macdosman Kabega, we have Enoch Barata, we have Okero Oriem, we have Erson Karuhanga, we have Eric Sabiti, we have Tom Magezi, and Ivan Chateka. For the first respondent, we have Didas Nkurunziza, we have Chiriyo Wachiwanuka, we have Joseph Masiko, we have Abat Biencha, and Edwin Karujire. And as I stated earlier, my lords, the first respondents have a list of 40 lawyers. They keep on coming and going, but for today, this is the list I was provided with. We are ready to proceed. Oh, my lord, sorry. For the Attorney General, I don't want to minimize my Solicitor General, Mr. Francis Atoke, Mr. Martin Mwambusia, Commissioner Litigation, and Mr. Philip Mwaka. These are my able assistants.
Read this, your lordships. My name is Enos Musimi. I'm appearing together with Mr. Macdosman Kabega, Mr. Alfred Okero Oriem, Mr. Elson Karuhanga, and Mr. Enoch Barata. Mr. Eric Sabiti, My Lords, for the record, the chairman of the second respondent and the secretary of the second respondent are both in court. Lords, I'll be addressing you on issue number 1.
But there was a little report you were supposed to make to me this morning.
Lord, we've discussed with my learned friend, who is of the view that those copies which were put or filed should not be taken into consideration when court is looking at the record of the proceedings. Now, I intend to submit on this issue, and I believe it is premature for court to decide on which way to go, probably until I have submitted. My learned friend has had 2 days and has had an opportunity to cross-examine the chairman of the second respondent. I beg that whatever decision...
So you haven't agreed?
We haven't agreed, my Lord.
Proceed.
My Lord, I'll handle the first issue. Mr. Kabega will handle the second issue. Mr. Okero Orium and Mr. Karhanga will jointly handle the third and fourth issue, and I will handle the last.
So which issue are you? Are you going to submit first?
Yes, issue number 1.
Issue number 1?
Yes.
My Lords, my name is Unassigned Severino, and my colleagues for the petitioner. My Lords, we are constrained by our land friend, Mr. Enoth Msime, the second respondent. My Lords, he wrote to this court on the 14th of March a letter where in that letter he lied, Your Lordships, that we had inspected documents and that we had taken them. My Lords, we feel that unless this lie, which is on court record, the 5 Lordships is handled, we feel constrained, we cannot do much. My Lords, I can read the letter.
My Lord, if that is what the letter says, to save court's time, we apologize, they didn't take them.
Well, you see, that's why I expected you yesterday to sit together and sort out these things. You are now wasting into our time. And there is always if you write to court on a matter before the court and forwarding documents, the normal practice is you copy in the other counsel. That was not done. I had hoped that we would avoid going into that, but we will give appropriate directions in the matter. Let's proceed.
Issue number 1, my Lords, is whether the second respondent complied with the provisions of the Electoral Commission Act and the Presidential Elections Act. Permit me to give a brief background to the statutory duties and obligations of both acts, and if I may go back to articles, the objectives of the Constitution of Uganda. First, before the Constitution of Uganda was made, is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, Article 21 states that everyone has the right to take part in the government of his country, directly or through freely chosen representatives. 3, Sub-Article 3, that the will of the people shall be the basis of the authority of government. This will shall be expressed in periodic and genuine elections, which shall be by universal and equal suffrage, and shall be held by secret vote or by equivalent free voting procedures. My lords, these words rhyme again and again with our Constitution, with the Electoral Commission Act, as well as the Presidential Elections Act. My Lord, a copy of the Declaration, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, is on record and highlighted. Article 21 refers. The Constitution of Uganda, Article 1(4), under the heading Sovereignty of the People. Article 1, Sub-Article 1, states that all power belongs to the people, who shall exercise their sovereignty in accordance with this Constitution. And under 1(4), the people shall express their will and consent on who shall govern them and how they should be governed through regular, free, and fair elections of their representatives or through referenda. My lords, those provisions are captured in Article 61 of the Constitution in detail, in as far as it relates to the Electoral Commission. And briefly, Article 61 provides the functions of the Electoral Commission. A, to ensure that regular, free, and fair elections are held, to organize, conduct, and supervise elections in accordance with the Constitution. D, to ascertain, publish, declare in writing under its seal the results of elections, to compile, maintain, revise, and update the voters' register, to hear and determine election complaints arising before and during polling. G, to formulate and implement voter educational programs relating to elections. And H, to perform such other functions as may be prescribed by Parliament by law. Sub-Article 2, the Electoral Commission shall hold presidential and general parliamentary and local council elections within the first 30 days of the last 90 days before the expiry of the term. My Lord, allow me to turn to Section 12 of the Electoral Commission Act, which repeats in the same terms and provides in more detail the powers of the Electoral Commission and regulation of ballot papers. A, to appoint polling day for any election. B, to design, print, distribute, and control, sorry, maybe I'm a bit fast, control the use of ballot papers. C, provide, distribute, and collect ballot boxes. D, to establish and operate polling stations. E, measures ensuring that the entire electoral process is conducted under conditions of freedom and fairness. F, steps to take steps to ensure that there are secure conditions necessary for the conduct of an election. G, promote and regulate through appropriate means civic education of the citizens of Uganda and voting procedures. H, ensure that candidates campaign in an orderly and organized manner. I, to accredit non-partisan individual groups or institutions to carry out voter education. J, to ensure compliance by all election officers and candidates. K, to take necessary steps to ensure that people with disabilities are enabled to vote without any hindrance. My lords, I've gone through this detail because, as we shall soon see, the petitioner has made several allegations regarding this. And it's my intention to look at each of those allegations and in comparison with what both the Presidential Elections Act and the Electoral Commission Act state. My Lord, the answer to the petition of the second respondent is supported by the affidavit of Engineer Dr. Badru Chigundu, and there are several other affidavits that we'll be referring to. Before we get, or I address you on the complaints or allegations by the petitioner, let me quickly make reference to the background to this election. As the chairman stated, the election of 18th February 2016 was not a one-day event. It was a process that we can most likely, for sake of brevity, start from when the last election of 2011 was conducted. I invite court to look at the affidavit of Mr. Joshua Wamala, which is in volume 2 of the second respondent's affidavits in reply. Mr. Joshua Wamala is the head of elections management at the Electoral Commission and has headed this department since 2000. In his paragraph 4, he clearly gives background right from 1989, which, as your lordships fully know, we would line up behind the candidates. In 94, the Constituent Assembly used a handwritten voters register. In 96, we are capturing milestones of the development of the electoral process in Uganda here. In 96, for the first time, the Interim Electoral Commission, the predecessor to the current Electoral Commission, came up with a computerized voters register for both presidential and parliamentary elections. This same register was used in 2001. And in 2001, the Electoral Commission started compiling a fresh, this time, photo-bearing voters register, which in paragraph 4E used face matching technology in a bid to reduce instances of multiple registrations and consequently multiple voting, And as a result of that process, the National Register reduced, the number of voters reduced from 11 million to 8.5 million. That means about 2.5 million ghosts that had voted previously. That register was updated and used again in 2006. And in 2011, for the first time, the second respondent introduced what they call a partial fingerprint biometric technology. We'll go into details of this. And again used part of the photo-bearing register. And it goes on up to, I believe, paragraph 9, when they started working on the new register. My lords, it is necessary to give this background in order to comprehend where we have come from and where we have reached, and cast the petitioner's allegations in the light of that background. My lords, the first complaint is about the voters' register. The petitioner alleges in paragraphs 18 and 22 of the amended petition that the Electoral Commission failed to compile a voters' register. My lords, as I've already pointed out in Article 61, Sub-Article 1, E, under the heading, the Electoral Commission shall have the following functions, and under E, to compile, maintain, revise, and update the voters' register. And the words that I wish to draw to the attention of this court are to compile, to maintain, to revise, and to update the voters' register. This, again, is repeated in Section 12F and Section 18 of the Electoral Commissions Act. In Section 12F, this is what it states. To take steps to ensure, sorry, it's not F. Paragraph 19, rather 18. The Commission shall compile, maintain, and update on a continuing basis a national voters register, in this act referred to as the voters register, which shall include the names of all persons entitled to vote in any national or local government election. The Commission shall maintain as part of the register a voter's roll for each constituency under this act. My lords, let me quickly refer to paragraph 18 of the petitioner's answer. Paragraph 18 of the second respondent's answer. In paragraph 18, the second respondent avers that it duly executed its statutory role to compile and update the National Voters Register in accordance with the law. It also avers that all voters were duly and legally identified as being on the voters' roll in accordance with the Presidential Elections Act. It goes on to state that paragraph 19, it denies the contents of the allegations in the amended petition and avers that all registered voters were properly identifiable and that it maintains that only duly registered voters appearing on the voters' roll were allowed to vote. The second respondent avers that the introduction of the biometric register enhanced the integrity of the National Voters Register and process. My lords, the details of how this register was prepared are contained in the affidavit of Mr. Joshua Wamala, which I have already referred to. It's in volume 2 of the second respondent's documents. And again, I would like to go to paragraph 5. Where he starts that despite the success in 2011, the National Voters Register, which was used for the 2011 election, had the following challenges, and he points them out. That one, owing to the technology employed at the time, the Commission had only captured partial fingerprint biometrics for 4 fingers instead of 10. 2, the Commission had only been able to capture finger biometrics for only 30% of the registered voters. And even those 30% had 4 fingers and not 10. And C, 3, there were still cases of multiple registrations which were difficult to detect. 4, there were missing photographs. 5, there was mismatch of voters' photographs against voters' biodata. And 6, aging of voters made identification by way of old photographs captured 10 years prior difficult. If you take a photograph of Ernest Msime of 2005 and you look at him now, you'll think you're looking at 2 different people. In number 6, that in order to address the challenges above affecting the integrity of the National Voters Register, the Commission made a decision to adopt full fingerprint biometric technology. And to achieve this, it was necessary to compile. My lords, mark the word compile, as stated in the Constitution, as stated in the Electoral Commissions Act, a fresh National Voters Register. That having made the above decision to adopt full fingerprint biometric technology for the National Voters Register, the Commission submitted a proposal to government which had significant financial implications. In 2013, the government took a decision to harmonize all efforts for all government agencies that needed to carry out this registration. And this, as indicates in paragraph 9, was a multi-sectoral requirement that covered Ministry of Internal Affairs, Electoral Commission, the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, National Information Technology Authority Uganda, and Uganda Bureau of Statistics. Further, under 10, that the registration was designed to capture varying information, including biodata of individual citizens, photographs, and full fingerprint biometric particulars. My Lords, allow me to take you to that annexure form, which is Annexure A. Without taking too much time, on the left-hand side, there are those first column, 0, 0.1, and so on. If you look at 4.7, it clearly captures the voter's number. And 4.8 further captures the preferred polling station of a voter. If you turn to the next page, on the applicant's declaration, again, under the line 2.5, right at the end, you note there is also space for voter's card. My Lords, the reason why I'm pointing out this fact is that in the process of capturing information for the national ID, the government of Uganda took care to incorporate the necessary data that would enable Electoral Commission to end up extracting its own information and using this same card for voting purposes. The next paragraph 11 is more illustrative of what this process was about. That the registration process of the national identity card at the village, parish, sub-county, and at districts was undertaken and managed by the second respondent. Respondent staff under the supervision of the Electoral Commission's district registrars. We want to dispel this allegation that the national ID was not made or created for purposes other than the electoral process. As you can see, the government of Uganda and the second respondent were very, very careful in this process. Now, 12, the second respondent obtained data from the NSIS after deducting all persons who would be below the age of 18 by 7th May 2015 and was able to compile a fully biometric voters register as of 31st March 2015. Following that, the Commission further appointed a period for general update. It gazetted this notice. It had an extensive, as you all very well know, media campaign to inform Ugandans about this exercise. And because, in paragraph 14, because of the high turn-up of citizens, the Commission extended the period for the general update of the National Voters Register to 11th May. It displayed, under paragraph 15, and invited voters to confirm their particulars and report those who were not eligible or who are not eligible to vote. In paragraph 16, it displayed the National Voters Register from 22nd to July 2015. It displayed the National Voters Register. My Lords, I don't know where the petitioner gets this idea that there is nothing like a voters register. What was being displayed if there was no register? And under paragraph 16, whatever was captured, again, as you notice, there is a copy of the Gazette and the adverts in Annex D. Paragraph 17 talks about the efforts, and in paragraph 18, efforts to capture to get as many voters registered as possible. And in paragraph 18, it came up with a figure of 14.862102. And in the process of that update that I last referred to, another 435 and 96 voters were captured. At the time of completing this exercise, 15,297,198 voters, Ugandans, were on the voters register. My lords, if I could pause here, that is the register that we all used when we went to vote. And to confirm this, the petitioner has on each of his affidavits attached that card, that national ID card. So if this was a futile exercise, if there was nothing like a voter's card, why did they take the trouble to identify themselves by that card and not by any other creature that they had in mind?
Perhaps this would be a good time for you to clarify one word that kept creeping up, that at some point the voters register was retired. I think that's where the confusion comes from. That the allegation was that the East Electoral Commission has no power to retire a register was compiled. Is that something you...
My Lord, the words which the Constitution has used, like compile, update, maintain, they are so wide that, my Lord, if I may be specific, in 2006, you actually preferred to use the term prepare. I will be referring to the exact line in the judgment of Honorable Justice Katurebe, just as he then was. In 2006, in that judgment, my Lord, the word used was prepare. So whether we call it compiling, whether we call it by any other name, the truth is that here was a register prepared for the people of Uganda, and crown it all, the petitioner has not filed any single piece of affidavit where he's denying that there was no such register. They are only making these averments in their amended petition, and really we pray to this court that that head of pleading should be dismissed. It's actually absurd. My lords, when I hate to go this way, but my land friends, my land friend Mr. Vasaro, kept talking of retiring voters and archiving them. My lords, if you go through the record of that day, you'll find this is not retiring a voter. It's nothing like archiving a voter. What the Electoral Commission did, and what Engineer Dr. Badru Chibundu explained, was that when you prepare a new voters register, you don't throw away the old. You put it in your archives, which is the sensible and reasonable thing to do. If anyone wants to compare, if anyone wants to complain, definitely that record will be there and they will be looking at it. In any case, as you've noticed from Mr. Joshua's affidavit, Joshua Wamala's affidavit, it's not the first time it was done. And the petitioner, during that time, was a minister of the government of the Republic of Uganda and a member of parliament. He never raised his finger or raised a complaint about this process. In any case, my lords, this is what the petitioner, as we shall show, used to prove his nationality. That's what he used. On his nomination form, there is an ID number, so he cannot run away from it, or he cannot deny it now. My lords, the process of capturing this information is repeated in the affidavit of Mr. Pontius Namgera. Paragraph 6 to 10.
My Lord, just to make the record straight, the words retiring and archiving appear in the Gazette that the second respondent issued. So they are not my words. And two, those words were equally used by Kumi when he appeared in this own report. So I think it's not correct for my learned colleague to argue that I used those words when in the actual sense they are the words that appear. One in the Gazette, but two, they were equally used. I think the record should be clear.
You have clarified it.
Much obliged, my lord. Actually, my problem was about my learned friend's English. That you cannot retire a voter, you cannot archive him. And it was repeated on more than 3 times. And the record, I'm sure, bears me correct. My lords, if you look at Pontius Namgera's affidavit, which is in volume 1, it's the first affidavit, paragraphs 6 to 10, paragraph 6, let's start with paragraph 6. That as part of continuous improvement process, the second respondent took the following measures in preparation for the 2016 general elections. 1, compiling of the National Voters Register. Mark the word compiling, to capture photographic and full fingerprint biometric data. 2, introduction of biometric voter verification system to support or to operationalize the use of the biometric data. 3, introduction of improved electronic transmission and dissemination system. And in 7, he says that all these technologies were deployed in the recently concluded elections, that is 2016, to enhance the efficiency and transparency of the electoral process. And 8, that in an effort to improve the credibility and accuracy of the National Voters Register, the Commission compiled and updated the National Voters Register at full fingerprint biometrics and photographs in preparation for 2016. And he adds, again, repeats the problems that Mr. Wamara had identified in the 2011 elections: multiple voting, impersonation, voting by ineligible persons, failure by some persons to locate their polling stations. Now, my lords, can anyone still claim that there was no voters register? My lord, my learned friend, Mr. Chiwanuka Chiriowa, yesterday referred you to the Registration of Persons Act. (2015), and I quickly want to refer to section 65 of that act. Section 65 talks about or provides for the use of information in the register. And it states that, this information shall be used for, if you go to paragraph 65.2, the Electoral Commission may use the information contained in the register to compile, maintain, revise, and update the voters' register. The use of the words compile, maintain, revise, and update is deliberate. And it's deliberate because it was stated this way in order to conform to the provisions of the Constitution that we have already referred to, as well as the Electoral Commission Act. And I wish to add that under 69 subsection 3 of the same Act, an issued national identification card remains the property of the government, and here it's the government of Uganda. So people should not play around with this card. My lords, having said that, it is my humble submission that the second respondent did not fail to compile the voters' register, and we pray that you so hold. The second ground is the purported challenge of the nomination of the first respondent, General Yoweri Museveni. My lord, the law governing nominations is contained in sections 9, 10, and 11 of the Presidential Elections Act. And I beg to take you to these sections. 9, 10, and 11. Let's start with 8, which provides for appointment of nomination days. And as we shall demonstrate or prove in the affidavits that I'll be referring to, this was properly done, and the second respondent complied. But we look at 9, section 9. Sponsorship of candidates by political organization or political party. You remember this act was enacted in 2005. As we were getting into the multi-party dispensation. Under the multi-party political system, nomination of candidates may be made by a registered political organization or political party sponsoring a candidate, or by a candidate standing for election as an independent candidate without being sponsored by a political organization or political party. Section 10 provides the procedure that a person shall not be a candidate in the presidential election unless A, that person submits the commission on or before the day appointed as the nomination day, a document in this act referred to as a nomination paper, which is in the third schedule to the act, which is signed by that person nominating him or her candidate. B, the nomination is supported by not less than 100 voters in each of at least 2/3 of all the districts. 2, a candidate shall be proposed and seconded in the manner specified in the third schedule to this act. And 3, a candidate shall attach to his or her nomination paper a list of names of the registered voters. Each of those registered voters shall append to that list his or her name, signature, physical address, and all that. 4, a person shall not subscribe to more than one nomination paper. And 5, there are penalties. 6, and this is an important provision regarding what should accompany the nomination paper. One is a declaration, as in the 4th schedule. 2, payment of a non-refundable fee. 3, 3 postcard sizes of recent photographs. 7, where under the multi-party political system a person is sponsored by a political organization, the nomination shall indicate that he or she is so sponsored, stating the name and address of the political organization. A person is not duly nominated as a candidate unless he has complied with subsection 6. That's why I said we need to take note of that. And 9, a returning officer shall not refuse to accept any nomination paper. And 11 talks about factors that may invalidate nomination. The reason, my lords, why I'm pointing out these particular sections is we apply them to the first respondent. We also apply them to the petitioner. We are talking about, my lord, the framers of this issue did not draw a distinction between whether the respondents complied only. They left it so wide. So I will address this court on events or incidents where the petitioner also did not comply. My lord, section 11 talks about factors that may invalidate nomination. A, if the nomination paper was not signed and seconded in accordance with the sections we've seen under 10.1.2, the paper was not accompanied by the list of names from registered voters. There are 100. 3, the person has not complied with 10.6. 10.6 is where there is a declaration form, non-refundable fee, and 3 postcard sizes of photographs. 4, the person seeking nomination is not qualified under section 4. And 5, that person seeking nomination has been duly nominated for election as a member of parliament. My lords, to drive the point home, I quickly want to refer to paragraph 7 of the petition. The amended petition. In paragraph 7 of the petition, the petitioner alleges that the first respondent was nominated by the second respondent illegally on the 3rd day of November, when the first respondent had not yet been sponsored by the National Resistance Movement on whose ticket he purportedly contested. 2, that the respondent acted improperly when it extended the deadline given to the first respondent, to give the first respondent more time, instead of declaring the respondent's nomination papers null and void under section 11 after the deadline had passed and all other candidates had submitted their respective documents, thereby giving the first respondent unfair advantage. My lords, before I delve deeper into this matter, the petitioner claimed that he had attached his YouTube message to Ugandans to his petition. My lord, he closed his case on Tuesday, and there was no such video. But we have been very, I think, very generous, and we have attached it to Dr. Chigundu's affidavit. And in that, he purports to stand as a candidate for the National Resistance Movement. I beg court to take note of that. My lords, let me quickly refer to paragraphs 8 and 9, the answer of the second respondent. In paragraph 8, the respondent denies any alleged illegality and states that the first respondent was properly and duly nominated on 3rd November 2015 in accordance with the law as the National Resistance Movement's political party's sponsored presidential candidate. In 9, the second respondent avers that it did not extend any deadlines to give the first respondent or any other presidential candidate any unfair advantage. My Lords, let me quickly refer to Mr. Joshua Wamala's affidavit, which captures more detail of the nomination process. Joshua Wamala's affidavit is in volume 2 of the second respondent's affidavits in reply, and I will quickly refer to paragraphs 23 and 24 and the attachments. Where he states that on 2nd October 2015, maybe let's start with 22, my lords, apologies, that the second respondent prepared a roadmap for the 2016 general elections, which indicated that presidential candidates would be nominated on 5th and 6th October 2015. That on 2nd, sorry, which paragraph? Paragraph 22, my lord. Which talks of a roadmap prepared by the second respondent to guide or to fix dates for nomination for presidential candidates. Paragraph 23. On 2nd October, the Commission, following the amendment of the Presidential Elections Act, extended the nomination date for presidential candidates to 3rd and 4th November to enable both the Commission and the aspiring candidates to fully comply with the provisions of the amended electoral laws. And for that, I beg to take you to Annexure F of that affidavit. My lords, Annexure F is a letter from the chairman of the Electoral Commission. It's actually a press statement about the extension of the date for nomination of candidates for presidential elections. He gives an introduction and then states the amendments to the electoral laws, and in particular goes into nomination fees, campaigning in every district, facilitation of the presidential candidates, and the time of closure of polling being changed from 5 to 4. And he adds in paragraph 3, and these are very important paragraphs, that following the amendment of the electoral laws by the Parliament of Uganda, the Electoral Commission has found it necessary and taken a decision to extend the date for the nomination of candidates for 2016 presidential elections, which was earlier scheduled on Monday 5th, Tuesday 6th, to Tuesday 3rd and Wednesday 4th November 2015. The extension will, among others, enable the Electoral Commission and aspiring candidates to fully comply with the provisions of the amended electoral laws. My lords, that is the reason why the second respondent extended the nomination dates. It did not extend because it wanted to accommodate General Museveni. It extended because it had to wait for Parliament to pass this law. And this law, my lords, as you see, as you note from paragraph B, the most controversial part of that law was facilitation of presidential candidates. There was so much noise in Parliament, maybe I shouldn't go this way, but because of all this, the Electoral Commission had to wait for this law to be passed in order to commence the nomination process. It goes on and on. So, my lords, the reason why we have this extension is nothing to do, is nothing unique, is nothing favorable to the first respondent. I believe, my lords, I've convinced you that the petitioner had no foundations whatsoever to plead that that extension was about favorism. My lords, that very affidavit of Joshua Wamala indicates it has Annex G, the nomination paper, together with the form filled by the proposed candidate, signed by the first respondent. There is a declaration of person seeking to be nominated. There is a memorandum of understanding attached, which I'll be referring to later. So, my lords, and at the end of it, it's very clear that the first respondent was properly nominated. But again, looking at Section 11 of the Presidential Elections Act that I referred to, I don't find anywhere any reason, because my learned friend, Mr. Twinov Singye, tried to claim that the National Resistance Movement had not endorsed, or that there had not been a national conference of the National Resistance Movement. But as far as Section 11 is concerned, no one can read into this section what my learned friend claimed, because it's not one of those grounds that would lead to an invalidation. In any case, it's our humble submission that the nomination was in conformity with the provisions of Sections 8, 9, and 10 that we have already referred to. And we pray that that pleading be dismissed. The third, my lord, I don't know whether this would not be proper time for the court to take a break.
And to enable you to take a breather also. Yes, we'll take a break for half an hour.
You make your point, but not attack. Number two, the energy which you get down. What is which you get down? They want to show where they not comply. You said that they want to show where the petitioner himself did not comply.
Hey. You see, section 15, right is him. Section 15, right is him.
Yes, that one is correct. What he did, now I thought you were going to show where he didn't comply, but he nominated him.
Actually, they are worried. They are ready.
Right, and that is the first session of today's court, where the Electoral Commission was submitting on the allegations that they were non-compliant with the law. There, Enos Tumsime, of course, submitting first, addressing the issue of retiring the old voters register, which was seen to be as part of disfranchising voters by the Electoral Commission. But his argument really saying that he gives a history of how it has been like from 96, 2001, 2006, and he says for all that period there's been always a compiling or an update of sorts from by the Electoral Commission on the register, and that the words compiling and updating are so wide that, you know, perhaps one would take the turn of, you know, retiring or archiving some of those things in the purpose of updating or compiling a new register. And so he says, and besides, there's no evidence to show that any voter was disfranchised from the compilation of that register. Again, the other word that has been coming up from the past 2 days, lack of evidence from Babazi's team. The other issue, of course, he addressed today is the illegality of President Yoweri Museveni's nomination, saying that he was nominated first by the Electoral Commission and not by his party as provided for. And of course saying that this was not, you know, it was not an illegality, because he explains and says there were steps that were taken by the party, and that on 2nd November there had been a letter that was written showing that he had been duly nominated. And in fact, he also says that there's some, if you follow some of the processes that the petitioner followed, he might also be found to be to have been illegally nominated. And so those are some of the things that have come up so far from the Electoral Commission side. And when we return later on at 11:20, that is when the adjournment has been put. When we return at 11:20, we'll continue to hear from the Electoral Commission. Enos Tumsime will still be leading us through that process. And Mark Duzman Kabega will also be submitting for the Electoral Commission, Elson Karhanga and Eric Sabiti. And today is the day the Electoral Commission is in court answering to charges or to claims that they were non-compliant with the law during the electoral period. And so we'll continue to bring you live updates from here at the courtroom as the 9 justices listen to the Electoral Commission's submission. Back to you, Joe, in studio.
Thanks a bunch, Sheila Nduhuchire, coming to us from the Supreme Court that is sitting in Kololo. Day 4 it is, and the first session of this particular day has taken a break. We'll get back to that in a bit. What's happening today? It is respondent number 2 through their lawyers. That's the Electoral Commission, through their lawyers, making their case why they feel whatever it is that the petitioner put before court should be thrown out. Let's wait and see how that goes. Tomorrow, it will be respondent number 3. That's the Attorney General. Let's wait and see how things do play out. We now want to cross over to neighboring Kenya. Something is happening there. NMG, that is Nation Media Group, but the Kenya branch, if you like. Today, the Aga Khan, His Highness the Aga Khan, just launched a new printing press there. That happened a short while ago, but the function is still ongoing. We want to cross over there and see what is going on there. Let's cross over to Kenya now.
Advertising community, because really that is where we want to make a big difference in terms of revenue.
Else in Africa do they have the same press? In South Africa?
In South Africa they have older versions of this machine.
And Nigeria, Ghana?
They don't have.
No, they don't have.
In fact, Nation Media Group was Man Roland's first customer for Kalaman E-Line 4x1.
Really?
So it is the fastest like...
So this is number 1 in Africa?
Yes. Fantastic. So they're quite excited to...
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Now you can send advertisements
Yes.
on the land.
Let's go this way. So we'll now walk to the mail room where you'll see more manipulation of the papers and look at the product more in a better environment. Yes. The building took 10 months, and the construction of the machine took another 10.5 months. Yeah, it was in record time, yes. Yeah. So this way, just watch here. We'll go back in. Thank you. Yeah, sure.
What you're just about to see there is the Highness the Aga Khan receiving his commentary paper. This is a new publication, I must say, and what we're just talking about is an 86,000 copy printer. What I have with me is the publication. What I have with me is the publication that His Highness the Aga Khan has actually received. And what we see, Vincent Odor, is that his picture, of course, with the Machakos County Governor Alfred Mutua, Dr. Alfred Mutua. We have the Cabinet Secretary, our CEO, Head of Production, just hot off the press. And this is what it means when we say increase in a turnaround time right here at the Nation Media Group. I must say, print quality, and you can actually feel it. This is what we've just got from the machines right now.
And in this area, we've got more ability to process the newspapers. So we go this way. So we need to pass here, Your Highness. So,
Nice to meet you, King Montgomery.
Can you come over? Yes. I saw you yesterday.
I'm sorry I couldn't make it yesterday. Came in last night.
Very excited. Very excited.
all right, so please, let's continue. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Highness.
Thank you.
So, Your Highness, you can actually see first on the copies being conveyed from the press up with a single copy conveying system. By being able to hold a single copy, it gives us more ability to manipulate the copy and put on added advertising that doesn't depend on the number of pages that you're carrying. And for the first time in this area, we will be doing value addition in the newspaper as opposed to just dispatching the papers. Yes, yeah. So if we move, we're doing 175, 180, and weekends we are doing almost 190,000 copies. Yes, 190,000 copies. Yes.
So in 2 hours you can produce that?
Yeah, actually 2.5 hours we finished. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So I'd like to invite you in this area, Your Highness. Here we will take the first copies coming off the stacker. Yeah, so we've got automatic stacking and counting in this area. Yeah. Wow. So this is the same product, Your Highness, that you just started, probably now with much better quality because it's maturing in the run. Yes. As the run improves, the product matures. Yeah. And we just explore inside the paper. I've set up some products on this table, which I would like to show you.
Can I grab one?
Yeah? Yes, yeah, sure. Sorry, Joe.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so let me just do that. Yeah, let me just do that. So here,
you can do half pages.
Yes. This is a hit really with the advertisers.
Yes.
And because it's quite targeted and specific, and they can actually occupy a prominent place in the newspaper. Another format that we're doing is this one, which is basically called the Super Panorama. The new format that allows us to do large format advertising. Like, I'll just open inside if you permit me. That's the spread, the panoramic spread of the mailroom that's behind us. We're doing it's bigger. Wow. Looking at the panoramic spread of the press. And for us it's quite exciting because we are offering advertisers 16 pages where they can display their messages, products and brands.
That's super.
Really targeting advertising,
I
yes.
haven't seen that elsewhere, not even in Europe.
Yes, so we're quite excited, and these are just some of the things that the new press is able to do, Your Highness.
And it's a German manufacturer?
Yes, it's a German manufactured press, Manroll and Web Systems. Yeah. Yes, exactly. So 19 years ago it was different. Today it's a lot much better and positioned ourselves better to deal with the challenges that the print environment is having. Yes.
That's super.
Yeah.
And the advertising will go.
Yes. And you can actually do it both sides.
We can print both sides.
Actually do both sides. If you look at the back side, we're seeing the environment where you are. That's the control console where you started the press before we came down here. So it's really large formats, and you can offer quite a lot of variety for anybody wishing to advertise the brands. Yes. So thank you so much, Your Highness. It was my pleasure to conduct you on the tour. And thank you so much for your support.
Very.
Yes.
Thank you for your work.
Yes. That's what it is. Huh?
You wanted him to autograph a copy.
I was asked not to tell him that.
Looking at the opportunity that we've had to witness the commissioning of the new printing press. His Highness the Aga Khan has actually hot off the press commissioned this, and of course the publication having his picture together with his counterparts. We have the chairman, we have the chairman of National Media Group, we have the head of production, the National Media Group. Must say he's the governor, Dr. Alfred Mutua, also looking at the cabinet secretary and our very own CEO, Joe Muganda.
Ama kweli na nakala yenyewe hata ukihisi hivi unasikia bado ni moto ama vipi? Yani imetoka kwenye mtambo kabisa. La choma ndio manake. Lakini ni nakala ambayo kwa ubora wake ukiangalia picha, ubora wa picha ni wa hali ya juu, na pia nakala yenyewe maandishi ukiangalia pia maandishi yamemakinika na maandishi yako sadakta kabisa. Yani inaonyesha jinsi kituo hiki kipya cha uchapishaji kitaweza kufanya ile, yani tunasema kwamba mazao ya mwisho kuwa yenye viwango vya juu kabisa Laban.
Indeed. And of course this is an opportunity to write fair to our audience. If you might not manage to get your copy of the Daily Nation, the East African Business Daily, or Taifa Leo, please go ahead and get it actually from our vendors out there. I must say we also want to give a good shout out to them because they have managed to make sure that our circulation is really wide up. What we can see behind, of course, Vincent, is His Highness the Aga Khan, of course, together with other guests posing for a picture. I must say it is a tour that has taken a few minutes, but we've managed to also see what as a group we've invested in. And it's also interesting to speak to the head of production and him saying that it will take us a very short time to actually realize a return on investment.
Yeah, manake unajua ukisikia wakisema kwamba kutokana na ule uharibifu wa rasilimali, kwa sababu mashini hizi mpya itaweza kuepusha uharibifu wa rasilimali, na kwa kila mwaka wajua labda nini wataweza kuokoa zaidi ya shilingi milioni 35 kwa kila mwaka. Alafu ni kitu nzuri, yani ni kitu nzuri ambapo kibiashara itaweza kuhakikisha kwamba kampuni itaendelea kupata mapato ambayo yanafaa, yani kwa kibiashara, ndio manake.
And it's also very interesting to note that there is a great support from the county government of Machakos, who also rightfully put the media houses also in question and tell them, hey, look here, we need to also make sure that the leaders are put into accountable. This is an assurance coming in also from the National Media Group at large and all our editors, ensuring that we keep to pace on ethical matters, to ethical journalism, and ensuring that what we produce out there is actually keeping our leaders in check.
Wajua hizi mashini sasa zitakuwa na uwezo wa kuweza kuchapisha nakala 1200 za gazeti la Daily Nation, na kuweza pia kuchapisha nakala kati ya 1020 na 1025 za gazeti la Taifa Leo, na kuweza pia kuchapisha nakala kati ya nakala.
All right, there you are. Pictures coming in live from NTV Kenya. His Highness the Aga Khan a short while ago commissioned this new printing press in Kenya, the first of its kind, we are told. South Africa has one, an old version of this, so clearly NMG is growing bigger and better. Incredible stuff that is happening.
Your copy of the Daily Nation, please do so, of course, from your favorite vendor across board. Get that copy, of course, a souvenir copy, but none other than His Highness the Aga Khan, who's managed to launch the product right here today in our new establishment, right here off Mombasa Road at the National Media Group Printing Press. It has been an exciting time. Earlier on today, I have been your reporter on the ground, Laban Clifonsero, together with my colleague right here from QTV.
Ambaye kutoka stesheni ya Kiswahili ya kipekee barani Afrika, wajua Vincent Oduor, na tumekuwa hapa moja kwa moja kutoka kwenye barabara ya Mombasa, kaunti ya Machakos.
Nashukuru for all those who made this possible.
There you are. Asante sana warafiki wetu kutoka NTV Kenya. Trying out a bit of Swahili. Yeah, I hope I didn't do too bad. All right, we are back to Uganda. What's happening here in Uganda is the 2016 presidential election petition. The Supreme Court took a quick break earlier on. They should return in a bit, so we'll take a break here too. And when we get back, we'll be headed back to the Supreme Court.
Muje turunga
Come support the Uganda Cranes as they take on Burkina Faso on Tuesday 29th March at 7 p.m. in Nambole Stadium. Muja Turumbe with Airtel, the official sponsor of the Uganda Cranes team.
Mumanyi bye boogera ku bakyala. Baani abakaabakaaba? Bakyala. Baani abakola emirimu? Bakyala. Ha! Baani abatamira zi shopping? Bakyala. Baani abasiiba mu zi selfies?
Bakyala.
Baani abasinga katemba? Bakyala. Naye twagala tubalage kiki ddala kye tuli. Mulabe nti tetuli bubeezi. Bakyala. Katubanjulire Spark TV abakyala esookedde ddala mu Uganda gye tubakoledde okutumbula ebirungi mu mmwe. Spark TV ke kaseerako.
This week on T Nation.
Goes looking like a Saturday representing Universal Zulu Nation, Uganda chapter, Galaxy Dance Project Uganda, and Real Hip Hop.
Catch a brand new episode of T Nation every Saturday at 11 a.m. only on NTV.
Wanna make some cash? Just dial *185#.
Nze Mukasa Samuel, nkola mu KCCA. Nkozesa Airtel Money okugula airtime bundles ne airtime wange bwenkubisa olunaku. Era kiki kyaviiriddeko okumpita okujja mu draw okuyola ssente. Jodde emitwalo 68 nebaza Airtel olw'obuwagizi bwetuddiza eri ffe bakasitoma.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Agriculture is Uganda's biggest export. We've figured a way to help you understand the pros and cons of the agriculture trade here on Seeds of Gold. We premiere by taking a look at a youthful farmer.
The idea to go commercial poultry farming came along because we have a cousin who has a farm, and she initiated us. If you're a youth and you're out there and you want to do farming, just jump into it.
A small town nestled in the mountains of northern Miyazaki. This is Takachiho, home to some of Japan's most ancient myths and legends. The natural landscape here has always been especially revered as sacred. Even today, the town has more than 100 shrines. Much of the scenery has old myths associated with it. This riverbed was said to be a meeting place for the gods. From beneath this 1,300-year-old Zelkova tree, a sacred spring bubbles to the surface, a gift from the gods. Takachiho's mysterious charms attract 1.2 million visitors every year. Some of the most mysterious of these charms are to be seen in the Gokasegawa Gorge, a deep narrow valley cutting through dense primeval forest. The ravine sheer cliffs were formed by volcanic eruptions tens of thousands of years ago. A footpath runs for 800 meters along the river, leading you through the ever-changing scenery. Water rushing over the 17-metre Mamai no Taki Falls flows from the sacred spring we saw earlier under the ancient Zelkova tree. You can row right up to the falls, into the spray filling the narrow chasm between towering rock faces. Close by the gorge stands the Takachiho Shrine. Founded about 1,800 years ago, it is the head shrine of the town. Two gigantic cedar trees, so close their roots have fused together. Legend says that if two people walk hand in hand around these trees, the bond between them will last a lifetime. As darkness falls, the sound of flutes and drums echoes round the shrine. This is Kagura, an ancient tradition of music and dance that's been performed in Takachiho for over 800 years. The performers represent gods in dances that retell the ancient legends. Of the 33 Kagura dances preserved at Takachiho, the most important is the tale of the Sun Goddess. The Sun Goddess hid in a cave, casting the earth into darkness. The other gods and goddesses sang and danced outside to arouse her curiosity and lure the light of the sun back into the world. Takachiho is a land where the old myths live on. In this inspiring scenery, where every rock and stream is steeped in legend, you feel the lingering presence of the ancient mysteries. Zori and Geta, traditional Japanese footwear still widely worn today. Construction is simple, a base to support the foot and a strap for the toes to grip. Zori have a very long history, but straw zori from the 9th century look very similar to those made today. One difference is that leather, plastic, and many other materials are now used as well as the traditional straw. From formal zori worn with kimono to casual ones you can slip on any time, zori come in many styles. The bumpy upper surface of these zori is designed to stimulate circulation in the soles of your feet. Rubber beach sandals or flip-flops are a common sight worldwide. Amazingly enough, they were invented in Japan, inspired by zori. Light and convenient, beach sandals are now made in a huge number of varieties. Geta consists of a flat piece of wood with two ribs underneath known as teeth to raise the wearer off the ground. Geta have their roots in agricultural accessories worn when planting rice. People began using geta as footwear in the 5th century. At first only worn on special occasions like festivals, by the 17th century they had become everyday footwear. There are many styles with different shapes for the top and for the teeth. For rainy days, these geta have toe covers. These have a top layer of bamboo to keep the feet cool in summer. Geta are the natural choice when wearing traditional Japanese clothes. But they look good with jeans and casual wear too. People love Geta for the simplicity and the feeling of being barefoot. You'll often see the chefs in Japanese restaurants wearing Geta. Kitchen floors can be cold and damp from frequent washing, and Geta keep the feet dry and raised off the floor. Artisan-made Geta are prized for their beauty as well as their practicality. These gorgeous examples are decorated with gold and silver on a lacquer base. Because you must firmly grip the thong with your toes as you walk, Zori and Geta exercise the muscles of your feet and promote good posture. Unlike shoes, your feet are open to the fresh air, and your toes aren't cramped and squeezed together. This prevents corns and many kinds of foot problems. Zori and Geta have been worn in Japan for a very long time. It's an old tradition that's very much alive, with new designs appearing constantly.
The 2016 presidential election petition. The courtroom is back in session. Let's cross back to the Supreme Court now.
So we did before the petitioner submitted. Upon submission, we then realized that the focus on the main grounds had shifted to some other grounds, and I apologize, we also had to shift our submissions accordingly, but we did file skeletal judgments. Under paragraph 13 of the petition, the petitioner alleges that contrary to section 28A, B, C, the respondent delivered to many polling stations the voting materials late at many polling stations. Voting did not commence until 2 p.m. and in some places 4 p.m.
What's the section cited?
Paragraph 13 of the
what's the section?
Petition. Section 28A, B, and C. My lords, on this very point, I wish to draw the attention of this court to I think, mismatch or an anomaly. If you look at section 28 of the Presidential Elections Act, it states distribution of materials. It says within 48 hours before polling day, every returning officer shall furnish each presiding officer in the district with a sufficient number of ballot papers to cover the number of voters likely to vote. Maybe I'll stop there. But it talks of 48 hours before polling. And note, this is from the returning officer at the district to the polling officers at the polling stations. My lords, section 6.2 of the same act, section 6, subsection 2, reads that the commission shall also transmit each returning officer as soon as practicable after nomination days, a sufficient number of ballot papers for each constituency within the electoral district of the returning officer, in any case, not later than 24 hours before polling day. Now, if the returning officer receives from the commission, maybe headquarters, polling material in 24 hours, then it will be very difficult for the returning officer to move or provide to the polling stations this material within that period of time. So I think there's a problem here with the law. Maybe the court may wish to advise the legislature on these two provisions which are not in harmony. The Attorney General has heard my lords, and I believe he can also. Yeah. Now, my lords, the relevant sections, as I said, under section 28A, there is 28, then there is 28A, which has 1, 2, 3 subsections. But looking at 28, it states that every returning officer shall furnish a presiding officer. Which 28? Section 28 of the Presidential Elections Act. 28. The first one, sorry, my lord. There is 28 and then 28A. A sufficient number of ballot papers to cover the number of voters elected to vote at the polling station for which the presiding officer is responsible. A statement showing the number of ballot papers supplied under paragraph A with serial numbers indicated in the statement. I will come back to the issue of the serial numbers for the ballot papers and the other necessary materials for the voters to mark the ballot papers and complete the voting process. If I may take you to paragraph 20 of the second respondent's answer to the petition. The second respondent avers that it carried out its duty of distributing ballot boxes and ballot papers and maintains that only authorized persons handled ballot boxes, declaration forms, and tally sheets. 21, that it superintended over 28,010 polling stations all over the country, and refers to paragraph 20 of the petition as being vague, lacking specificity, as embarrassing and prejudicing the second respondent's answer. Further, under paragraphs 17 to 24 and 25 of Dr. Badri Chigundu's affidavit in support of the answer, the second respondent states that it delivered voting materials in time, save for some polling stations in 2 out of 112 districts. That is to wit, Kampala and Wakiso, which had long and regrettable delays. And indeed, my lords, the chairman of the second respondent openly and candidly apologized to court for this delay. And it adds that it was only at these polling stations that voting was extended in accordance with the law. Number 18, he gives reasons for the delay. The reason for the delay was due to a miscalculation by the second respondent of the time required to implement improvements to the design of the declaration forms. Number 19, that previously this is the declaration of result forms were generic and had to be filled out by a polling official by hand. The new design has enhanced specific security features, including serial numbers, codes, means barcodes, with particulars for each polling station per district and the names of candidates reprinted on the forms, leaving the presiding officer to fill in only the result per candidate. The chairman has attached the samples of the DR forms. Again, later on we'll be revisiting this to show the old design, the distinction between the difference between the old design and the new design, and adds that these improvements were to guarantee the integrity of the electoral process, and in particular were customized to the polling station to avoid misuse and forgery of declaration forms, as well as reducing the time it takes the polling officials to fill the forms, reduce the possibility of errors being made by the presiding officers, which would make the tallying process easier. Further, 21, that in packing polling materials for polling stations, the DR forms, ballot papers, voters' rolls, seals, and among other materials for the said stations had to be packed together and delivered. The second respondent began by packing and delivering the materials for polling stations in the far-off areas of the country and miscalculated the time it would take to pack, dispatch, and deliver the DR forms together with the other materials. That the exercise was commenced with the farthest districts from Kampala, and because of the miscalculation stated above, there was a delay in delivering polling materials to some polling stations of the closest districts, that is Kampala and Wakiso, and that none of the delays were deliberate. He goes on to add, in paragraph 24, that that notwithstanding, the second respondent put in place mitigation measures to ensure that no voter was disenfranchised. Particularly, voting in affected polling stations was extended to 7 p.m., and voters in line at 7 p.m. were allowed to cast their votes until all voters who were in line had completed casting their votes. In paragraph B, it says, in 36 polling stations, out of 2,697, if I were to do a quick calculation, this is about 1.5% of the polling stations in Kampala and Wakiso districts. Voting was postponed Friday, February 19th, 2016, and all affected voters cast their votes in accordance with the law. Then he goes on to point out that in paragraph 25 that the mitigation measures above were successful as far as the voter turnout is concerned, and gives the statistics that for Wakiso it was 53.84, compares this to the previous election where it was 47.53, and Kampala 51.48, where previously it was almost 10% lower, 42.51, when such delays did not occur. And he has attached the tally sheets of 2011 to compare with the tally sheets of 2016, where this evidence has been stated. My Lords, this averment is supported by the affidavit of Mr. Mulekwa, which is in the second respondent's volume 1 affidavits in reply. It's the last affidavit there, and goes into very close detail of how this happened. And let me take you to paragraph 8. This is the second, volume 1 of the second respondent's affidavits in reply. Volume 1. The first deponent is Pontius Namgera, sorry. The last one is Mulekwa Leonard. That's the one that I'm referring to. He details the process. One is packing all generic materials, that is the materials that you can find at every polling station. 2, packing of polling station specific materials, which include ballot paper, seals, declaration forms, voters' rolls, and tamper-evident envelopes. Then goes on to the polling kit, distribution of polling kits to sub-county stores, and distribution of the said polling kits to the polling stations. My Lords, one specific point that I want to draw to your attention, because under Section 28, it's pointed out there that each of those ballot papers has a serial number. Yes.
Could you address quote on paragraph 10? Are you going to read back, please?
Sorry?
Paragraph 8, if you have read to us, and paragraph 10.
Of this affidavit.
Paragraph 8, 9, and 10.
No, my Lords, I've just started.
Oh.
I'm still going on. Under Section 28, the first 28B, there is a statement showing the number of ballot papers supplied under paragraphs A with the serial numbers indicated in the statement. My Lords, every ballot paper has got a serial number, and that serial number corresponds with a particular polling station. So for Electoral Commission to have packed materials for 28,010 polling stations, they had to ensure that the serial numbers on those ballot papers, as required under 28B, are in harmony with the declaration form numbers, serial numbers on the declaration forms. Let me pause here and invite court to recognize that this is a phenomenal and gigantic task. We are all aware when ballot papers were delivered to this country. And we are aware that from then on to the election period of 18th time, there was very little time. But this exercise of tallying the two, in addition to printing these papers, was not a very simple exercise. And I really beg court to understand the logistics, the problem of logistics, the gigantic amount of logistics involved here. Now, under paragraph 9, Mr. Mulekwa states that the EC planned to dispatch and deliver polling kits to district stores commencing with the farthest districts. He's repeating what the chairman of the second respondent stated, to be in time for the 18th Feb election. Now, then he says they started dispatching on 15th Feb, bearing in mind the 48 or 24-hour rule that we have looked at in Section 28 and Section 6. Now, he has indicated the districts served on the 15th, the districts served on the 16th, and the districts served on the 17th, which I believe was the last day. Now, you notice in the last but one line of 17th, there is Kampala Central and Jinja. So it's not true, like the chairman pointed out, that out of the 2,697, it's only 36, what I took as 1.5%, that actually was not able to be delivered on that day or went out late. when they are packing the polling materials, what is described in section 28 as kits, it's not only the ballot paper and the declaration form. There are many other forms. There are other materials from pens to torches to ink to everything. They have to make sure that all that is packed in that kit, what they call a polling kit, to be able to be dispatched to the districts. And that is why there was a delay.
But if it is true that the first districts to get materials were the farthest, is that correct?
That's true.
So on the 15th of Feb, where you have Kabong, you also have Mukono. Now Mukono cannot be as far away as Kabong from Kampala.
My lords, there are certain exceptions that have to do with the logistics. But definitely I agree with the court that Mukono is much nearer.
And then on the 17th,
yes,
you have Arua and Noya, but you also have Kampala Central and Jinja in the same group.
My lord, I don't want to guess and to guess from the bar. But I wish to point out that as far as these areas that are indicated here concerned, there were no complaints. These complaints relate to Kampala. And in paragraph 12, Mr. Mlekwa gives the reason why there was a miscalculation.
Paragraph what?
Paragraph 12 of Mr. Mlekwa's. And in paragraph 13, he talks about the old forms which were generic. And in paragraph 14, he goes into detail as to why it was necessary for the commission to change this form to a different form. In 14, he points out why the old ones were creating problems for the commission and for the entire electorate or electoral process. They were easy to tamper with because they were not polling station custom made, and they did not have adequate security features. 2, all the details such as candidate names, district constituencies, sub-county, parish and polling station names and polls, and the results maintained by each candidate had to be manually filled. And of course this was another problem that would cause delays at voting and counting. 15, the new design has enhanced security features, including machine reading barcode. There's a barcode on every DRA form as Annexure 14 of Dr. Chigunduza that shows serial numbers, district constituencies, sub-county, parish, and polling station codes, with particulars for each polling station per district and the names of candidates. My lords, previously it would be easy to go and photocopy or print your own. But with this design or with this security feature, it would not be possible even to move from one polling station and use that form at another polling station. Now, he indicates that the commission was required to print 11 copies of the 28,000, roughly calculated, that's about 300,000 copies. And these forms had to be tailored or custom made to 28,010 variations. You have to have those variations. And you can imagine how big this job was. It's a logistics nightmare. Under paragraph 17, at the same time, because, my lords, you know, the presidential election was taking place at the same time with the parliamentary election and district women members of parliament. Now, so you would remember the parliamentary elections have got more variations. If you look at the number of constituencies in this country and you take those variations, it was not even like presidential, but all these had to be packed and evacuated or taken to the districts at the same time. So while we are quick to criticize the second respondent, court should take judicial notice of the amount or the volume of work that these people had to go through in order to deliver an election with integrity.
In 110, 12, there are no problems. There are problems in 2. So why would you be able to do it in 110 and you don't do it in the 2? That's why the problem. And when you look at the affidavit of Mulekwa, even the explanation we have been given is not correct. That they started with the farthest and intended to end up with the one with Kampala, which is not apparently correct. Because as pointed up to by the court, on the 15th, I think they served Mukona and Shema. I happen to know where Shema is. And
my lords, this is why it is necessary.
This gigantic job you are talking about, you are saying, I think the second respondent performed very, very well. But in the 2, they didn't do so well. And the 2, no, I don't think we should compare some of the districts with, say, Wakiso and Kampala in terms of number of voters. So you will find some districts when they do with less than 1 million in most districts. But this one is, accounts for about 2 million voters.
My lords, as Mr. Mulekwa has pointed out, indeed the Commission has apologized. But most important, they are pointing out to all the voters that they did everything possible and ensured that not a single citizen was disenfranchised. Even that the 36 polling stations, which I calculated as being 1.5, they were given an opportunity to vote. My lords, Section 50 of the Electoral Commission Act, I believe, was enacted with some of these difficulties in mind. And Section 50 gives special powers to the second respondent. And it reads, where during the course of an election, it appears to the Commission that by reason of any mistake, miscalculation, as stated herein, emergency or unusual or unforeseen circumstances of any provisions of this Act or any law relating to the election other than the Constitution does not accord with the exigencies of the situation, the Commission may, by particular or general instructions, extend the time for doing any act which includes voting, increase the number of election officers, increase the number of polling stations, or otherwise adapt any of those provisions as may be required for purposes of this Act, or that law to such extent as the Commission considers necessary to meet the exigencies of the situation. My lords,
you see, Mr. Tumsime, the issue is not about that law. You know, the law is there, and if there were mistakes, miscalculations, time could be extended, and it was extended. What we're interrogating and you have been submitting on was on the reasons for that delay. That's what Mr. Mulekwa is trying to explain about having to print these extra DR form with features that were not there before. Now, why did it take that much more unusual time to print the forms for Kampala and Wakiso than for any other district? And you may as well tell us, when was the printing completed? At the time when the chairman of the Electoral Commission started waving off materials going to the districts, are we to assume that the printing of the materials for Kampala was still ongoing?
My lord, the following the raising of this point by your lordships, I contacted the chairman of the commission, who confirmed that indeed the printing was completed before the polling date. I think a day or two before the polling date. But because of the burden here, the commission felt that those nearby areas, by the way, not all of these polling centers in Kampala, because definitely, as we all know, some polling centers in Kampala were some of the first to make returns to the National Tally Center. So it was the amount, the volume of work involved that really led to this delay. The petitioner has alleged that it was done because these were not the stronghold of the first respondent, General Museveni. But it was not even the stronghold of the petitioner. No evidence has been laid to show that it was actually a stronghold of any of the two. In fact, as my learned friend Joseph Matko proved yesterday, going by the results of the last election, the commission had no reasons whatsoever to think that way or to believe that way, and there was no motivation, and no evidence has been laid before this court. And this evidence that both Engineer Chibund has brought to court and Mr. Mlekwa has not been contradicted in any way by any affidavit to prove that there were any ulterior motives why Kampala was delayed, or why some parts of Kampala delayed and other parts. My lords, the other problem we need to, which is common knowledge, is that the population density in Kampala is far, far higher than other areas. So no matter how many polling stations the second respondent puts up, there will always be long queues that spill over into the night. Now, but as we pointed out, the most important point is that none of the Ugandans in Kampala was disenfranchised, and no affidavit has been produced to show that any single person was disenfranchised as a result of the late delivery of these materials. Like I pointed out, my lords, to sum up this point, no affidavit evidence has been produced before this court to show that the petitioner, in particular, of all the 8 candidates, was prejudiced by this late delivery of these materials in Kampala and Wakiso, and therefore he has no grounds whatsoever to complain. My lord, there are a number of allegations about directing voters where to vote, multiple voting, allowing people to vote before time, allowing people to vote without cards. That is in paragraphs 15, 17, and 22 of the petition. Or people with cards being denied a chance to vote, failure to identify voters, or chasing away voters. My lords, these have been made as general statements. There is no supporting not even one supporting affidavit to support these positions. Regarding the allowing people to vote before time or after time, Lords, I want to refer to section 31, subsection 8 of the Presidential Elections Act, which requires that
Section 31.
Maybe the whole of 31, Lords, it goes into detail of polling and polling procedure. Lords, let me briefly state that the introduction of the biometric card eliminated all the issues that the petitioner purports to raise under these headings. A number of photographs have been, a number of affidavits have been filed, and in this regard, I'm trying to be brief, my lords. Dr. Chigundu's affidavit in support of the answer, paragraphs 34, 35, 36. Pontius Namgera, paragraph 12. The affidavit of Ariesia Gracious, which is in volume 1 of the second respondent's bundle of affidavits in respect of chasing away voters. Namaganda Lydia, again in volume 1, affidavit 6, paragraph 7. All these clearly illustrate the point. There is one particular paragraph, my lords, that I beg court to pay particular attention to, which is the affidavit of Matsuko Douglas. It's number 10 in our volume 3. Matsuko Douglas, it's affidavit number 10 of volume 3 of the second respondent's bundle of documents. That paragraph has been able to challenge a lot of several affidavits which were raised by which were filed by the petitioner. Paragraph, the whole of it, sorry. It covers a number of areas from ghost polling stations to showing people, directing voters whom to vote for, multiple voting, people voting without cards. So because of time, it has very many attachments to prove this point and to rebut the allegations contained in very many affidavits.
Which point does it prove? A little bit. What point does it prove this point?
From ghost polling stations to multiple voting, to directing voters whom to vote for, to voting before and after time, voting without cards, or denying card holders the right to vote, as well as failure to identify voters. My Lord, because of constraints of time, I conclude by pointing out that...
Oh, Council, before you conclude, you mentioned the list of affidavits, including Namaganda, there were about 5 affidavits. And you said all these illustrate and you didn't complete your sentence.
They actually rebut the affidavits raised by the petitioner.
With respect to the same issue?
With respect to those issues that we've talked about.
On the issue of these BVVT machines, did they work at every polling station?
My Lord, I'm coming to that. Before I leave this point, my Lords, Section 15 of the Electoral Commissions Act obliges any person who has any complaint it actually empowers the Commission to resolve complaints during the entire electoral process, from the time of canvassing for votes to the actual campaign time. And it's only the Electoral Commission that has got this power to resolve these complaints. 15.1, any complaint submitted in writing alleging any irregularity with any aspect of the electoral process at any stage, if not satisfactorily resolved at a lower level of authority, shall be examined and decided by the Commission. And where the irregularity is confirmed, the Commission shall take necessary action to correct the irregularity and any effects it may have caused. 2, an appeal shall lie to the High Court against the decision of the Commission confirming or rejecting the existence of any irregularity. And 3, the appeal shall be by way of petition supported by affidavits of evidence which shall clearly specify the declaration that the High Court is being requested. My Lords, the second respondent did not receive any complaint from the petitioner. My Lords, I have this morning supplied to this court a copy of a ruling by the High Court of Uganda in respect of one of the petitioner's sympathizers. It is miscellaneous cause number 148 of 2015. Miscellaneous cause number 148 of 2015. My Lords, I apologize for the late delivery of this because, as you notice on the first page, it was only certified this morning before we came to court. For the last 2 weeks, we've been trying to have access to this file. and it's only this morning that we got it. My Lord, I believe my learned friend is counsel for the petitioner, and the petitioner himself will not be prejudiced by me pointing out to this authority. It is the case of Charles Nsobuga, an advocate of this court, versus Engineer Badri Chibundu, the chairman of the second respondent, Jotham Taremo, who is the PR of the second respondent, Sam Rokojo, who is the secretary of the commission, and Paul Bukenya. My Lord, I stated that the petitioner and his counsel will not be prejudiced because, as you see from the first page, the representation was Akampura and Partners, Mwema and Company, Tuinov Sinje Severino and Company. They are the ones who filed this petition, rather this application, and lost it because their client did not complain or did not take his complaint to the Electoral Commission. My Lord, I know this is an authority of a lower court, but it touches, rather it revolves around that section 15, which I humbly submit was not followed. And I believe since it was not followed, probably this matter should not be brought to this honorable court.
But how do you apply that section 15 to complaints related to what happens in the bill of storage? And somebody agrees it has an option of petitioning that raises those. Because how would it work? Because if you made a complaint to the chairman of the Electoral Commission, the other part against whom you are complaining would have to be summoned to answer. It would be a process. So how would it apply at a point where somebody has maybe already voted, the votes have already been counted, they have already been sent to the Electoral Commission? So how would you apply section 15 in relation to an election? And the person, a candidate, has the option of, instead of going to the Electoral Commission, or he goes straight for petitions instead of going to complain.
Much obliged, my Lord, but as you note from the petition, there are there is a host of complaints.
Yes.
There is a host of matters.
Those could have been handled at the Electoral
Commission
level. But now there are those which have to be handled at this level.
Much obliged, my Lord. So if those that were supposed to go to the Commission, particularly during the canvassing period, can be removed from the list of complaints brought to you, my Lords, in conformity to section 15, so be it, and we so pray.
But the law of the petition says inquire.
Much obliged, my Lord.
Would you exclude those from the inquiry, or you include them and the court is inquiring in what happened in an election? And you say an election actually is not an event, it is a process. So would the fact that the petitioner did not complain to the Electoral Commission as per this section preclude him from raising the same matters for inquiry by the court?
Much obliged, my Lord. To conclude this point, I submit that the Electoral Commission, my Lords, we are taken by great surprise.
For the record, I'm Twin Sinje Severino, my Lords, for the petition.
My Lords, we are taken by great surprise by the manner in which first second respondent
is handling this matter. My Lords, he did not, first of all, he did ambush us with this matter, but the reason why this matter went to the High Court was because we had filed a litany of complaints, and the very persons accused, Engineer Badro Chigundu, Josam Talema, Samro Koja, and Kenya Paul, were very intransigent, and they did not want to listen to us, so we had to find recourse to the court. Nonetheless, my lords, this matter is on appeal. We are just surprised that Counsel Enos Tumsime could bring this matter, which is going on appeal.
Well, Mr. Tinosinje,
my lord,
what has been brought to us is by way of what Council thinks is an authority. We will look at it, we will distinguish it, we will reject it as we see fit, but we will take into account what you have just said.
My lords, we submit that the voting process was compliant with the Constitution of this country, with the Electoral Commission Act and the Presidential Elections Act, and achieved the fundamental purpose that I referred to in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, in the Constitution, and the Presidential Elections Act, of enabling every voter who intended to vote, actually to vote on the 18th of February 2016. Lords, the next ground I intend to address you on is on the issue, my lord, that you've just mentioned, the issue of biometrics. Paragraphs 32, 33, 34, and 35 of the petition allege that he was prejudiced by the use of the BVVK and BVVS, or the biometric identification system. In paragraph 35, the petitioner claims that, or contends that, at the rate of 2 minutes per voter, it would only, a polling station would only cater for 270 voters, which would give a national figure of 7.5 million people. My lords, the biometrics sorry, before I leave the petitioner's case, paragraph 13 of his additional affidavit purports to support the allegations or the contentions of paragraphs 32 through 35 of the petition. However, my lord, if I may quickly refer to paragraphs 40 to 44 of the petitioner's answer. Rather, second respondent's answer. Beg your pardon, my lord. Paragraphs 40 to 44. Where he points out that the biometric voter verification system, abbreviated as BVVS, is not centralized. It's localized and standalone at the polling station, Each kit is loaded with a voter's register for the entire district, and it's configured to handle one round of polling at a time and is reset for each successive round. 41, that the system was configured to eliminate the risk of multiple voting. Each polling station was supplied with a hard copy of the voter's roll as the basic document for identification of voters. And further, that to improve on the transparency and integrity of the process for identification of voters, the BVVK was able to provide audio beep for confirmation of the voter, display of voter's photograph, and data to the polling station to prevent attempts of multiple voting, to prevent attempts of impersonation, and confirmation of the actual polling station. If the voter did not belong to that particular station, and where is or she is a registered voter, the BVVK would redirect the voter to his or her polling station. The BVVK was designed to have 2 SIM cards, whose purpose was to ensure sufficient network coverage for the purpose of establishing that the BVVK was switched on and in use. The SIM cards were not enabled to transmit data as alleged by the petitioner, since there isn't uniform data coverage countrywide in all the 28,010 polling stations, and they would not be able to transmit encrypted data to avoid hacking. 44, that there is no database set up for receipt of names of verified voters from the BVVK. The BVVK did not transmit names of verified voters to a central database, contrary to what is pleaded by the petitioner. And the BVVK operations were purely offline, localized, and standalone at the polling station. My Lords, the affidavits, that affidavit, rather that answer is supported by the affidavit of Engineer Dr. Badru Chigundu, paragraphs 33 to 39. Give more details of how this system worked. In particular, paragraph 36A, that it was to improve the transparency and integrity of the process of identification of voters. B, to prevent attempts of multiple voting. C, prevent attempts of impersonation. And D, to confirm the actual polling station of the voter. And where the voter didn't belong to that polling station, it would direct the voter to the real station. My Lords, there is an affidavit of one Kabasinguzi. It's in the second respondent's affidavit in reply. It's the third affidavit. And I quickly, it's volume 3. I quickly want to refer to a classic illustration of what this system It's number 3 in that bundle. Jocelyn Kabasinguzi served as a presiding officer at Kiviti Station in Kabarore District. And in paragraph 3D, she states that she's rebutting an affidavit of Roy Peterson Mugasa, and states that around 6 people appeared at the station with their national ID But when we verified with the National Voters Register, their names were not in the register. When we entered their, I think it's national identification numbers in the biometric machine, the machine showed that they were not registered voters in Kabarore district. When we asked them for their voters' slips, they did not have any. When we inquired from the sub-county supervisor by the name of Namara Gillian about holders of the national identification cards, they were not appearing in the National Voters Register. The sub-county supervisor informed me that some people registered for national identity cards at the age of 16 and were not eligible to vote. That is why the 6 people who appeared at the station did not qualify to vote at the station where I was the presiding officer. My lords, this is just but one illustration of the success of this system. My lords, let me...
Maybe now you can answer my question, whether this system worked at every polling station.
My lord, there are 2 answers to this. The first answer is to be found in the affidavit of Bishop Dr. Mwesugwa of Nkole Diocese. Which is volume 3. I just blow Kabasinguzi's affidavit on its number 6. I'll be coming back to this affidavit later, but the importance of his evidence here is that when the when the polling station opened in Urharo, he was there and the machines failed to work. So he drove to the district returning officer, and later on the problem was sorted out. The machine was, I think it was fixed, it was brought back, and it worked. That's one case. There are cases where it failed to work. 2, there are cases where it failed to read the thumbprint. And where it did, Engineer Badru Chigundu states in his affidavit that people, as long as your name was on the voters register and you are registered to vote at that polling station and you had your national ID, they would look through the register, find your name, match it with a card, and then you would be allowed to vote. Mr. Porteous Namgera, whom I believe was part of the EC team that designed this system, or worked with the people who were, who shopped for the system, has Lord, his evidence is in volume 1 of the second respondent's Mr. Namgera is a holder of Bachelor of Science in Mathematics from Makerere University. He possesses a master's degree in Computer Information Systems from Boston University. And, my Lord, and a certified Oracle professional by Oracle University, USA. I'm pointing out this because I'm soon touching an affidavit of somebody called Mutogo from Ruwero, Nakaseko. He says he has over 15 years experience in designing and implementing election technologies, which include voter registration system, election results transmissions, and management of data. That he worked as manager mass enrollment 2013-2014 with the National Security Information System Project, which is the project of the National ID. And further goes on paragraph 6, that as part of the continuous improvement process, the second respondent took the following measures, among others, in preparation for 2016. compiling the National Voters Register, B, introducing the biometric voter verification system, C, introducing of improved election result transmission dissemination system, we'll come to that, that the technologies listed above deployed in the recently concluded elections were designed to enhance the efficiency and transparency of the electoral process, as Kabasinguzi's affidavit proves. That in an effort to improve the credibility and accuracy of the National Voters Register, the Commission compiled and updated the register to full fingerprint biometrics, that's 10, and photographs in preparation for this. 9, this will eliminate the risk of multiple voting, impersonation, voting by ineligible persons, by failure by some voters to locate their polling stations, as the case that we have just referred to. Now, then he goes on to describe the qualities of the BVVS and how the BVVK devices that were taken to the polling station worked, and what they were able to do and what they were not able to do, and that the SIM cards were not enabled to transmit data as alleged, since there isn't uniform data coverage in the country in all the 28,010 polling stations. And further, that it was not used to or intended to transmit the names of the verified voters to any database under the control or management or administration of the second respondent. And most important, my lords, to answer the question that was raised, that the BVVK did not and was not intended to replace the voter's role, but it was simply a support mechanism to enhance the integrity of the electoral process and provided the avenue for biometric identification. So, my lord, then he goes on to show that the process would take 30 seconds, and further, that it was not only one activity of pushing your finger into the machine that took place at the polling point. He identifies, I think, four activities or 5 activities that would take place simultaneously. So, my lords, the petitioner has filed an affidavit of somebody called Mutogo. Because of time, my lord, Duncan Mutogo, because of time, I will not be able to go into details, but that Duncan Mutogo, with due respect, calls himself an IT technician. He does not attach any certificate or any qualification. He doesn't state any other qualification other than saying that he's an IT technician. He says he was trained. He doesn't indicate who trained him. So, and he's not the caliber or material that would challenge the evidence of somebody like Pontius Namugera with his qualifications. Further, my lords, it's common knowledge. We all went out and voted, and where the machines failed, the voters' register for that polling station was resorted to ensure that the voters were not disenfranchised. My lords, there was also an allegation about social media blockade. My lords, this is as far as the second respondent is concerned, and I would even extend it to the first respondent without purporting to act for the first respondent and the third respondent, that this social media blockade was not selective. It did not select in the whole population of voters. It did not pick out the petitioners' supporters or those who intended to vote for him. 2, it did not stop anyone from going to vote. It did not disenfranchise any voter. Besides, whatever reasons have been given for its blockage or blockade, at least as far as the voters and the Electoral Commission are concerned, they had the medium of polling agents obtaining copies of the DR forms from the stations and sending them to the petitioner or the petitioner's agents. They had the opportunity to scan and email those images because the internet was working. They had an opportunity to send text messages. We all voted on that day. We all lived in this country on that day, and we were able to communicate. And when we talk about social media, my lords, let me confess that I'm not one of those on social media platform. So I imagine how many Ugandans are like me, and I want to believe, without purporting to give evidence from the bar, that they are the majority, much bigger majority than even those who voted. So, my lord, it should not have come as an issue in this petition at all. This is an abuse of court process. There is another allegation of unequal covering of UBC and New Vision. My lord, my lords, Justice, Honorable Justice Katurebe JC, as he then was in 2006, clearly pointed out that the law does not impose any duty in that judgment of Besigye versus Museveni. It does not impose any duty on Electoral Commission. It imposes duties on those state organs that have been referred to as UBC and New Vision, not on the second respondent. This is a very wrong allegation and attack on the conduct of the election by the second respondent. These two bodies are independent organs or independent entities, independent of the second respondent. The second respondent has never alleged to control, manage, or direct the activities of any of these two organs. Under Section 24(1) of the Presidential Elections Act, the duty to give a level playing field is not on EC. I don't know the ground for their pleading, but whatever it is, I believe it's not for the second respondent even to talk about or even to argue, but point out that there is an illegality here, contrary to Section 24(1), that is being brought against the second respondent. Besides, my lords, if, assuming that Uganda Broadcasting Corporation and New Vision, and should I add Uganda Communications Commission for the so-called blockade, if the petitioner felt aggrieved by the acts of these bodies, he could have filed an application for judicial review of administrative action under the Judicature Act. Or if he lost anything, probably could have filed a normal suit. These two organs, UBC and New Vision, are not parties to this petition. If I may speak for them, they are being condemned and hurt. So, my lords, this is a very unfortunate pleading by the petitioner, and I beg that you dismiss it. My lords, I beg to move to a new area of counting, tallying, and declaration. And to this end, my Lord, I seek permission to consult with the Land Attorney General, see if the second respondent can borrow some of his time tomorrow morning.
Maybe this is an appropriate time to take our lunch break so that you can do your consultations, and we come back here at 2:30.
All right, it is day 4 of the hearing of the presidential election petition 2016 and the second session, if you like. They had a break earlier on. They've taken a lunch break now, and they should resume at about 2:30. So we'll take a break for now. NTV at 1 is coming up at the top of the hour. Do stay with us.
News Updates is brought to you by Sadolin, color your world.
Finding middle ground, Police Chief Kale Kaihura meets with Omsinga wa Rwenzururu as they seek to calm tensions in Kasese district. Learning from the Asian tigers, NRM caucus meeting in Chankwanzi discusses Uganda's socio-economic transformation. And water scarcity in Kumi district forces women to spend nights at boreholes.
Tiffany Salida, give your world a Sadolin makeover today. Sadolin, color your world.
Wanna make some cash? Just dial *185#. Pay your bills, load data, or buy airtime. You could also send some cash. Come on, use Airtel money. You could win a lot of cash.
All you gotta do is dial *185#. Then you get to Yola.
Yola Maja with Airtel money. Dial *185# and transact.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Insurance tips
is brought to you by ICEA Group.
Insurance is one of the risk transfer mechanisms where the insurance company compensates or promises to compensate the insured in the event of death, illness, loss, injury, and this is done in exchange for a premium. There are two types of insurance. One is life and the other is non-life or general insurance.
We will be there with you when it all starts. There with you as you see them through school. With you when you first ignite your dream car. There to encourage you through your investments. There with you to experience the joy of buying your own home. There to reassure you when you retire.
The historic city of Hagi lies on the scenic Japan Sea coast of Yamaguchi Prefecture. Hagi first prospered in the 17th century as a castle town, and it still preserves the look of that era. This small private school, opened in 1842, made an immense contribution to Japan's 19th century drive toward modernization. Many of the young students taught here by Yoshida Shoin, a Hagi samurai, became major figures in the modernizing Meiji government. Hagi's seaside market is a tempting sight for any lover of seafood. In the winter season, fugu is a famous local specialty. Fugu can be eaten in many ways, but thinly sliced sashimi is the dish for connoisseurs. For the 2.4 million tourists who visit Hagi each year, a must-see spot is the 112-meter hill of Kasayama. This pond at the foot of the hill is linked to the sea by crevices through the rock and provides a home for many inshore species of fish. You can get a close-up view of everything from fugu to stingrays in this nature-made aquarium. March is the most popular time to visit Kasayama. That's when its forest of camellias comes into bloom. The camellia is a simple, uncomplicated flower. But that's why you never get tired of it. The best beauty is simple. Over 25,000 camellia trees grow wild on the slopes of Kasayama. Although these flowers are all the same variety, a close look reveals many individual differences. Some have wide open blossoms. On others, the petals cluster tightly. Colours range from vibrant reds to delicate shades of pink. Flower lovers will appreciate these many subtle distinctions. also cultivated camellias here, bred to produce more gorgeous and varied blossoms. What could be more pleasant than a stroll through nature looking for your perfect flower in Kasayama's camellia forest? The camellias of Kasayama, seemingly simple yet endlessly fascinating, a fitting symbol for the subtly varied attractions of the old castle town of Hagi. The town of Arita in Saga Prefecture was the birthplace of Japanese ceramics. From an old shrine archway uniquely made of porcelain to walls built with used kiln bricks, the town is filled with reminders of its long history of pottery making. Traditional Arita-ware ceramics have been made here for about 400 years. Within Arita-ware there are many distinct varieties. Sometimes the design is painted purely in shades of blue. Sometimes a full palette of hues is employed by the potter. There are also splendid items richly decorated in gold. Unusual shapes with bright colours on a pure white base distinguish the style known as kakiemi. This kiln dates back more than 250 years. Everything here is still made by hand using the old traditional methods. Typical of Arita-ware is this hand colouring technique called sometsuke. After a first firing, detailed patterns are applied with a thick brush. The piece is then dipped in glaze and refired at over 1,300 degrees Celsius for 2 days and nights. This firing transforms the glaze into a thin glass-like coating, clearly revealing the beautiful indigo pattern beneath. Historically, the Arita-ware method had a strong influence on European ceramics. Yes, precisely controlling the temperature is the most difficult part. If you get it wrong, you end up with black colouring instead of blue. We all break out into smiles of relief when we see the final colour is okay. For multicoloured pieces, another round of painting is done after glazing. The fresh colours are applied so as to complement the indigo of the sometsuke. Then a final firing is given to complete the piece. Arita-ware is not only beautiful, this thin porcelain is tough and practical too. Many restaurants in Arita are proud to add a touch of elegance by serving their meals on the town's famous product. Naturally, we want to show our visitors the best of what we make here in Arita. I hope it gives them a sense of the great history of our town. Arita-ware porcelain. A great Japanese craft tradition that has kept its vigour through the centuries.
And the change of government won't stop a thing
I've run out of fingers counting the number of multinationals setting up here. What about the 3 companies that announced their plans to launch last week? I say they're shortly. Me, I'd be looking to sell. At what price? More. Much, much more. I don't know who you are or how you know these things, but one thing I'm sure of, you're in the wrong job. Here, call me tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'd like to hear more from you.
Are you ready for your big break? The East African, understanding the region.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to NTV at 1. My name is Joel Senyonyi. Let's take a look at the headlines as we begin. Finding middle ground, Police Chief Kale Kaihura meets with Omsinga wa Rwenzururu as they seek to calm tensions in Kasese district. Learning from the Asian Tigers, NRM caucus meeting in Chankwanzi discusses Uganda's socio-economic transformation. And water scarcity in Kumi district forces women to spend nights at boreholes. Once again, a warm welcome to NTV at 1. General Kale Kaihura and the Omsinga Charles Wesley Mumbere have met to see how to resolve the tension in Kasese district. The meeting took place at Hotel Margarita and it came on the backdrop of recent clashes between security personnel and the locals, which have resulted into the loss of 7 people. NTV will keep you posted on the developments of this story.
You were somewhere hiding, waiting for me. I'm doing fine. I thought you were going to wait. No, I cannot go to my I'm not going to my to see the animals. No. You can meet there. I thought it's a better place than here. Yeah, but the distance also. Okay. Yes, when you have so many activities. Yeah, that's Kabiano, please. Let's try to bring down the interest rates. And then we'll go back to them. Because we are afraid. There's no need for this. Yeah, this we always have suffered. Enough. Yeah, exactly. The son of had the same story that you were preparing to stop. Absolutely not. When I was bringing my friend said, how can I link up with you? I was trying to establish contact.
The NRM retreat continues. Our profuse apologies. The NRM retreat continues into its 5th day and the caucus members are discussing socio-economic transformation with lessons taken from the Asian Tigers, which are highly developed economies of Hong Kong, Singapore, South Korea and Taiwan. Later on, the Speaker of Parliament, Rebecca Kadaga, will present a paper on how a multi-party parliament can operate, especially with the ruling party being in charge. NTV spoke with the interim caucus spokesperson Hamson Obua.
This is already going on, being presented by Professor Vincent from the National Transformation Institute. In the afternoon, we shall have the A to Z of a multi-party parliament, and this will be presented by the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. Then thereafter, the role of the NRM Party caucus in fulfilling the party manifesto through Parliament by Honorable Ruth Nankabirwa, the Government Chief Whip.
Okay.
These are three fundamental topics that will be presented and discussed by members during the retreat. The members, one, also learning from the various presenters who are presenting, and then two, on some of the topics, they are also sharing experiences. And we believe that at the end of this retreat, the rapporteuring team will be able to take us through the proposed recommendations and resolutions that will ultimately be adopted by this retreat for action by the various stakeholders, the NRM Secretariat, the NRM Central Executive Committee, the NRM Parliamentary Caucus, among other stakeholders, where our resolutions would be targeting.
Kumi municipality has been hit hard by a water shortage. A 20-litre jerrycan of water now goes for 1,000 shillings in the morning and rises to 2,000 shillings in the evening.
The residents of Kumi municipality now spend a good part of their day fetching water from boreholes, and even then they have to walk quite a distance. Engineer Peter Mawanga, the district water officer for Kumi, says the shortage is a result of the drought.
The main water sources are boreholes, and they are being overstretched because sometimes even the municipality population goes to the rural areas which are outside the municipal.
He said the system they are using, designed years ago, cannot handle the municipality's demand.
The water supply in the town council or the municipality now is not constant. I can say it's intermittent because the supply does not meet the demand.
Mawanga advises that the locals here should wait for the government to complete the proposed water system that is expected to start in April, construction of which will last 18 months. Jacinta Among, the district councillor, says women in Kumi parish sometimes end up spending the night at a borehole so they can have water for their families to use.
Women leave their men, they go to the wells with blankets. We leave our home at around 8 p.m. But you'll find that a woman comes back home at around again 8 a.m.
The water vendors are happy as their business is now flourishing.
But now we sell maybe 2 routes a day because the people are so many. Now when you sell only 2 or 1, that money is not enough to sustain you.
Why we are saying also, because you know when the demand is there, you see that the business is good, but getting is a problem. But to sell is very easy. Even though now I reach, people are waiting water.
You find that right now people are buying a jerrycan at 2,000. Even if a rich man in Kampala, you cannot afford that every day. You have a family of 30 people. How many jerrycans of water are you going to use?
They say they are able to make minimum sales of 50,000 shillings per day.
The lawyers of the Electoral Commission have justified the retiring of the old register. This was among their submissions in the election petition hearing at the Supreme Court today. The petition was filed by former presidential candidate Amama Mbabazi. One of the lawyers of the EC, Enos Tumusime, submitted that the law which mandates the Commission to update the register is too broad, which could explain why the old register was retired. The Electoral Commission Act allows the Commission to compile, update and maintain a voters' register.
Lords, the first complaint is about the voters' register. The petitioner alleges in paragraphs 18 and 22 of the amended petition that the Electoral Commission failed to compile a voters register. The Constituent Assembly used a handwritten voters register. In 96, we are capturing milestones of the development of the electoral process in Uganda here. In 96, for the first time, the Interim Electoral Commission, the predecessor to the current Electoral Commission, came up with a computerized voters register for both presidential and parliamentary elections. This same register was used in 2001. And in 2001, the Electoral Commission started compiling a fresh, this time, photo-bearing voters register, which in paragraph 4E used face matching technology in a bid to reduce instances of multiple registration. The Electoral Commission shall have the following functions, and under E, to compile, maintain, revise, and update the voters register. And the words that I wish to draw to the attention of this court are to compile, to maintain, to revise, and to update the voters register. Despite the success in 2011, the National Voters Register, which was used for the 2011 election, had the following challenges, and he points them out. One, owing to the technology employed at the time, the Commission had only captured partial fingerprint biometrics for 4 fingers instead of 10. 2, the Commission had only been able to capture finger biometrics for only 30% of the registered voters. And even those 30% had 4 fingers and not 10. The Commission made a decision to adopt full fingerprint biometric technology. And to achieve this, it was necessary to compile. My lords, mark the word compile, as stated in the Constitution, as stated in the Electoral Commissions Act, a fresh national voters register.
Let's go for a break now, but NTV at 1 returns shortly. Do stay with us.
Book your space at the biggest comedy show of the year. I am Kansime. Kampala's ribs shall crack as Ann Kansime brings the house down at Imperial Royal Hotel on Thursday, the 24th of March. Tickets are already on sale at 100,000 shillings, 3 million shillings for gold tables, and 5 million for platinum tables.
I am Kansime. Yeah, you got it.
I am Kansime is proudly sponsored by Spark TV, C-Rock, SMS1, and 97 FM Radio City.
Support the Uganda Cranes as they take on Burkina Faso on Tuesday 29th March at 7 p.m. in Nambole Stadium. Muja Turumbe with Airtel, the official sponsor of the Uganda Cranes team.
Subscribe or renew your basic or classic bouquets for 1 month and get a 1 month free Sports Plus package to watch live Bundesliga, Serie A, and League One matches only on Star Times. If football turns you on, turn on Star Times.
Today is day 4 of the hearing at the Supreme Court, that is the 2016 presidential election petition. Our reporter Sheila Nduchiri is standing by at the Supreme Court where it's meeting in Kololo to give us an update. Sheila?
Well, thank you very much, Joe, and good afternoon to our viewers. We are still coming to you live from the Supreme Court, where we've just had a second adjournment, and the Electoral Commission lawyer, Enostum Sina, submitting on allegations that the Electoral Commission was non-compliant with the law, specifically on the fact that there was, there was an alleged extension of the dates of nomination to favor the incumbent, President Yoweri Museveni, which they have flatly denied. And the other issue being that, of course, the delays could have caused or could have denied some people to vote in some areas. Again, an issue that came out yesterday, and that was addressed by Chiri Wachonka, but being, stressed once more by the Electoral Commission lawyer, Enostum Sime, and saying that the side of the petitioner has not provided any evidence, any tangible evidence to show that there was any sort of disenfranchisement when there was that delay. The other issue, of course, being the social media blockade, and he says that the social media blockade was not targeted to any of the supporters of Amama Mbabazi, who is a petitioner in this case, but also that could have, if there was any effect, it could have affected just a few or a small fraction of the population, and so that could not have, disenfranchised people from, or denied them the right to vote. Joel.
Right, many thanks for that update. Sheila Nduwichiri is standing by there at the Supreme Court. Let's move on now. 3 people died instantly in an accident at Walumbe near Buwembe Town Council in Jinja District. Eyewitnesses say a coaster heading to Kamuli Town rammed into a truck that was entering the road. According to the OC Traffic at Buwenge Police Station, Beatrice Sapini, 11 people were injured.
Isuzu yava kuchoma wanati yaga mu luguudo ate nga ife tugulwa embuti kati ayinza okwenda obutakona kwa kanta kwa Isuzu tugira okuba tutinga motoka evuga ku luguudo
atutuse tugenza okulaba nga emotoka eri wanene egudde naye nga mwemuli abafudde mwemuli be batwala mu ddwaliro mwemuli kwegamba abatabuse emitwe abalinga abatabuse emitwe kwegamba nabo abamu ne batwala eno mu mochwale wanene ebuwenge abamu ne batwala ku police abamu ne batwala ejinja.
There was a vehicle, a pickup, which was unidentified pickup, a Diana, which was joining the road from the left hand side. So, and the coaster had reached. So the coaster lost control. The driver tried hard to control the vehicle, but it was in a valley, and the vehicle overturned, killing 3 people and injuring 11, and 4 sustained serious injuries, which later immediately we rushed them to Jinja Hospital.
Cases of absenteeism by pupils in many schools in Mayuge district are on the rise. Head teachers say pupils are spending more time working in the sugarcane plantations than attending school. The Mayuge Assistant Chief Administrative Officer says that in September last year, the District Council passed a child labour ordinance awaiting approval by the Ministry of Local Government.
11-year-old Muzafa Lutenywa works at one of the sugarcane plantations at Chikubo village in Buaya sub-county. Tenyo says he's a primary 4 pupil at Buaya Primary School. In places like Baitambogwe, Imanyiro, Wairasa, Buaya, Mpungwe, and Chitierera, where sugarcane growing is a major economic activity, several children are increasingly becoming casual laborers.
Nkumina oba nkumisa tuwe mbantu nyinsa ndida kufuna sente awandi kugula mungo yawandi kutwala ku isomero na awandi mpa kubaza mama wange obusenda andi botwamba kunga ifa abandi wewerera bene awandi ku isomero yeno kuli akugamba da.
NTV spoke to some parents who claim poverty has forced them to allow their children offer cheap labor to get money for clothes and scholastic materials.
Bayagalanga n'abasomesa bona ku isomero balina obwavu bubitirivu kuba basandise kumpi nakwenda otukupira obwibe kuba omwana agiya bamukoba duuma aye duuma ye bali kumukoba niwe omuzaire omuzira
kuba eriyo nga abaana bakateyamba abazira ku bazaire betuli nabo nga bamulekwa aye nga tuzira.
Teachers in several schools in this area report that the practice of absenteeism is growing.
The
Deputy Chief Administrative Officer of Mayuge says they are working to curb the trend of child labor.
The
Mayuge Resident District Commissioner says child labor is a crime and his office will order the arrest of parents who allow their children to be employed and those who employ them.
abantu abakulu mutanti okosa obwana buto kubanga buli kipu naye twagala kubalabula nti gwe tunasanga n'omwana mu kikajjo tugenda kukwata nanyini bikajjo.
The Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group, CSBUG, says government should direct new and stringent tax measures on idle land and transactions on foreign exchange. The group argues that the 200 billion shillings targeted for collection in the 2016-2017 financial year through taxation of spirits, cigarettes, fuel and beer and confectionaries is not sufficient. The new budget is expected to be financed and operated at Uganda shillings 20.3 trillion, up from 18.3 trillion shillings in this financial year. Among the proposed priority allocations are in social services, with education to receive 2.4 trillion shillings, up from 2 trillion shillings, health 1.8 trillion shillings, up from 1.2 trillion, and agriculture at 794 billion shillings, up from 479 billion shillings.
We want the government to seriously look at this kind of taxes. Instead of looking at these soft targets, if we are to hit a 20% GDP ratio, as per the East African Community Monetary Union Protocol, by taxing in these areas, we are not going to do that. I can assure you. But if we get serious and ensure that every person has a TIN number and we expand our taxation base, we can achieve and become self-reliant as a country.
The budget framework paper shows that there is a shortfall of 3,542 health workers across the country. By providing an additional 36 billion Uganda shillings, the government would employ doctors, midwives, nurses, and pharmacists.
Everyone almost has a rental house. Why don't we look at that sector and perhaps try to increase our tax base? The other second area we actually are also advising government in form of providing alternatives is to look at lots of idle land in the urban areas. If you would actually move from where we are in a space of about 10 or 2 or 3 kilometers, you'll realize that there is idle land. So for us, we feel that any idle land within the radius of an urban enclave is actually, an opportunity for taxation.
To sport now, Bayern Munich fought back from 2 goals down to beat Juventus in extra time, dramatically progressing to the Champions League quarter-finals. And Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger says Barcelona have 2 or 3 players who transform normal life into art.
Morata. Second season with Juve, not quite as dramatic as his first, and Alaba and Neuer getting into trouble, and Juventus just like that have taken the lead. Paul Pogba. They've finished off the chance, and it's just the boost.
Juventus get rewarded for positive play. Good forward run from Lichtsteiner.
little bit fortunate with the ricochet.
To the ball. Alonso stepping forward. Morata, and that's great play. Wonderful from Morata. And space for Cuadrado. Juventus have bagged another one. Juan Cuadrado. Now Coman. To Kingsley Coman. Here's Douglas Costa. And that's more like it from Bayern Munich. Lewandowski has hauled them back into contention. Juve finally come unstuck. The Bundesliga by 5 points. Here's Coman for Bayern, and Thomas Müller, who else?
Thomas Müller always seems to find the right place. Just drops in at the back post.
For Bayern Munich, Bernat. Douglas Costa. Lewandowski was waiting. Müller tried to work something with Thiago. Off the bench to wonderful effect. What a moment for Thiago and Bayern Munich. Away they go again. Bayern Munich. Kingsley Coman. Lewandowski and Müller offering support. Coman, it's a cracker! Brilliant! And that should wrap us up. Wonderful solo goal by Kingsley Coman. What a turn of events in Munich.
Well, he's a superstar in the making. If he isn't one already, what a brilliant young player.
Suarez. Neymar has been beaten this time, and Arsenal might be beaten in the time.
Could be question marks. Was there an offside against Suarez? Great ball into Neymar, good first touch and finish.
It's been really stepping the factor off. It's pretty decisive, and he really is truly well half play. There's an Ameni, right for world-class goal. Arsenal have hope.
You've got to say it's well deserved. Nothing less to face.
Neymar. Dani Alves. Suarez. Barcelona have their lead back.
Ball goes out to Alves. Say the slip from Bellingham.
Neymar. Should have got it through to Suarez. Messi will pick up the pieces. Messi! There's the exclamation point. You see that pass there? And the squares out to Messi. Neymar was trying to give it to Suarez. Bounces back, finally gives it to Messi. He always knew what he was thinking about. He was thinking about that. Spina stood up, just couldn't.
Let's wind up with this story. 6 men have been arrested on suspicion of stealing 22 million shillings from a casual labourer in downtown Kampala. Police spokesperson Kampala Metropolitan Patrick Onyango says Isaac Mulamba was robbed as he took the money to a bank.
Have been monitoring Mulumba. Always they were giving him money to go and bank at around 4 p.m. That is between 3 to 4 p.m. That is the time they normally give him money to go and bank. So they have been following him and monitoring his movement. And that's how on that fateful day they decided to grab him and rob him of the money. 6 are casual laborers around Nana House. So we are charging them with 2 counts. 1 is robbery and 2 conspiracy to commit a felony. We also recovered 400,000 shillings from Mulindwa Frederick. For him, he admits he was given only 500,000 and he had used 100,000. I want to caution business, the business community that please
Mumanyi bye boogera ku bakyala. Baani abakaabakaaba? Bakyala. Baani abakola emirimu? Bakyala. Ha! Baani abatamira zi shopping? Bakyala. Baani abasiiba mu zi selfies?
Bakyala.
Baani abasinga katemba? Bakyala. Naye twagala tubalage kiki ddala kye tuli. Mulabe nti tetuli bubeezi. Bakyala. Katubanjulire Spark TV abakyala esookedde ddala mu Uganda gye tubakoledde okutumbula ebirungi mu mmwe. Spark TV ke kaseerako.
Zori and Geta. Traditional Japanese footwear still one.
Mumanyi bye boogera ku bakyala. Baani abakaabakaaba? Bakyala. Baani abakola emirimu? Bakyala. Ha! Baani abatamira zi shopping? Bakyala. Baani abasiiba mu zi selfies?
Bakyala.
Baani abasinga katemba? Bakyala. Naye twagala tubalage kiki ddala kye tuli. Mulabe nti tetuli bubeezi. Bakyala. Katubanjulire Spark TV abakyala esookedde ddala mu Uganda gye tubakoledde okutumbula ebirungi mu mmwe. Spark TV ke kaseerako.
Please help! She escaped. How did that happen? I don't know. Irina just told me. If that girl talks, I swear, you will pay dearly for this. Remember that.
There's a human trafficker here, Livia. It's you.
What is it? What's so funny?
A baby was found inside her bag.
What? There's only one solution to this. We have to get rid of Morena.
I'm free from you. I'm free from your devious clutches.
Jessica. Jessica, please listen to me.
Raise the praise. Get inspiration. Rise up every morning with a song of praise to the Lord. A day in your courts is better than 1,000 elsewhere. Soul Moment, every Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
You can bring everybody in parliament as long as they can wake up and vote for the NRM.
As long as the voters exercise their rights to elect their leaders, there was no need for term limits in Uganda.
I know him. I know how he operates. I know how he thinks.
There are ways you can go around these obstacles.
Why should I conduct myself as if I am Muyai?
It's absolutely true. I admired President Museveni.
Is the ICC a fiscal code targeting African leaders?
You cannot tell me that the whole trouble Kenya had
revolved about only the two individuals.
The money is not in the budget of this financial year.
You can't beat God. You see, God is polygamous also. Look at Jeremiah chapter 31.
The security of this country will largely depend on the contribution that the people make.
Ekifo ekimu kissa wamusu n'ekyalo ekiweddeko abamanye bakiraza mumwa. Tugenda kutuuka gy'oli oyogere naffe ebikwata ku kyalo kyo, embeera mw'okolera, ebyobufuzi, ebyobulamu n'ensonga endala nnyingi. Ebyogerwa tebiyita. Tuusa eddoboozi lyo, yogera naffe buli lwakuna otereevu ku NTV akawungeezi.
Trending on About Town is Naira Ali's African traditional outfit, better known in Uganda as Chitenji. Oh yeah, her inexorable music might speak for itself, but her sense of fashion and showy outfits can't go without a mention. The Ochkolotia hitmaker Naira Ali seems to have a thing for her out-of-the-world traditional Vitenji. She always gets clad in them and hits the stage only to give the envious crowd a wow feeling. Naira Ali, who most of the times our rolling cameras have spotted all clad in Chitenji, has truly made a fashion statement.
Yeah, first of all, I do support African. I am African. I'm all African and Ugandan, so I support African. And I love to be different. You know, while everybody else is dressed up in Chinese and Japanese. And
all our dresses Chinese now.
Okay, no. Okay, I'm saying Chanel and, you know, the different. Yes, exactly. I love to be African, and it always stands out. So that's why I do African. I love standing out.
Unlike other divas like Shiva Karunji, who are kind of versatile when it comes to fashion, besides her zeal to be different, the crooner says that she loves the fact that she's an African, thus tries so much to portray it through her breathtaking outfits. Naira Ali Chitenji looks makes her stand out and gives her a magnificent outer look. And hey, you too can feel free to try it out. Having collaborated and blended perfectly on some tracks together, for a fact that their magical chemistry was out of the world, many thought perhaps Palazzo and Shiba were meant and probably up as a music duo.
So for now, everyone is focusing on their own careers, and because we are not a duo.
Me and Shiba have always been on our own. She got her own career, I got my own career. But me and her make good magic together. So we do this for the fans, we do it for ourselves, we do it for the money, we do it for the happiness, we do it for the fame. And for as long as those reasons still exist, me and Shiba is still gonna do good music. The only thing, yeah, we're still working together. The only thing is...
However, this seems not to be the case, though the two recon that so long as the people keep requesting for more of their collabos, then why not drop them for their loyal fans?
With music, you can't force it. It has to be the right timing, the right producer, and the right everything. So, those things came together on Mondongo. Now they came again on Go Down Low. And if they meet again, we're gonna do magic. We're gonna, as long as the fans feed us love, we're gonna feed you music, you know.
The structure, call it shape of the body, preferably curvaceous body, seems another way of upcoming female artists as apparently using to gravitate people's attention and stay relevant in the game. After it worked out well for the curvy crooner Desire Luzinda and then Winnie Mwangi followed the suit, it all seems like the new kid on the block, Nina Aiza, is also up for the same.
It's like I'm getting to the figure. Yeah, it's like hard, so I'm trying. Though this is my natural figure.
On the other side, just like Swangs Avenue, a strong record label better known for quality output, About Town unveils to you the new music label, Gifted Music Group. GMG. Up for the fresh talent, GMG is the new thing in the city. It has opened up doors for the young, talented blood. With its big dreams, the founder reckons that they are targeting the international level and probably will give the fabled Sony Music label a run for their money.
Our goal is to create something like Sony. We want something that everyone will dream about. Exactly.
Besides the like of rapper Nemesis, Ray Heavens, just to mention but a few, GMG welcomes all talented youths who want to make it big in the music industry.
Our slogan is young, gifted and talented. Basically, we're looking at those people who are very talented and gifted, but they don't have the opportunity. And that's why you're looking at those young people. And the other thing about established artists is they don't respect people.
NTV, turning on your world.
Mu UEFA Champions League eya Bulaya musigaddemu teams 8 zokka zokka. 3 ku zo za ggwanga erya Spain, 2 za Germany, emu ya Bufaransa, emu ya Portugal, emu ya ggwanga erya Bungereza. Ene NTV era ne program omuli gw'emizannyo ye program nesoose mu sabbiti eno etabadde ya bulijjo nga program ebeera buli lunaku okuva bbalaza okutuuka olunaku olwokutaano. Oluvannyuma mawulire aga NTV atwana okutuukirira ng'obudde bukunukkiriza okuwera essaawa 8:30. Ojja tusonyiwamuko sabbiti eno tetubaddeeyo olw'ensonga ezo z'otegedde okuwulira omusango ogwo guli mu kkooti NTV gwe badde kutuusaako buli lunaku n'olunaku olwaliro bwe bakomawo bati mu kuva mu kummulamuko era omusango ogwo tujja katugukutuusaako y'ensonga nno lwaki gwabadde atubuuza ku mikutu mingi lwaki omuli gw'emizannyo teguliiko ye ensonga lwaki tubadde tetukola zino ennaku naye ng'omwanjuzi nze Ismail Dakaba Kigongo nono program ogisanga ku internet kasononya ntv.co.ug/live oba ku youtube.com/ntv Uganda live. Nyina Alan Darren Cheyine okuneegattako olw'obuzibu obumu obw'embeera ey'obuteebereka David Lumansi tajja kubeera naffe olunaku olwaliro naye ngenda kusaba Alan ababuuzeeko abuulire n'engeri ey'okwetabamu. Alan
ali ku NTV nkulamusizaako nnyo nate webala okutwegattako olunaku olwaleero. Jjukira nti okyasobola okweza obubaka bwo ku mukutu ogwa Facebook noonya page yaffe eya NTV omuli gw'emizannyo. Nyiga like wegattako abantu emitwalo 3 n'omusobyo otuwe ku ndowooza ekusingira ddala kwogwo omulamwa Ismail gwatandise nagwo ku ttiimu ezo 8 ezisigaddemu mu mpaka za UEFA Champions League emu yokka eya Bungereza. Ye liiga esinga amaanyi esinga okunyuma tubuulire ku kitegeeza ki eri omupiira eri eggwanga erya Bungereza ogwa club wamu n'empaka ezo eza UEFA Europa League emu ku zo eva mu Bungereza eyinza okudda ettale oba 2 ku zo tubuulireko ku ndowooza ku mukutu ogwa Facebook handle yaffe @ntv_ omuli ku mukutu ogwa Twitter.
Kale webale kubanga nno twenze tujja kwogera ku Uganda Cranes, twogere ku Sharif Bogere, twogere ku volleyball, twogere ku mpaka eza golf eza Barclays Kenya Open ezigenda maaso kati wali mu kibuga ekya Nairobi Europa League wamu n'okutambula okw'omutendesi wa Italy Antonio Conte. Yegimu kweje emirama gye tugenda okwatwogerako olunaku olwo. Boyina kyolowooza Alan akubulidde olw'okuba nti no Italy nno mu bbanga yitabadde wano twali wano linga twogera ku bayinza okuwangula ekya Male Swim of the Year. Nafuna omukisa erinnya bwe twalyogera wano obubi eri omuwanguzi Male Swim of the Year Joshua ekiri kubinza. Nafuna omukisa erinnya n'engenda n'endiyiga neneetondera buli muntu kuba mukwano gwange omu Paul Kagada yaŋŋamba ayo omusaadde ayo omusoga waleba kwogera li n'ekiri kubinza nenfuna omukisa nembanga erinnya eryo nalikutte bulungi era pronunciation ejja kuzibwa naye nga bwe lityo balyogera
ekiri
kubinza nerina lityo bwe balisoma omwana oyo omuwuzi wa Uganda. Kale tutandike n'omupiira ogwo. Bwolaba obulango obutambula essaawa eno ku NTV bujja kulaga nti omupiira wakati wa Burkina Faso ne Uganda okuddingana gujja kubawo nga 29 wano Nambole ku ssaawa emu ey'olweggulo, kitegeeza gujja kuba omupiira gwa kiro. Naye Alan nga tetunaba kutuuka eyo, Uganda eno sooka egenda esambe mu Wagadugu nga 26 lujja kuba lwa 6 olwo baddingane wano e Kampala. Wenjagala tutandikira awo wennyini. Mu kana akaseera olunaku olwajjo, ndowooza olwajjo lwera okusatu, omutendesi wa timu ya Uganda Micho Sredejevic bamuyite Micho kyokka yasomye ttiimu ey'abazannyi Uganda begenda okukozesa okwaŋŋanga eggwanga lino erya Burkina Faso omwezi guno gwennyini ye sabbiiti ejja. Bw'otinamuko ku ttiimu mulimu amanyi ageewuunyisa
agawerako amanyi olukalwa lw'abazannyi 30 okuva mu kitongole kya goal kyennyini okulasa Salim Jamal ng'ayitibwa ku ttiimu y'eggwanga eya waggulu. Ndowooza ekyo nakyo kipya, ndowooza mu mwaka nga gumu n'omusobyo kwabadde ayitibwa ku ttiimu ya under 23 omwaka oguwedde bw'oba ojjukira nga tayitibwa ku ttiimu ya ggwanga, kati ayitiddwa ku bagookipa abo abana
abayitibwa bamuyise ne mu ttiimu ya Sekafa n'olwamala tebaamutwala.
Tebaamutwala. Bw'ogenda ku bazibizi amannya agamu gabaddewo naddala mu mpakeze eza cyane ezaaliyo omwezi ogwa January. Golabaawo
omuli Joseph Nsobuga, Dennis Okot, Isaac Muleme, Joseph Ochaya, Timothy Awani ne Bernard Muwanga bonna basamba mu mpakeze.
Naye bw'ojjukira Juko Mrushid yali yasuulibwa mu kaseera ako nga
tiyasuulibwa ku kyani kuba yasamba Sekafa n'okuba akubira mu Simba
n'atagenda mu mpaka za cyani. Webale nnyo Hassan Waswa okukomawo mu ttiimu.
Twamwogerako wano nti ttiimu ye eri mu ggwanga erya Iraq eya El Shota yabulako omupiira gumu gwokka gw'okugenda mu playoffs. Sabbiiti eri twamwogerako nti yafuna n'omukisa ogw'okuyitibwa ogenda okusamba mu ttiimu ya Mujje Tulumbe we bagenda West Nile mu Arua n'atasobola kusamba, naye Hassan Waswa afunye omukisa okuyingira ku ezo bayita 30 probables abazanyawo kwali.
Bw'ova nno ku bazibizi ne weeyongerayo mu bawuutayi kuba ndowooza twogera ku ago amannya amalala agakomye mu ttiimu n'ago amapya. Weewali erinnya ly'omuzannyi Mike Serumaga akomye mu ttiimu, ndowooza twasembayo mwogerako ku mupiira Uganda gwe yazannya ne Ghana wano. Ate ndowooza ayitiddwa olw'engeri gye yasambamu ku mupiira gwe tutasobola kwogerako wano ku bbalaza wakati wa Villa ne JKU kuba yali asobola oteeba hat-trick mu ddakiika nga 5 mu kitundu kyali kisooka e Nambole. Naye bw'oyongerako amanya manga Mike Azira okuva mu ggwanga erya America, ndowooza yayitibwako mu qualifier ya World Cup eya 2014 ku mupiira ogwo gwangola taddangamu kuyitibwa.
Wali akaseera awo ne baamuyitirira ali mu ttiimu ya Seattle Sounders. Seattle Sounders mu biseera ttiimu yali ekubibwamu n'omuzannyi Obafemi Martins mwaka akaseera. Mu kaseera ako yali asamba bulungi nnyo ng'era bw'olaba n'MLS n'ogoberera abeerako ku ttiimu buli wiiki ate kati bamuyise ng'abuze.
Kuba ekimu ku ebyo omutendesi Micho byayogeddeko nti asobodde ozannya ndowooza eddakiika 180 mu nnaku 180 mu nnaku zino ezisembyeyo, nti n'omupiira ogumu gwe yazannyira ttiimu ya Colorado Springs mu Major League Soccer basinkana LA Galaxy erimu Steven Gerrard. Siro kansuubire teyamulonzi olw'okuba yazannye Gerrard. Kansuubire yamulonzi olw'okuba amuku abawutanya badde bazannya omupiira. Kuba ndowooza bw'oyogera ku bali abawutanya abalala bayitiddwa nga Tony Maweje ne William Kizito Oluwaga. Omupiira adde tebakuba mungi nnyo mu Bulaaya, ekibadde nno kikosa abazanyi bana.
Era ndowooza Luwaga yeetaaze n'okuva mu ttiimu ya Rio Ave n'agenda mu ttiimu ya Firenze mu ggwanga erya Portugal liri wansi ku bbanja ku loan. Asambyemuko empiira nno waliyo ne gwe yateebako ggoolo ey'obuwanguzi mu ddakiika ya 88. Firenze ne wangula goals 2-1 ngujjukira nnyo. Naye Tony Maweje ye talina club kuva mwaka guwedde.
Era ntegeddeko abadde wano ndowooza Makindi wabadde yatendekebwa mugezako ndowooza okuuma omubiri nga guli mu shape, naye ayitiddwa ku ttiimu. Pozi n'amanya g'abawutanya abalala bayitiddwa. Bw'oyogera ku Yasamugerwa Kalida Ucho Yasamugerwa yennyini okuyitibwa ku tiimu y'eggwanga eno ey'okuntiko waggulu
ayitiddwa ne mweno campaign enyi lwakuba tatuuka
tatuuka wali ku kisaawe ndowooza kuzanya
abaddeko katebe ndowooza n'omupiira Uganda gwe yasemba osamba wano gwali gwa Botswana yaliko katebe neti yayingira
Uganda gwe yawangula goals 2 ku bwerere ndowooza bw'ogenda ku bateebi we wali captain oyo Geoffrey Massa
olunaku lwa jono tiimu ya Bloemfontein Celtic yakubye tiimu ya Mamelodi Sundowns goals 3-1
yabakubidde waka
no yabadde ekyali bakubye badde nisonyango goals 3-1 ng'abakyali
kuba wadde record emu Mamelodi Sundowns gye badde egoba mu South Africa awaka nga tebakubibwamu mipiira naye bw'ogattako Emmanuel Okwi komawo ne Hamis Diego Kiza
Emmanuel Okwi alina okuba amaze emyaka 2 nga tayitibwa ku ttiimu Hamis Diego Kiza yabeerako nnyo naye mikyamukozesa nnyo ku mpiira egy'okwawo egy'oku bugenyi egyetaaga olumu bamukubisa ku kkono because baagala ayambeko namba 3 katasamba mu kifo kye kyakoleddemu obulungi mu ggwanga erya Tanzania nga maaso nga yali wali mu bateebi abadde asamba nnyo ng'ava bbali naye ye abadde okutimu nene erinnya lyo y'omuzannyi Edrisa Lubega owa ttiimu ya Proline golo 16 mu Big League Proline yekulembedde division mweri ndowooza golo 16 mipiira 16 sabiti eri baali bawangula omupiira goals 2 ku bwere teyateeba naye alina omukisa ogenda golo 10 ndowooza na mipiira 16 golo teyateeba naye bw'otinamukwaba abateebi wansi ndowooza Faro Kumya teyeetaaga kwogerako wadde
Ivan Tege naye abadde mu setup ya Chan ate ebiseera ebisinga abadde asuulibwa ku mipiira gino eminene n'ateekebwa ku mabbali ekiyinza okusinziira lwakuba kiri ekya chartered plane gye beetaaga bayogeramuko okubeera ne ttiimu ebbiri emu esigalayo n'endala ebeene soza nkiyinza okusoboka kwa guno omupiira bw'ozanya ku lw'omukaaga n'oddamu ku lwokubiri dabuhedda nga yalwakubiri bweba yalwakusatu kitegeereka naye ku lwokubiri ndowooza
wali omwami omwe yaŋŋambe n'okuŋŋamba nti ekijja osinga okumwewuunyisa ye si nti Uganda efunye ennyonyi empangisa oba nedda naye ajja kwewuunya nnyo nga Burkina Faso esoose Uganda otuuka wano ate nga Uganda
yekyaza yedda nawaka
empangisa egedda waka kijja kwewuunyisa nnyo nga Burkina Faso esoose Uganda otuuka e Kampala naye kale ojja emipiira ebiri nga Uganda yekulembedde ekyo ekibinja ekya qualifiers Nations Cup y'omwaka 2017 Uganda ina obubonero 9 egy'emipiira ebiri maachi nga 26 olw'omukaaga olujja ate maachi nga 29 wano e Kampala Uganda n'eggwanga erya Burkina Faso ate nga Uganda Cranes erwana okuyitamu ogenda mu mpaka eza Africa Cup baabakubi b'ebikonde bali mu ggwanga erya Cameroon mu kibuga Yaounde balwana okuba nti nno bagenda mu mpaka eza Olympics zigenda obeera Brazil n'olwenjogera Yaounde nzijukirako omwami omu eyampulira ano nga nkoze ensobi we nagamba nti ekibuga ekikulu ekya Cameroon Douala Uganda ozabali
Yaounde
ate nga kirina kuba Yaounde olwenkyogera nkijukira omwami alina okubalabasho essaawa eno naye kale Alan ebifo biri bisatu buli weight Uganda abakubi yatwala batono omu n'ennyonyi bamuggyako olwamala ne bamuzza naye kati akakodyo kaakano bano babiri abalina omukisa Ronald Serugo ne Kennedy Katende singa bawangula semifinals zaabwe abakubi aba babiri bajja kuyita mu butereevu okugenda e Brazil
bajja yita mu butereevu okugenda e Brazil olwokuba mu quarter finals nezo ze baazanye mu bipimo byabwe eby'enjawulo abazannyi abo ababiri okuva mu ggwanga erya Sudan gye babeera basobodde okuyita mu quarter finals ndowooza ekiro ekyakeseza olunaku olw'eggulo kyanaku tetwasobodde kubeera wano kukyogerako naye ndowooza be bokka abasigadde mu kwawo ojjukira twali twogera wano ebizibu Uganda Boxing Federation bye bayitamu n'abazannyi bennyini okwolekera Cameroon twasigaza abazannyi 6 abayolekera Cameroon wano twasigaza ndowooza basatu ate Nancy Mugera ndowooza yadde alina okulwana olunaku olw'eggulo teyawangudde ate wano nga wasigaddewo babiri kitegeeza be bano ababiri bokka abalina omukisa okweyongera okugenda e Rio bwe bawangula semifinals kyemanyi Kennedy Katenda alina okuba azannye omulwanyi omu okuva mu ggwanga erya Tunisia ndowooza ye Abdel Fahid okuva mu ggwanga erya Tunisia gwalwana naye amukubye emirundi 2 buli we basinkanye amukubye emirundi 2 mpozi ye Ronald Serugo gwazannya ava mu ggwanga ndowooza lya South Africa gwagenda okulwana naye olunaku ndowooza alina kuba lwaleero okulaba ani agenda mu final naye bwe bakubwa wano balina omukisa okulwanira ekifo ekyokusatu ekyo n'omulala n'abakubiddwa mu semifinal eri endala ey'okubiri kitegeeza alina bw'agenda mu final ebifo biri bisatu
abatuuse mu final ababiri n'anaamalira mu kyokusatu kuba buli weight bagenda twalamu abakubi basatu bokka
mu weight 10 ez'enjawulo we bali awo.
Ronald Serugo ne Kennedy Katende katusuubire nti basobola okuba nti no bayitamu okukiikira Uganda. Jjukira nti ensonga zino osobola okugenda ku mikutu gyaffe, noonya Facebook, genda ku Facebook noonya NTV omumuli gw'emizannyo, nyiga like oba genda ku Twitter noonya @NTV_omumuli, onyige follow @Alan Darren oba @Dakabakigongo obeere nga onyiga follow. Olwo nno banono nga bakyala n'ogenda mu Olympics, wali omukubi wa Uganda mu zino ennaku afunye omukisa okukyusa kampuni ekwataganya ensonga ze. Ye Sharif Bogerengo n'ali mu ggwanga erya America yasaze eddiiro n'ava mu Golden Boy Promotions gy'atafunye nnyo bye twali tusuubira we yagenderayo mu kampuni eyo erimu nannyiniyo Oscar de la Hoya omu ku bakuba ebikonde abakyasinze n'agenda mu May Weather Money Promotions. TMT. Bwatyo Mike Buffer bw'amulanga. Money, May, nenkabo wayi. Okay, yasaze eddiiro. Alan, kino kyongera ki ku Sharif Boogere kuba wali ogamba bwe tugamba nti omuzannyi avudde mu Hull City n'agenda mu Man U. Tumanya avudde mu Hull ennafu n'agenda Man U ewangudde Premier League emirundi 21. Naye kati omukubi w'ebikonde Sharif Boogere avudde mu Golden Boy n'agenda Mayweather Promotions.
Sente ekisooka mu bikonde ensimbi mweziri ekyokubiri omulwanyi yennyini ndooza profile yeeyongerako kuba Floyd Mayweather Jr. bwe yali atandika Mayweather Promotions emyaka 9 egiyise ndooza naye teyabalamu nti erituuka n'eno ng'ekoleza ensimbi buwana n'empitirivu mu bikonde ebyenjawulo kati omuzannyi enzaalo eya Uganda okugenda neegatta ku Mayweather Promotions awo ng'ateeka omukono ku ndagaano awo ku makya g'olunaku olwaleero nfunyeko ku mukisa kwogerako naye okuva mu ggwanga erya Las Vegas naye nga essanyu abadde naliyitirivu ddyo ng'alyolesa ekyokubiri ndowooza kino kiwaliriza abakubi b'ebikonde bangi nnyo abali eyo ogamba okweyongera ennyo kuba ndowooza abadde n'obugumiikiriza bunene
kuba Alan ekimu ku ebyo byemmanyi okukola obulungi mu bulamu ekitone tekimala omukisa olumu tegumala tewali kintu kyeweetaaga ng'ofuuse pro abazanyira ensimbi nga kubeera ne management entuufu success y'ebikonde gye byalina ebya heavyweight kuva myaka gy'ensanvu abeerewo Rambo in the Jungle mu Congo mu biseera ebyo Zaire okuleeta George Foreman ne Muhammad Ali okulwana ndoza 1976 embasi yabidde kyali nnyo ku magezi n'obukujjukujju obwa Don King bwe yajja mu bikonde n'afuuka promoter n'atandika n'okudiringa ne zi government okuteekamu ensimbi yembere yaleeta Muhammad Ali Zaire yembere yatwala olulwano lwa Thriller in Manila wakati wa Joe Smokey Fraser ne Muhammad Ali nti tewali kintu kikulu mu nnabyamizannyo yenna nga kubeera wansi wa management ntuufu mu kuyiyiza club entuufu obanga oli muzannyi wa mupiira mu kuyiyiza fight entuufu obanga oli mukubi wa bikonde mu kusitula ne bakujja mu ffumbiro ne bakuteeka mu ddiiro saawa no bw'otulina ebikonde Alan nze naye tujja kukiriza tewali kintu kyenkana Mayweather
teri kimwenkana yadde n'ebikonde abinnyuse kuba ebikonde yabinyuka naye tukyalindamuko 49 gwobala ey'ataano gyeri ebikonde yabinyuka naye olwokuba promotion yeeno weeri ate ndowooza n'olulwana olwo nti lwatunda nnyo Mayweather Promotions lwe yateekawo ye ne Money Pacquiao omwaka oguwedde ogwaleeta ensimbi buwana na ndowooza n'akawumbi kaawera
gye nasangamu mukwano gwange Robin Kisti ku ssaawa 10 ez'ekiro ng'anoonya fight
ng'alowooza ewedde n'okuggwa
ne mugamba Robin totawaana gende waka fight ejja kutandika nga 12:05 oba ssaawa emu nanga kati tobimanyi ne mugamba sebo Robin nze bino ebikonde mbimanyi
era okutuuka kwogwo omutendera kati olw'okuba Sharif Boogere ndowooza adde amaze ndowooza emyaka gye badde giwezeena ng'ali wansi wa Golden Boy Promotions eya Oscar de la Hoya naye ng'abadde tafuna nwana ziwera era kyekyamuwaliriza obutazza ndagaano ye bujja ne Oscar ne Golden Boy Promotions okudda Mayweather Promotions kitegeeza kati bana Uganda bali babiri wansi wa Mayweather Promotions. Boza Edwards trainer ebiseera ebimu abadde ne kunwana za Mayweather ku mabbali ku ring.
Trainer ku gymye naye asinga training abana abaveno wansi. Era bwolaba bino waliyo documentary bakolanga waliyo fight. Na Mayweather agenda kulwana oba ne Canelo Alvarez oba ne Miguel Cotto oba ne Manny Pacquiao. Bwebalaga abantu bakola nabo mu gym oba omanyi Boza Edwards bwafaanana abeeramu.
Era y'omu ku abo balimu kino kitegeeza nti kati Sharif Bogere ku myaka 27 ku profile jaina abaina kati okutandika okwongerako kunwana zaina ndowooza kimukola ebyakonyeko ku makya g'olunaku olwayo nti yadayagala okuweza fights ndowooza zigende nga ziwerako kuba alina enwana 29 awanguddeko 19
ku myaka
19 zaawa era alwanye entonkyeki ensonga lwaki avudde mu Golden Boy okudda wano Mayweather ndowooza ogezaako mufunye myezi ng'ebiri ndowooza tujja kuba tuddamu okyogerako.
Okay. Floyd Money Mayweather ye manager wa Sharif Bogere. Nga tuvudde ku Sharif Bogere tujja gendako mu volleyball era nga timu ya Nemo Stars yakakasizza nti nejja kukiikirira Uganda mu mpaka eza Club of Africa Volleyball Championship. Nemo Stars eri ku timu 24 ezafulumidde kalala lukalala lwa company lwa club ezakakasizza omanyi Alan mu mpaka zino okuyitamu tekimala. Okakasa nti ojja kusamba. Omuntu nayinza okukwata kirowooza nokimanyi nti ne Man U n'ebeera n'esamba Champions nga yawangudde liigi. FA n'okukakasa nti Man U ejja kukuba. Kati Nemo Stars mu mbeera eno ey'okuyuuga kunoonya nsimbi kuba ye emboozi egenda okuddako era ndoze tunaafuna omukisa okyaza wana aba ttiimu ya Nemo Stars ng'empaka zitandika Maachi nga 23 ye sabbiti ezo z'ennaku 6 okuva kati. Era kyojja okuwulira ekyensimbi nekyakwenyumiza mu kyene Alan nti kati buli mwaka Nemo Stars yeetabamu
myaka ena egiddiriŋŋana bakakasa nti beetaba zino empaka
mumbeera
enzibu ennyo kuba waliwo n'okuleka abazannyi mu nnaku ezisemba yadde batendekebwa ttiimu n'egenda n'abazannyi 8 omutendesi omu manager omu ebiseera ebisinga ne munnamawulire omu mukwano gwaffe Clive Chaze natera nabewolekera amawanga ag'Ebuwarabu okwetamu zimpa naye kati emyaka giweze n'egiddiringana bwe nkubuuza Isma club ekiikiridde Uganda ku lukalu lwa Africa muzannyo gwonna emirundi ena egiddiringana myaka 10 egisembeyo ensanga ye Nemo Stars yokka kuba ne mupiira gwennyini ekinene ennyo ttiimu kye zikola wano mu CAF Champions League ne CAF Confederations Cup kukiika mirundi 2 giddiringana kankubuuzeeyoko Victoria University erudda mu kana akaseera yaliko mu CAF Confederations Cup netunka ne Don Bosco teina weri mu kana Nemo Stars gino myaka ena ekiika beetaaga kati ndowooza obukadde 77 gyemitwalo 2 ejja $. Omugatte gye beetaaga okugenda e Cairo empaka zitandika sabbiiti ejja Nemo Stars
nakumukaaga yeno obubaka Nemo Stars era mu abalowoleza ebyemizannyo n'abagala obyeyungako nga Jack Pemba gwe tusinkanyeko enkyalero nga yeegatta ku ttiimu ya Warriors. Nemo Stars obwetaavu bwo kye tuyinza okukola ekinene kwe bwanika wano ku NTV obeere nga otegeera nti Nemo Stars ejjako ku ezo ttiimu 24 ezigenda okwetaba mu mpaka eza Africa Club Volleyball Championship okutandika nga Maachi 23 mu ggwanga erya Misiri. Ate musayino wetwogerera Alan abazannyi ba golf babiri abana-Uganda bali mu ggwanga erya Kenya bazannya mu mpaka ezisinga obunene mweno region Barclays Kenya Open ng'etandise enkya ya leero Ronald Otile mu ba amateur ne Vincent byamukama mu ba professional so yatusobola okufuna engeri gye bakozeemu mu kutandika tournament kyekimu ku ebyo kyetugezaako kwano nga tufuna score zaabwe ne Alan kino kinene nnyo bw'olowoozaamuko Ronald Otile gy'avudde omwaka guli yayamba ttiimu ya Uganda okuwangula empaka eza All Africa Golf Championship omwaka ogwedde bagenda e Mombasa era mu Kenya mu tournament yaba amateur yali wakubiri overall ba amateur bonna mu Africa abetaamu ezo empaka mulimu abazimbabwe aba South Africa amawanga ago bwegati agasingako Uganda ku mutenda guno gwa golf naye kino kyongera kinene nnyo ku linnya lyabwe singa basobola n'okukola kati ne babeera nga ku lunaku olwa Sunday mwebali
kuba mu byafaayo bya Barclays Kenya Open ennono ye event egulawo European tour circuit kuba ye event esooka naye teri munnayuganda yenna yali asusse yali making a cut okweyongera kutuuka mu round ezisembayo.
Omanyi mu golf bwe mumala okuzannya ennaku ebbiri ezisooka kuba muzannyo guba gwa nnaku nnya abazannyi obubi ennyo babajjako kye bayita cut ne basigazaako abazannyi obulungi okuzannya olw'omukaaga ne Sunday ekyala nno kyannyonnyola
era olw'okuba baddewakope bazze ne beetabamu tebasobodde kuyitamu omwaka oguwedde ndowooza Ivan Denis Anguyo ne Philip Kasozi bagezaako okugenda mu ggwanga eryo okwetabamu omwaka oguwedde naye teri munnayuganda yali ayiseemu kati gwe mukisa Otile gw'alina kuba ye amateur yekka kwaba ababiri abayitiddwa okuva ebweru wa Kenya okwetamu zino
omulala n'Omufalansa kuba ndaba wano ba amateur abana abakkiriza ozannya eno mu tournament ba foreigner bali babiri Ronald Otile wa Uganda ne Romain Langaski Omufalansa kwabo n'ogattako ba amateur abalala abana-Uganda abana-Kenya babiri okuli Matthew Wahome ono n'azannyira mu ggwanga erya South Africa ali mu academy ya golf wamu ne John Karichu ba amateur mu tournament erimu abazanyi ba golf ba professional 115 mulimu ba amateur babiri omu ku bo Ronald Otile Omunnayuganda
ye Munnayuganda tendowooza olw'ensonga nti yakola bulungi ku mpaka za Africa omwaka oguwedde yayamba Uganda okweddiza empaka ezo eza East Africa Golf Challenge e Rwanda omwaka oguwedde n'ayamba Uganda okuwangula empaka za All Africa Golf Challenge ezaali ekitante ku ntandikwa y'omwaka oguwedde ye kennyini okumala emufo ekyokubimwezi empaka z'aba amateur ezaali e Kenya yensonga lwaki
ogwawangula ne Uganda Open ba amateur
ne ba pro biri yensonga lwaki ndowooza afuna omukisa ogwo okuyitibwa ogenda wali eri ku mulirwano e Nairobi ku Karen Golf Club batandise ku makya g'olunaku olwaleero
akalulu kaffe ka secret ballot bino ebya East Passport Personality byakalo tujja kumanya paka mwezi gujja ebyavaamu naye Ronald Otile bw'olowoozaamu ku bintu byakoze n'olowoozaamuko ne gyavudde alina emboozi ey'okwenyumirizaamu ennene ennyo eri buli munabyamizannyo mu Uganda kale Otile ne Vincent Byamukama yazannya eri Bapro
batandise endowooza ssaawa 6 n'eddakiika 20 ku Karen Golf Club
kyobeera sure kasita osigala ku NTV siko zino ojja zifuna mawulire aga NTV Tonight Otile akoze atya wamu ne Vincent Byamukama kyetasobola kukola essaawa tugezaako nonyano ku mikutu gyaffe egya internet okulaba naye tetunakubanga tufuna bakola batya mu kaseera kano olwo nno nga tuvudde Kenya tujja sala ocean bagiyita ki semayanja oba anyanja ennene
ocean
okay tugenda kusala oguyanja ogunene ogwa Indian Ocean tugende butereevu mu ggwanga erya India ewali empaka eza cricket eza World 2020 zatandika no sabbiiti ewedde ne qualifier eza tiimu ennafu abanafu bamala okwekubamu awo empaka zennyini ababuyisemu awo ne basanga bano abanene ba India babungereza ba Australia ne zitandika ku lunaku olwokubiri era mu kutandika New Zealand negera nefuntula abategesi aba New Zealand nenga Alan leero omuzannyo ndowooza ogusingako obunene gwego wakati wa eggwanga erya Afghanistan ne Sri Lanka bw'olowoozaamuko ag'amawanga abiri bwembeera Afghanistan guno gwegwekuwangula
kuba ekisooka ensonga lwaki Afghanistan erimu bana abasembayo ku Super 10 nti bajjamu eggwanga erya Zimbabwe emukwabo bino ba full member naye ba full member abasingayo okuteekebwa wansi ne Bangladesh
abadde mu kukirira bukyanga Zimbabwe agoba abazungu
mwaka akaseera era bw'olabamuko ku mpaka zino eza ICC World Cup eza 2020 Afghanistan eri wano omuli gwawe gusooka mu Super 10 balina omutindo Sri Lanka gwetalina ku ludda luli eri kitegeeza omulungi nnyo omulala defending champion talabika kubanga defending champion ng'empaka zitandika
ebiseera bino Sri Lanka ezannya bubi nnyo obukyanga abazannyi abo bavaamu Kumasanga Kara Mahela gye yawaddena n'obuvune obwa Lasist Malinga bino Alan bye nali mpandiikako eyasoma ku monitor w'olunaku olw'omukaaga mu Sco munda magazine eya Sco ko binawandiikako byentirako Sri Lanka tournament ejja mu kaseera nga batandise okukkirira ebweru oyo omuzannyo yakubyeza empiki Tela Karatine Dilshan abasigadde siraba kimala gamba nti Sri Lanka enekola bulungi mu eno tournament wali okweddiza ekyo nno kinene n'okukola obulungi mu eno tournament
n'obuvune bwa captain oyo Lasith Malinga bw'abakosaamuko nti ye n'ennyonyi yagirinnyaeko okujja wano bw'ogattako nti kati bakwata eggwanga erya Afghanistan eriyina omutindo mukana akaseera abazanyi Muhammad Nabi Muhammad Shaza n'oli omuzanyi Nuzadran bwe basinga okubeera n'omutindo gino emizenyo gye bagenda okwetamu ndowoozamuko Sri Lanka okuba n'olunaku oluwanvu
ennyo nga ttiimu ya Bungereza olunaku olwajjo yadde n'olunaku oluwanvu ennyo kubanga yakubiddwa West Indies omwami oyo Chris Gayle myaka 36 yakubye empiki 10 ku bupiira 47 yakubye Bungereza ntera nnyo jaguza nga Bungereza tewangudde naye amakolo saajaguza n'abakwatiddwako ennaku genda ku Facebook nonya NTV omuli gw'emizannyo nyiga like genda ku Twitter nonya @NTV_ oba NTV akasaze omumuli @Alan Daka Kigongo teekako obaka bwe tukomawo tugenda kwesiba nnyo ku UEFA Champions League sirwa kuba nti wabaddewo ekipya kubanga ebyabaddewo olunaku olwajjo Bayern yagufuula omuze oba enkola ey'okuba Juventus ate ne Arsenal yafuna enkola ey'okusinkana Barcelona ne bagijja mu buli mwaka tovaawo katujje.
Why are you laughing? Because he pays 3 shillings per second. And how much are you paying? A bit less than his 3. With AfriCell, you can pay much less than both of them. With the Tokota 500 bundle, you pay less than half a shilling per second. What? Yes, less than half a shilling per second. All you have to do is dial *134# and select Tokota from the king of the bundles.
Only on AfriCell.
You know what they say about girls? Who cries more? Girls. Who does the chores? Girls. Who's the shopaholic? Girls. Who's all about selfies? Girls. Who brings the drama? Girls. But we want to show you our real world, where we're more than just girls. Introducing Spark TV, the first female channel in Uganda, made for you to bring out the best in you. Spark TV, it's your time.
Kulikayo mukumulako nkujjukiza bujjukiza nti buli lunaku olwokutaano ku Spark TV tukutuusaako empaka eza Friday Night Lights okuva ali ku kisaawe ekya YMCA ewandiga n'olunaku olw'enkya okutandika n'essaawa emu tega butereevu oyo no mwannyinaze woba onyumirwa basketball Friday Night Lights ku Spark TV buli lwakutaano era amaloboozi gano g'owulira wano era ge gamu agajja okutuusaako empaka ezo ng'eno akalanga nkomaze okukakola tugende mu mpaka eza UEFA Champions League. Bayern ne Juventus basinkana sabbiiti ewedde omupiira ne guggwa 2-2. Kwogo omulundi Bayern yasooka okuteeba 2, Juventus neteeba 2 ne guggwa 2-2. Olunaku olwajjo Juventus yagenze mu ggwanga erya Germany oba Bugirimaani nesuuka neteeba goals 2. Paul Pogba ne Juan Cuadrado yakubye goal paka kati mu bwongo bwange ejja kubeeramu akabanga kanene. Naye olwavudde awo Bayern neteeba nayo goals 2 mu 9 ne guggwa 2-2. Bwe bagenze mu extra time olw'okuba emipiira gwadde gwenkanya emirundi 2 bwe bagenze mu extra time tiimu ya Bayern neteeba goals 2 ng'eyita mu Thiago Alcantara ne Kingsley Coman neba nga yajjemu Juventus nyakubiri. Wali singambye nti kino si kipya nagamba wano mu ngeri ey'okusaaga nti wookerano ze Alan ne Isima ne Senkungu wali abali ne mabega wa kamera ne Tito n'otwambaza omujoozi gwa Juve tukuba Madrid. Ne bwe tumala okuba Madrid kati n'ova kufe n'ogenda kubali mu newsroom abakola amawulire n'obambaza omujoozi gwa Bayern bakuba Juventus naye Alan guno omupiira ndowooza gwachukidde ku kintu eki Massimiliano Allegri kujjamu Alvaro Morata eyabadde atawanya back ya Bayern olw'okuba ali mobile n'ateeka Mario Mandzukic mu dakiika ensaamu ebbiri
wekyayononekedde era Bayern kwe kweyongera okunyigiriza ttiimu eya Juventus nga yadde bakoze eddakiika zonna ekyenda ojjukira goolo ey'okubiri eya Juan Cuadrado producer waddamu n'akolaga ekifaananyi we basuulira omupiira Alvaro Morata ayita ku bazannyi nga bana
omu babiri basatu owokuna wuuyo owokutaano n'amukuba paasi n'awa Cuadrado n'akanga omusajja ono nno ekimuyamba nti kamera ebadde ekyaliko yadde agenda ava mu kifaananyi awo obeera wa Juventus n'otandika
okukkiriza nti bali mu quarter final nga bajja mu Bayern Munich kuba bagenze okumulanga Juventus ekulembedde goals 2 ku bwereere naye substitution eyo bwekolebwa nalowoozezza gwe bayingiza yabadde annyogoze nga Bayern ebugumye ng'enoonya goolo ya kyenkanyi kuwangula mupiira nejja mu ddakiika y'ekyenda mu emu Thomas Muller n'abafunya goolo ey'ekyenkanyi awe babakubidde goolo ey'ekyenkanyi ne kinzijukiza engeri Atletico Madrid gye yasuulamu ekikopo kya Champions League emyaka ebiri egiyise kuba Madrid yateeba mu ya kyenda ogenda mu extra time
goolo yali Gareth Bale gye yateeba yakateeba goolo ebbiri ennene mu Madrid eya Champions League final nigiyakuba ku Barcelona Copa del Rey final
goals ezebbiri zokka ze bateeba naye okuva wonna nalowooza kasita bagenze buzi eddakiika engattemu asatu omupiira gwabadde gugenda kubeera ku ludda lwa Bayern kuba Juventus yadde ekubiddwa mu bwongo nga bakimayi bazannya eddakiika endala 45 okunyika omupiira naye nga booganze
ze mwadde temwetaaga
ne babongeramu ezasatu nga bakoze buli kimu kuba ne Bayern yafunye emikisa egyaweze mu kitundu ekyasoose Gigi Buffon ng'akola save ezaweze naye olunaku lwagenze okumekerezebwa nga Thiago Alcantara ateebye goolo ey'okusatu ne Kingsley Coman
n'ateeba ku weekend yateeba goals 2 nga bakuba Werder Bremen goals 5 ku bwereere Thiago Alcantara ne sabbiiti eri yateeba ng'oggyeko omupiira gwe baagwa 0-0 ne Dortmund atandise okwongerako ekintu ekirala ku game yo kuba Alcantara oyo mu Barcelona bamuzimba ng'alina kubeera Xavi omupya bwe kyagaana n'adduka olw'okuba taata we ogambe taata we mu mupiira Pep Guardiola olw'okuba yali agenze mu ttiimu eya Bayern Munich nalowooza Alcantara kati yeetaaga okukolayo ekipya era ekipya kye kino ekyokuba nti nno ateeba goal eyo nebanga Bayern nga bwetera okukola yajjemu Juventus nesiwulira nko nnaku ya Juventus nga lunaku lwajjo omala okulembera 2-0 Medi Benashi already mubi mu center back Bayern otandise ogiyuza Xabi Alonso afunye kadi eya kyenvu otandika okuloza n'ogamba lweru no Juve lwegenda okuba Bayern kati nga zakiriza mu low of averages nalowooza lwadde lwajjo ne bwe kyabalemye Bayern erina okuba Juve ne Juve erina okuba Madrid ndowooza byawandiikibwa sirina okuba nga noonya gye biri kati waliyo ekitabo kyo kyawandiikibwa nga kirabika tekirikyuka Barcelona eyo sisinkana Arsenal Barcelona erina okuba Arsenal naye kibi Alan guno omupiira ekisinga obubi obutafaananako ne guli ogwanyuma ennyo nga gwaddemu goals 10 mu ddakiika 210 guno gwasalibwawo mu mupiira ogwasooka Barcelona bwe yawangula 2-0 ku Emirates
goals za Messi ebbiri abagenza okujja wano ndowooza ng'olukyalo lwa Arsenal lwakunoonyayo kikanga
kuvaamu na kitiibwa
nga tokubiddwa goal nyingi wandowooza omwezi nga gumu oguyise Barcelona mwagigattira goal 6 omugatte yayiseyo 5 omugatte
ate mbadde wala nnyo bwembanza owokubala olaba bano abakola opinion poll bagamba +-5 kati nze bwe nkola prediction y'omupiira nenga nti mipiira ebiri Barcelona ejjateeba goal 6 kane +-1 kitegeeza nsinga aba opinion poll
ate nga taba kuba David Ospina Barcelona yadde soweza goal 5
lwakubala nate ekyewuunyisa waliyo ekintu kyenjala tukoneko katono nnyo katukyalina Europa League wa Antonio Conte Arsenal olunaku olwajjo okufaananako n'omupiira guli ogwasukala omupiira ogwasooka basamba bulungi paka bwe babateeba goal eyasooka yasambye bulungi naye mu mutima gwange nadde ngamba basambye bulungi olwokadde bamanyi nti bavuddemu kolumu pressure bwegenda nga tekyabalumya nnyo omuntu emanyi mwavuddemu kuba Barcelona bweteebeeyo goal esooka Arsenal bayeetaaga okuteeba goal 3 Barcelona bweyongerako eyokubiri Arsenal bayeetaaga 4 Barcelona bweyongerako eyokusatu bayeetaaga 5 ekitone nnyo okuba nti eyitamu kati mweyembera nozaamuko nti olumbi n'ebintu wali akantu akakubika amaaso nga nti Arsenal yasambye bulungi naye nga mbwongo waŋŋamba nti ttiimu zombi zadde zimanyi zifunye ekizaagala Barcelona emanye eyiseemu Arsenal naye emanye evuddemu kati endowooza omupiira ogubeera comfortable okusambamu eyo embeera
lwakubeera omuwagizi wa Arsenal ayinza okugamba bayinza okwevuma emikisa egyo gye basoose okusuula mu dakiika ezo ezasoose nga Neymar tannateeba gooli yasoose
era omwami omu ndowooza ku mukutu ogwa Twitter Robert K. Sarkozy olina mujozi gwa Arsenal yabuuza oba Giroud alina kyasasula Venga okuba nti yasamba buli mupiira gwa Arsenal naye aliwo ate mbaliwo yasinga nze ndowooza yasinga
kuba yavudde ku katebe
kale ezo goole ez'abazanyi abasatu Messi, Suarez ne Neymar nga kuno baatebe baveeri kulumba teeba Messi yasoose Suarez naddako Neymar n'ateeba esembayo kuno baatebe batandikira eno Neymar, Suarez, Messi ezo goole zisatu akaluno kajja kukwatibwa olunaku olw'enkya ssaawa 8 ez'olweggulo akaluka quarter final tiimu zirimu 8 zokka nja tulabe ku fixtures za Europa League tusobole okusoma ku bubaka bwammwe era ng'olunaku olwalero emipiira egyo egy'okuddiŋŋana Tottenham ne ttiimu ya Borussia Dortmund Tottenham yekyaza ogwasooka nno Dortmund yabali ebatiddemu Signal Iduna Park
kwewuunya nnyo Spurs bw'eneebajjamu
kijja kuba kyewuunya ate nga Manchester United ekyaza ttiimu ya Liverpool ogwasooka Manchester yakubwa goals 2 ku bwerere ku Anfield kati yeetaaga okuba nti nno eyanukulamu ogwo omupiira okukomawo wali n'ogujja okunyumira ogwa Valencia ne Bilbao yabakubeemu 0 yokka ate ennaku zino ogera Neva awangulayo aka ku weekend baamukuba Levante yamukuba mu ddabi y'ekibuga ekyo kya Valencia kale gye emipiira egya UEFA Europa League Alan kibuuzo kimu Manchester United ne Liverpool ani ayitamu
ndowooza Liverpool ejja kuyitamu olw'ensonga emu enjawulo ya goals ezebbiri gye balina siraba maanyi kuba na lunaku lulungi nnyo Liverpool ng'erina olunaku lubi nnyo
kyetaagisa maanyi okuyitamu ng'eteeba enjawulo ya goolo 2 ng'ate temira kitegeeza Liverpool weeteeberamu maanyi eba yeetaaga 3 nozimala
3 emu maanyi eba yeetaaga
goolo 4 bw'olabira Liverpool ng'eteebye omanyi awo goals emu ku ntebe saagala kunnyonnyola kuba siginnyonnyolanko omuntu n'amayiza n'aŋŋamba nti agitegedde bulungi naye kati kankinnyonnyole mu bwangu nnyo Liverpool weeteebera bweti kyesobola okukola olw'omutindo gwa Firmino badane Sarge ba Felipe Coutinho mu maaso ga goal basobola n'okukolamu emikisa ku defense ya maani yembi sabiti ero we basinkana omuzannyi yasinga obulungi yali David De Gea Liverpool weeteeberamu goal emu bweti maani eba yeetaaga goolo 4 Liverpool weeteebe ey'okubiri maani eba yeetaaga okuba Liverpool goolo 5-2
ekitasoboka
kijja kuba kizibu kisoboka omupiira guno ogulimu lisiti okuwangula ekikopo kya liigi togunyooma amawulire amalala amanene ge g'okuba nti n'omutendesi wa ttiimu ya Italy Antonio Conte agenda kusuulawo omulimu gwa ttiimu ya Italy olunaava mu Euro mu mwezi ogwa June twali wano nga tugamba okufuna DStv compact egenda okulaga Euro yonna yonna bweneggwa bweti nga Antonio Conte avaayo olugambo lugamba nti alabika ajja genda mu ttiimu eya Chelsea ndoza tukyalina sabbiiti nnene nnyo mwogerako wamu n'egyo emyezi gyonna gyonna Conte kyayinza okukolera Chelsea wamu tunayogera ne kuba Guardiola ng'avudde mu ttiimu ya Bayern ate Male Henry Kenneth agamba omupiira tegusobola kyukira ku sub Male nja kugamba nze ndowooza enyinza okuba omukyamu kuba eno ndowooza yange nti Alvaro Morata okuvaamu kyawadde Bayern ebbeetu okusindika babbaka we batambuleko mita nga 5 Morata yabadde abakumidde Manzuki tasobola kukola kuba ebitone byabwe n'amaanyi gaabwe ku ssaawa ganjawulo Manzuki kayimirirawo Morata ajja kukola nga yeegazaanya yeetoola mu bifo binene nnyo kyendowooza nti wegwakyukidde ogwo Ibrakaye Semajwali agatolowooza nti Busquets ne Valdez beetaaga deserve as much recognition as the front three ndowooza bagisaana kuba ndowooza otegeeza Daniel Alves naye wandise Valves oba Valves wandise Valves ndowooza bagisaana bakoze ebbanga ddene Eric Balayo n'agamba the noisy neighbors aba Man City batuse ku mutendera ogw'okulaga nti bakuze mupiira gwa Bulaaya wamu Mukasa Benjamin yagambye nti maani ejja yitamu ate Musinguzi Ian yagamba yeewunza nti Manchester City ekyali mu Champions League oba ko bulala Alan
ku mukutu ogwa Facebook Semwezi Semwezi Pado ogamba Manchester ejja kuwangula omupiira gwabwe toyogedde oba banayitamu. Rothgard Mula ogamba final ya UEFA Champions League eri wakati wa Bayern Munich ne Barcelona. Ate omulala Brian Edwin Bwiro ogamba Bungereza enafuye ku kiri kye tugambye nti esigazaamu ttiimu emu yokka. Iwan Jose gwe n'ogamba nti liigi ya Bungereza yasuula dde ekintu nti yasigala kubaamu ssente zokka kyekyo ky'ogamba n'owandiika ebintu ebirala biyitirivu obungi. Ate Bernard Makoha n'ogamba gwe kyolowooza kiri nti ttiimu bbiri okuva mu Spain zijja kusisinkana ate n'ogamba Liverpool ejja kujja Manchester United ndowooza agamba mu quarter final one kuba Barcelona bwe yeeyongera emipiira esatu okutuuka ku final wali ndowooza kijja kuba kizibu nnyo okugijjamu. Ajja okusembayo ye Dickson Kahwitiri n'ogamba nti balina okuva mu ttiimu za Bungereza oba si ekyo bagule abazannyi ab'ebbeeyi kyekizibu kye balina mu kano akaseera.
Kale emboozi tejja komano ogenda ku Facebook nononya NTV omumuli gw'emizannyo n'onyiga like ku Twitter noonya @NTV omumuli oba @Alan oba @Dakaba Kigongo obeere ng'onyiga follow emboozi eyongere mu maaso ebyemizannyo tebikomano omuli we gukoma naye jjukira nti mawulire ya sports ajja kubaamu okuli n'ebyo ebiri e Kenya Sign Ronald Otile bw'azannye eri mu mpaka eza Barclays Kenya Open. One Alan Darren Cheyune nze Ismail Dakaba Kigongo Mwera.
This is Kim Swagger, Mad About Style, and you're watching About Town. I'm about style. We're about town. About town. Kim Swagger, respect.
Being Kim Swagger may not be a piece of cake. The young fashionista who loves to be called the fashion trendsetter who is mad about style revealed to us of his saw hustle before it paid off.
Before us, it was not easy at all because we were criticized a lot. We invented so many styles and people are like, no, we can't do that. But now it's easy. Everyone loves style and everyone can be a stylist. And that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at bringing up new stylists and designers. I'll be so happy because that's what we wanted. Yeah.
Away from that, the Gundeze singer King Saha's lyrical prowess is surely something to talk about. No wonder the constant hits he keeps on pouring out for the ardent fans. This singer revealed of how he gives it more of his time and care to put up something great on the market.
So we remember Lukola, no regendereza, Lufani Lukwatayo. Yeah, sure. So we remember Lukola and regendereza.
Popular for his rare dance trucks and music, regardless of his exit at a big talent, singer Tip Sweezy of the Agariko fame said, and he goes on to reveal that he's actually in studio with Kenzo cooking something for the fans.
You have a new song called Confirm. Yeah, me and Ed Genzo is a new track, but not out.
R&B artists who have been there for ages, while many came and left severely, Alan Empire, aka Alan Tonic, proves his inexorable passion for music is the biggest reason for his long stay on the charts.
I think the most important thing, first of all, is passion. There's wanting to be famous, and then there's wanting to sing and love it. So there's a big difference. So a lot of people enter the music industry looking for fame, not that they love singing, they just want to be famous. And over some time, you meet some hurdles, some difficulties, and you will, lose your way if you don't have the passion and patience. It's pretty much passion, patience, and hard work. That's it.
Now, these two hot, stunning girls, Helen Lukoma and Leila Kayondo, who once painted our city red and been good type friends for ages, are lately reported to be at odds. Our sources reveal that the two can't see eye to eye, and all crops up from SK Mbuga as it believed that he fell for Helen Lukoma. Something which didn't please Leila, thus the severe breakup. Away from that, as some of our artists are afraid of the consequences the copyright law may impact on the music industry. Talented singer Ziza Bafana and crooner Lydia Dasmin gave their views about their copyright law issue.
One thing I know is we Ugandan artists, I'm telling you the truth, we would have been so far if we had the copyright. Yes, I'm telling you, we get just the normal money, like money to survive, money to do stuff, money to do videos, to live a good life, but not money we should have been getting. Those guys make a lot of money. Nigerians have a lot of money. Why? They do music. All their videos are playing on MTV because they get a lot of money. Copyright. We don't have it here. I so support it. I really want it to happen here. But I know that's a long process. But all in all, I hope one day it comes to Uganda.
We need it. We need it so much because we're going to club it on Winding Avuga helicopter. We're going to club it on Winding Avuga chopper. So, no kumanga nebi labikolebwa. Ebiyamba Uganda. This is how we're going to see the artists. Mumani mumwagira nyo bakamire babebe kula Bobi Wine. Temumani nabo bayina bebakozeza nabo muba testing mukoleche mubawuliye. So dancehall music or the music industry copyright yetagisa okubawo. Copyright kyogenda kulaba muyimbi oba music industry ogana ngegenda wa mass understand.
About Town is your social friend that brings you up to speed with everything about your city or town in entertainment, sports, leisure, travel, fashion, lifestyle events, news, and so much more.
Agriculture is Uganda's biggest export. We figured a way to help you understand the pros and cons of the agriculture trade here on Seeds of Gold. We premiere by taking a look at a youthful farmer.
The idea to go commercial poultry farming came along because we have cousin who has a farm, and she initiated us. If you're a youth and you're out there and you want to do farming, just jump into it.
Sub-counties committees have colluded with the district land board to grab people's land.
We are sitting in Mbale district.
Land grabbing was started by General Kakunguru. He bought this land by Twig.
How can a technical person write minutes and approve a lease on a lease which is running?
We became squatters. The land of Role Park is null and void because the land commission has no local standing to issue it.
Raise the praise. Get inspiration. Rise up every morning with a song of praise to the Lord. A day in your courts is better than 1,000 elsewhere. Soul Moment, every Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
afternoon and welcome back to our live broadcast of the presidential election petition. My name is Joel Senyonyi. 2:30 it is, well, 2:35 now, 25 minutes to 3. And the justices of the Supreme Court have walked into the premises where this petition hearing is happening. Let's cross over and follow the proceedings there now.
In paragraph 31 of the petition, the petitioner claims that without the DRF forms from each of the 28,010 polling stations, together with tally sheets from 112 districts and return forms, there were no election results that there were no election results, that the second respondent could duly declare under Section 57 of the Act, and accordingly, the second respondent has no or any basis to declare the first respondent as the winner. My lords, this is a very dangerous statement. Dangerous in the sense that it fails to recognize the entire exercise which took a span of 5 years to prepare and perfect. And secondly, a gross misstatement of what happened. Before I look at the second respondent's evidence, let me quickly point out the law governing counting, and that is Section 48 of the Presidential Elections Act. Subsections 1 to 7, briefly. One is that votes cast at a polling station shall be counted at the polling station immediately after the presiding officer declares the polling closed. And votes cast in favor of each candidate shall be recorded separately in accordance with this part of the Act. 2, no vote shall stay uncounted overnight, and where required, the presiding officer shall provide light for the purposes of counting votes. 3, a candidate is entitled to be present in person or through his or her representative or polling agent at each station throughout the voting and counting of the votes, and at the place of tallying of the votes and ascertaining of the results of the poll for the purposes of safeguarding the interests of the candidate with regard to all stages of the counting and tallying. My Lord, paragraph 3 envisages the 3 steps from the polling station to tallying at the district and also tallying at the national level. Further, in 4, the presiding officer and the candidate or agents shall sign and retain a copy of the declaration. That is the declaration form, the results declaration form, stating the polling station, the number of votes cast in favor of each candidate, and the presiding officer shall then announce the results of the voting at that polling station before communicating them to the returning officer. Votes cast for each candidate shall be recorded in both figures and words and countersigned by polling agents before the declaration of results. 6, the following shall apply in respect of the signing of the declaration and announcement of results of voting under subsection 4. The candidates or their agents shall sign the declaration form before the announcement. Where any of the candidates or their agents refuse or fail to sign the declaration, the candidates and their agents refusing or failing to sign shall record on the declaration form the reasons for the refusal or failing. Where they refuse or fail to record the reasons, the presiding officer shall record the fact of the refusal or failure. When a candidate or agent is absent, the presiding officer shall record the fact of that absence. The refusal or failure of a candidate or agent signing a declaration form, or to record the reasons for that refusal to sign as required under this subsection, shall not by itself invalidate the results announced under subsection 4. The absence of a candidate or an agent from the signing of a declaration form or the announcement of results under subsection 4 shall not by itself invalidate the results announced. And at the commencement of the counting, the presiding officer shall, in the presence and full view of all present, open the ballot box, empty its contents on the polling table, and with the assistance of polling assistants, proceed to count the votes, separating the votes polled by each candidate. My lords, before I address you fully on this section and its application in the last election, I wish to refer to the evidence of Dr. Badri Chigundu in cross-examination, where he pointed out to this court, and it has not been challenged, whether by affidavit evidence or otherwise, that the petitioner did not have even 50% of the agents at the polling stations countrywide. I think that is the foundation upon which most of the submissions, most of the evidence and submissions will flow from. As I said, that is captured in paragraph 31 of the petition. And I quickly want to refer, and of course, paragraph 18 of the affidavit in support. The second respondent, his answer, or its answer in paragraphs 26, 26 first, the second respondent's answer, sorry, my lord, I think is the second respondent states that the petitioner, one, denies what has been. The second petitioner's answer, first. The second respondent's answer, he denies the contents of paragraph 31 of the petition. Paragraph 26, my lord. And the denial is also repeated in paragraph 54. If I have it right. Where it states that blanket statement in paragraph 37 of the amended petition makes no allegation whatsoever And the second respondent averred that the petitioner and all candidates were supplied with the details of all results up to each polling station, and the petitioner has not raised any allegation of contradiction with the results on DR forms in his possession at all. My Lords, earlier in the day, paragraph 54 of the answer.
My Lords, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, Justices of the Supreme Court, my Lords, I am Unassigned Severino. My Lords, on behalf of Counsel for the petitioner, we seek to get clarification on very important issues. My Lords, when you pleased to grant us permission to go and inspect the documents in possession of the second respondent, we did go, inspected them, and found that they were substantially and fundamentally lacking, and asked them to avail them to us so that we could be at the same page to understand what they're talking about. My Lords, the reason was we would have sought the intervention of an expert, a handwriting expert, to ascertain, because what we discovered was that those DR forms that they showed us were written by one person. That's what appeared to us, and that's why we asked for them. My Lord, they didn't. Instead, they came clandestinely, wrote to court, they didn't inform us, and secretly and irregularly smuggled some documents in this court, my Lords, which they didn't give to us. My Lords, we are at pains to even understand where Counsel for the second respondent is getting 50%. We cannot be at the same page. My Lords, our documents are clear before you. We wrote to them, we said we would like the DR forms, we want the return forms, we want the tally sheets. And besides, my Lords, we asked them to give us some documents that relate to the BVVK, including the information relating to what information would ordinarily be found on that machine. My Lord, they didn't. To that extent, you have no DR forms before you, including those which are scanned. They have not provided any to us. We asked, my Lords, that the documents they smuggled into this court should be expunged from the court record and be removed from this court building. My Lords, because this is a court of justice, everything is done in black and white. It should be very clear to everybody. My Lords, now we are at pains to understand how the relevance of Counsel's submission and how he would like us to respond in absence of the information that he should avail to us, which we granted permission, which he has refused to give to us. My Lord, we find it very difficult to proceed listening to his submissions, and we need your guidance on this matter.
Well, now we might as well deal with this problem. Mr. Tumsime, you remember there was a request to produce documents for inspection, and you informed the court that they will be allowed to come and inspect. And I believe we all saw on TV that they came and inspected. This court did not get a report, either from the petitioners or from anybody, that that inspection had been done, other than what we had seen on our own, which is not on record. We were informed, it was brought to my attention yesterday, that documents had then been brought to this office, to the court. And counsel were complaining. I brought it to your attention, and I thought you would find a way of resolving it between yourselves. Now apparently you didn't. The letters I have seen, the correspondence between you, contains things that quite rightly are not right. One, Mr. Tumsime, in your letter you say they had taken some documents, and they have said they haven't. And I think earlier in the day you said actually it is true they haven't. The letter forwarding documents to the registrar was not copied, nor the documents deposited here copied to the other counsel. We find that irregular because that's not the usual practice. Since the other counsel had requested to inspect those documents, if you were forwarding to them, then you would have copied the court and given us copies of what you had forwarded to them, so that we would now be talking at. So this is something I would like you to explain. What's the problem about giving them the documents which they inspected and which they want?
My Lord, there's no problem at all, because yesterday evening, when court asked us to discuss with Mr. Muhammad Mbabazi, he was actually urging us to withdraw the documents which are in the registry. He was not asking for copies of that, of what we had filed. And he's my witness, he's here. As you can see, he's nodding in agreement. So his request was, can you withdraw these documents? And if court will permit, we'll allow the documents to be withdrawn. That's one. Two, the evidence that I referred to of the agent not having more, even 50% of the agents, rather the petition not having 50% of the agents, is on record. That was...
Before we get to that,
yes.
Let's sort out the issue of the documents.
My Lord...
The inspection was allowed?
Yes.
At the end of the inspection, from what I've seen, they wrote and said, can we have copies of these following documents? And you stated later, writing to the registrar, that they had taken copies. Now it appears that's not true. They didn't take any copies. So can you make available to them the copies they require? Formally give them to the copies and copy in the court. Give us copies as well.
Much obliged, my Lord.
My Lord, well, I'm grateful, but I don't know for which petition I'll be using those DRs. We have already closed our case. We cannot use them now because our pleadings, which he actually has quoted, we are saying they are very essential. He's the one who read paragraph 31 and the paragraph.
But Mr. Mbabazi, when you were presenting your case, did you make reference, you can remind me, did you make reference even to your inspection and what you found lacking?
Pardon? The inspection?
When you were submitting,
yes, my Lord.
When you were presenting your case, did you make reference to the inspection you did and what you had found lacking? Because then we would have handled that matter then.
My Lord, I didn't, because I would be giving evidence from the back, one, but I knew paragraph 31.
No, that wouldn't be giving evidence because it's the court which said these documents should be given to you.
Yes, my Lord.
So reporting back to the court that they had not been given to you would not have been giving evidence.
Yes. But to my recollection, I remember referring to the notice to produce. That one, I think I made.
No. Did you report back what had happened with your inspection?
No, my Lord. I had already written.
All right, so they will give you the documents. If the court finds it necessary, we can give you extra time for you to make reference to them.
Good.
I think this should be delivered by this evening.
My Lord, maybe to
just hold on. Yes, Mr. Phillips.
My Lord, we have also asked for data image or clone, both for the election result system transmission and dissemination systems, and the voters verified by systematic available, because the BVK does not, because we wanted the BVK in itself also to be brought to court, all those machines. We do want them, my Lord, because they are very critical for our case. And the information on the servers and the computers, we all need them, my Lord.
My Lord, we wrote back to the Petitioners' Council and pointed out to them that it was not possible to give them these clones. When you give a party, like the petitioner, a clone of the entire database, you are contradicting yourself, you are undoing the entire integrity process that you've been doing. That means that clone can definitely be abused, and the law does not give the petitioner the right or the power to keep the database of this whole country, or the voters' database. So really, on that one, we disagreed, and we told them that it was not possible.
Well, I remember very well when court made the order for the giving of documents, we cited section 56 of the Act. Those are the documents that are written in the law which are required before declaration of results. And these are the documents we said should be given.
Much obliged, my lord.
My lords, I have just a matter for clarification. When we had, my name is Okelore for the second respondent. In the break, when we tried to have this conversation, although we didn't reach agreement, and others had indicated that if the DR forms that were sent to the court were expunged, that's the word that the matter would rest.
Those documents.
Has that position
Where
changed?
is it?
This is
The correspondence between these people. All of them. All of them, they're on the desk. You are talking of expunging something from the record. Those documents that you are talking about apparently were filed, I don't know, were filed or deposited in the registry. We haven't seen them. We haven't admitted them on record in this court. So what I'm saying is let them now be served properly to counsel and to ourselves, then we shall take it from there.
Much obliged, my lord. The only constraint will be
My lords, my name is Severino again. My lords, it was the chairman of the second respondent's evidence before this court that he did not have tally sheets, he did not have their forms, that what he used to transmit were scanned copies. We have asked for them. What they brought are hard copies which are disputed. We want both hard and those soft copies that he said he used to declare results, because the results are disputed.
Well, obviously he can only give you what he has. If he says he doesn't have them, then we will seek an explanation why he doesn't have them. So,
much obliged, my lord.
My lord, unfortunately, I have to respond to that. That my learned friend has not read his pleadings. If he has read his pleadings, he will realize that the tally sheets are attached.
just for the record, Mr. Tinov Singh, the documents which were brought to my attention was this letter dated 11th March to Tumsime Kabegal Company Advocates. And it says, following your partial compliance with our notice to inspect documents under Order 10 Rule 16, we hereby request for certified copies of the following documents inspected. The following documents inspected. Declaration of result forms for each polling station. Return forms for transmission of results for the 112 districts. TR forms, results form for the district. Furthermore, we inspected provisional results without accompanying tally sheets and DR forms from the respective polling stations as received before announcement of the provisional results by the chairman. We hereby request for copies of what was inspected. We ask for copies of what was inspected. As you are aware, we were not availed with the documents sought under paragraph 2 and 3 of the notice, and we shall await your communication as advised during inspection as to when they will be availed. So these are the documents we are talking about.
Much obliged, my lord. My lord, before I was interrupted, I had drawn the attention of court to the second respondent's answer, and further, I wish to refer to Mr. Namgera's affidavit, which is in volume 1 of the second respondent's affidavits. at paragraph 19, A, B, and C. In paragraph A, he states that following closure of voting at every polling station, ballots were publicly counted and the results entered on the declaration of results forms, which were signed by the presiding officer and the candidates' agents who were present. A copy of the DRA form was issued to each of the candidates' agents at the polling station. A copy of the DRA form was sealed in a tamper-evident envelope, which was then transported by the electoral officials to the district tally centers.
What paragraph are you reading?
Paragraph 19 of Mr. Namgera's affidavit, which is affidavit number 1, volume 1. My Lord, that was the procedure, and not a single affidavit has been filed denying that indeed this was the practice, or that this practice or the procedure followed was not in conformity with Section 48 of the Presidential Elections Act.
What is here at this?
My Lord, we'll come to that. There is another issue that I will address about transmission of results from the district to the National Tally Center. And indeed, when we come to that, we'll address that matter.
No, but you can say what it is.
Yes. ERTDS is the electronic means of transmitting information. It's called the Electronic Results Transmission and Dissemination System, ERTDS. Electronic Results Transmission and Dissemination System. And when we come to the stage of transmitting results from the district to the National Tally Center, we'll come back to this particular
Dissemination system.
Yes, dissemination system.
Just a second, because could you please clarify, because Conscious Namgera is the Director of Technical Services.
Yes.
So where would he be based?
Mr. Namgera is the head of Technical Services at the headquarters, but we'll get to the affidavits of the district returning officers.
No. The question I'm asking relates to this affidavit.
He's describing the whole process. But as we move further, I'll be pointing out particular affidavits that talk about how information is captured from the polling station and how it is relayed to the district.
Yeah, but let me ask the question, because I'm seeing some inconsistencies in your submission, which would help us clarify for us. Earlier on, you had said the petitioner had only, is it 50%? Had polling agents?
Yes.
You had referred us to that affidavit. Answer, was it the answer?
No, that was the cross-examination of Engineer Chigundu yesterday.
Yes.
The day before yesterday.
Yeah, but you had made reference to the fact that the petitioner didn't have agents,
Yes.
the stations,
Yes.
polling on all the polling stations.
Yes. I referred to that generally to look at the entire Section 48. Section 48 provides for...
No, let me finish
yes.
the question.
Sorry,
Because you have just now read to us paragraph 19(2) of Mr. Namgera's affidavit. And I'm looking at the last paragraph, 25.
Yes.
19B. Would that be correct? Because paragraph 25 says whatever is stated here in above is true to the best of my knowledge.
Yes.
So the electronic results transmission, whatever, that's the system.
Yes.
Ensured that a copy of a DR form was issued to each of the candidates agent at each polling station.
If we go back to my presentation of this morning,
yes.
When the second respondent is packing voting materials in what is called the polling kit, the DR form for that particular polling station is included. Now, if I may quickly refer to take you to the affidavit of Engineer Kibunga in support of the petition, I think it is Annexure 14.
No, but the question I was asking,
yes.
If Mr. Namugera is based at the EC office in Kampala,
yes.
Would he be in position to confirm what is, what he was deponing to in paragraph 19? That's my question.
Yes, for sure he knows that in every polling kit for every polling station.
It's not mentioned in polling kits here.
No, I'm saying he knows that there must be a DR form for each candidate's agent at every polling station. And that's how it is made. That's how it is done.
Read paragraph 19B of Mr. Namugera's
It says
affidavit.
a copy of the DR form.
Start with the opening line of paragraph 19.
That the ERTDS in the presidential election operated as follows. He's going back to the polling station to show how information is captured. Now, this is why B comes in. That the final information that reaches, I didn't want to move that fast because I wanted to take it in steps. From the polling station.
But you're the one who has mentioned this paragraph.
Much obliged, my lord.
Maybe to clarify questions.
Yes.
Minds,
Yes. Maybe I'll get to other affidavits of polling officers who describe what is done at the end of polling. At the end of polling at the polling station.
But if you read 19A and B together,
yes.
Then you'd see the sequence.
Yes, my lord, that's why I did not even go beyond C. Because when you go beyond C, then you get into another room.
Before going to C,
yes.
Read A and B together and you see the sequence.
Okay. That
A talks of
yes.
signing that document by the presiding officer and candidates agents who are present.
Yes.
Then the next one is a copy being given to each of the candidates' agent. It follows it would only be given to candidates' agents who are present.
Apologies, my lord. It's what B should have come in before A. Much obliged. My lords, a quick look at, again, section 49. Lays down the procedure, as I stated, at the end of counting, at the end of polling, how counting is done, the requirement for those agents who are around to sign, and those who are not will definitely not be, the EC will not be condemned for those agents, for those candidates who didn't have agents, and so on. Now, from the, I'll soon be pointing out one of those affidavits where the Maybe before I leave this point,
Section 49 is about complaints.
Before getting 49, I had promised to point out to court a copy of the declaration form, and I mentioned Annex There is Annex EC 12 to the affidavit in support of the answer. This is the declaration form.
EC what?
EC 12.
12?
Yes. EC12, it's a form which looks like this.
Yes, I've seen it.
This form is what is filled in at the end of voting. And as you notice on top, it's declaration of results. It refers to the district, gives the name of the district and the code, the constituency and the code, sub-county and the code, parish and the code, polling station and the code. Then below it gives the names of candidates, number of valid votes, number of valid votes in wards. It's that detailed: total number of votes cast, total number rejected, total number counted, total number spoiled, total number issued at the polling station, and total number of unused ballot papers. Then the presiding officer is supposed to fill in all this information, and also total number of females voted, total number of males voted. Now at the back, my lords, there is information, there is a column for the candidates' agents to sign. You may recall that on Monday, the petitioner produced a document, and because his candidate's name was agent's name was missing, we prayed that the document be rejected, and indeed it was rejected. Now, below is information, and then the signature of the presiding officer.
What's the point you're making?
What I'm pointing out is that under Section 48, at the close of polling, every polling station of the 28,010, they have to fill that form, and that form, as we indicate in Section Section 52 is then collected, and in 54 it's taken to the district for tallying. My lords, a quick reference to Section 49. There is a procedure under Section 49 for complaints.
Before you go back, so if this form eventually finds its way under Section 54 to the district returning officer, if I was looking for it now, where would I find it?
My lord, copies remain at this polling station as indicated in Section 48. A copy remains at the district, and a copy is forwarded to the commission in Kampala. And those are the copies that the petitioner inspected on on Saturday.
And these copies are available?
Yes, my lord, these copies are available, and as my lord, a photocopy of those are the ones in the registry, in this court's registry. My lord, if you look at section 48, subsection 4, the presiding officer keeps a copy of the declaration. So that remains at the station, at the polling station. Now, under subsection 3, the agent is also entitled to a copy. Now, then they are forwarded to the district. But in particular, I wanted to point out that before we leave the issue of the polling station, Section 49 has provided a procedure for complaints by candidates or candidates' agent or any voter, for that matter, who may wish to raise an objection during the counting, and that would be recorded in a book, and the recording has to be numbered and a corresponding number placed on the back of the ballot paper to which it reports. And the ballot paper shall be initialed by the presiding officer, and it shall be witnessed by the polling assistants and candidates' agents. Not a single document, not a single affidavit has been filed to indicate that there was any complaint from the petitioner in respect of voting and filling of the declaration forms. My lord, section 51 indicates, that's the question you asked me earlier, that a copy of the form shall remain attached to the report book. A copy shall be retained by the presiding officer for display at a conspicuous place at the polling station. A copy shall be enclosed in the envelope supplied by the commission, which goes to the sub-county or to the division headquarters. A copy shall be delivered to each of the candidates' agents, and in the absence of those agents, be retained by the presiding officer, who shall transmit it to the returning officer. And a copy shall be deposited and sealed in the ballot box. Once again, my lords, the petitioner has not produced even one copy out of the 28,010 where, you know, they are claiming that there was a malpractice here, this is what happened. The one that they purported to bring to this court was not even signed by the agent. My lord, section 52 indicates of how the results are collected and how they are forwarded to the district. My lords, before my lord, I beg to refer to the affidavit of Kiria Fred, which is affidavit number 8, volume 3. Kiria Fred was a presiding officer for Chibuku Primary School in Chibuku Town Council. And we've had a lot of affidavits from Chibuku, I don't know for what reason, but that witness clearly outlines exactly what was done at that polling station in support of the averments that we read in the pleadings. This document, the DR form, is a very important document. It is even provided for in the constitution of this country, under Article 68, sub-Article 4. I've already pointed at the contents of that document, and it is sad that the petitioner should claim that there were no declaration of result forms. So as far as this matter is concerned, my lords, it's my humble submission that the second respondent complied with the law. Not a single case has been pointed out where there was any malpractice to do with counting of these votes. My lord, quick reference to Mr. Mulekwa's affidavit. Paragraphs 13, 14, and 15. It is in volume 1. Paragraphs 13, 14, and 15.
Which person?
Mulekwa Leonard. Sorry, 21, paragraph 21. He also points out the use of these forms. My lords, let me briefly take you to section 54.
What was the relevance of the
use of these DR, the handling of these DR forms, my lord?
Yeah, but the Mulekwa's affidavit in those paragraphs is talking about their printing and so on to explain the delay. All right. So
it's paragraph 27, my lord. 20.
20.
Mr. Mleko. My lords, then the before we go to paragraph 54, I quickly want to refer to rather section 54, section 52 on the collection of these results and forwarding to the district. And I wish to refer to the affidavits of Nab Kenya Teddy, which is in volume 2 of the second respondent's bundle of affidavits. Nab Kenya Teddy. The second one is Shesa Juma Adam. Shesa Juma Adam. And the third one, that is in volume 3 of the second respondent's reports. No, my Lord, because of time, I would have loved to go to those documents, particularly number 1 and number 2. The third one is Jocelyn Kabasinguzi, which is in volume 3. We've already referred to it, about how these documents were collected in conformity with Section 52 of the Presidential Elections Act.
You said what?
How these results are collected from the polling stations and forwarded to the district tally center, and these 3 cases are illustrative of the procedure. My Lords, I wish to move to Section 54 about tallying of results. Section 54 tells us of who actually does the tallying, who is supposed to do the tallying under the Act. And as it clearly says in its heading, that is done by the returning officer. Now, how is tallying done? Section 54(1) and Section 54(2). In one, my Lord, it says, after all envelopes containing the declaration of result forms have been received, the returning officer shall, in the presence of the candidates or their agents, or such of them as wish to be present, open the envelopes and add up the number of votes cast for each candidate as recorded on each form. Subsection 2 has an option. It states that the returning officer may open the envelopes as an alternative to 1 and add up the number of votes cast, even though some of the envelopes have not been received, if the candidates or the agents and the police officer not below the rank of the inspector of police are present. My Lords, a number of affidavits, and because of time, of the petitioner's affidavits, because of time, were alleging that partial results were coming in. Now, the Commission, under 54 subsection 2 of the Presidential Elections Act, have got powers if the agents who are there agree with the returning officer to open. In any case, what harm does it do to anyone, including the petitioner, if envelopes are opened as and when they come in? Remember, my Lords, there is a timeline of declaration of the winner of presidential elections. And in order to meet that deadline, you cannot wait for somebody whose vehicle has broken down on the way, or a polling officer who is, decided to pass somewhere before getting to the district, or somebody who is very far from the district. So, as far as 54(1) is concerned, it's not cast in stone. There is another option under 54(2) that enables the Commission, the returning officer, to do what he has to do even before all the envelopes come in. Now, then it goes on up to 5. When the returning officer opens the ballot box, he or she shall receive the ballot box immediately after ascertaining the results with the declaration of result forms received in the envelopes in the ballot box. Now, my Lords, I know we've spent quite a bit of time before on this very subject, and permit me, if I take a bit of time, if you look at the amended petition, paragraph 30, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, and I would like to take some time and take you through these pleadings by the petitioner. Paragraph 30, subsection 30 rather A. First of all, in 30, the petitioner contends that the declaration of the first respondent by the second respondent as winner and duly elected president was illegal, unlawful, and contrary to the Constitution and the electoral laws of Uganda as hereunder. Now he proceeds to section 54 and says under section 54, the returning officer is required to receive all the envelopes containing the DR forms in the presence of the candidates or the agents before opening the same and adding up on the number of votes cast for each candidate as recorded on each form. And indeed, the petitioner clearly closes his eyes to section 54 subsection 2 that provides an alternative that allows envelopes to be opened even when all the envelopes have not come in from the district. Then he goes on that the second respondent instead announced provisional results without the returning officer receiving all the declaration forms, again in ignorance of section 54 subsection 2. The announcement of provisional results by the second respondent was a calculated scheme by the second respondent to manipulate and cook figures that made the first respondent appear to be in a lead, as if the first respondent had the key to select which envelope is in his favor so that it is opened first, and which envelope is not in his favor and it's not opened or opened last. This is a serious, flawed judgment, rather statement. Then he goes on under C that in the same vein, the first and second respondents ordered for the blocking of social media and this. We've already handled this, that these results were being transmitted or actually transported in hard copies to the district. We'll get to how they moved from the district to the National Tally Center. And then he goes on with the blockade of the social media. And nowhere, my lords, have you read, or have we read in the Presidential Elections Act, or in the Electoral Commission Act, or in the Constitution of Uganda, any provision that communication should be through social media, or transmission of results should be through social media. Maybe I shouldn't flog that horse anymore. That the second respondent continued announcing results in favor of the first respondent while keeping results favorable to other candidates, the petitioner inclusive. Again, this is a pleading without any foundation, and we beg you to dismiss it. Now, before we get to the national tallying, I quickly want to refer to the second respondent's answer, paragraphs 47, 48, 49, 50, 53, and 54. The answer of the second respondent paragraphs 47, in 47, the respondent states that it is the ordinary duty of its officials to transmit results to the district tally centers and the results collecting centers. In 48, the further states that it is the responsibility of the presiding officer to enclose a copy of the declaration results form.
Where are you reading from?
This is the answer. This
Answer
is the,
of the second respondent.
of the second respondents.
Yeah, mine reads different. You're reading from 47.
I started from 47, my lord.
The amended or the...
Because mine reads differently. 47, the second respondent denies the allegation in paragraph 30.
That's true, my lord. I just started with the second sentence. I apologize. So paragraph 47, then 48.
But in 48, you're answering to the allegation in paragraph 36.
Yes.
The amended petition.
I've already...
And it appears we are dealing with the allegations in paragraph 30. The petition.
My lord, there is repetition in the petition. So that's why I started with the first lot. Now, in paragraph 49, the second respondent outlines, how this information is received and tallied at the district. My lords,
you see, it would help us.
Yes.
The provisions of the law we can read. The question is, was this done? That's what you should
Yes, my lord.
address.
And for that matter, there are two affidavits that I want to refer to. One is the affidavit of Badru Chigundu, starting at paragraphs 45. In 45, my lord, the chairman of the second respondent states that it duly made declaration of results in accordance with provisions of section 57, goes further that all results were duly declared at all polling stations, properly tallied at all district tally centers, and duly transmitted to the National Tally Center. Now, this is really answering to the petitioner's allegations. Now, in paragraph 47, the chairman of the second respondent captures the movement of the DR forms from the polling station to the district in accordance with section 54, and then transmission to the National Tally Center. My lords, pressed by time, but if I could quickly point out that in A, the chairman talks of how these documents move from the polling station to the district. Again, in B, and again in C, he talks of how C and D, how the information is handled. I'm quickly going through this because there is one affidavit that will give us a clear insight on what happens at the district tally center. Again, under E, but before we go far, let me refer to the affidavit of Mr. Potias Namgera, which is affidavit number 1 of volume 1. And I quickly want to take you to paragraph 19 of his affidavit. we had visited, we had looked at paragraphs A, B, and C. And I'd like to start on D. Now we are at the district telecenter. My lords, I had hoped that the court would have time for this gentleman to do an exact demonstration with a flip chart of this process, because it may... You
can call him.
Lord, if court allows, I would beg that to get a flip chart. Mr. Nungera.
If you had given us notice, we would have done that. Maybe you would have started with it in the morning.
I'm sorry, my lord, but I think it is important to capture what goes on at the district as well as at the National Telecenter. Please come forward.
Court will give you the permission to call him.
Much obliged.
We don't. See, if you had given us notice about calling, we would have arranged even a flip chart and so on, you know.
Sorry, my lord. I think
we don't usually teach in
the interest of time, permit me to explain what is contained in paragraphs.
If you still want him,
yes,
and we want him, we can still give you time in the morning.
Yes,
and then you can take us through that evidence.
Much obliged, my lord. But briefly, in D, he states that the DR form, which is in a sealed tamper-evident envelope, is received at the district returning officers. It is open, and the results therein are announced to the ODS at the district telecenter. Now, each district has a minimum of 2 telestations, these being laptop computers, each with a teleclerk for capturing of election results at the DTC. Each district has a scanner which scans the physical DR form and feeds the image of that form to the telestations within the district telecenter. I know, my lords, I believe it was yesterday when you talked about this scanning and imaging, but basically what happens is that once this information from the DR form is read, there are there's a scanner that captures that image and relays it to some 2 stations or 2 computers. And each of those people who are capturing this information, my lords, and my lord, perhaps we are looking, our land colleague, perhaps is looking at a different context. My lord, we are here to examine what happened, not what happens. This is not a voter education class. This is a court inquiring into what happened. We would learn to know what
I think Mr. Tilo Sinje,
yes, my lord,
let him make his submissions. We shall be the judge of that.
Much obliged, my lord. Much obliged, my lord. The petitioner had received these documents on 13th of March. It is now 17th. They had the opportunity to file affidavits in reply, raise whatever evidence they wanted. They didn't, so they should allow the second respondent to present. Now, my lords, these 2 clerks or teleclerks capture the information from their image, from the images which have been scanned, and they total. Now, under H, it says a server machine, which the telestations are linked, then matches the results and entered by the teleclerks into the tallying software. If the server machine finds that the results entered by the teleclerks, because they are supposed to come up with same totals, because they are all totaling one document. If they match, then the district returning officer approves that this form be transmitted to the National Tally Center. If it doesn't, as he says, then they have to do their calculation again, or he has to make sure that he does it with them and that the two tally. Now, he says, then the approval of the transmission of results from the District Tally Center server to the National Tally Center can only be done by the returning officer who has access to the transmitting server by a password, and the server would not transmit results if the clerk's entries did not match. And this system, under K, was equipped to print out a tally sheet, my Lord, that the respondent is enjoined under section 56(2)(c) to transmit to the commission.
You see, the point is this. Yes. All this is very well, that's what the rules require. Is that what happened? Is this affidavit saying this is what happened, as a matter of fact? I think that's the concern of Mr. Tulisi. If that's what happens, let's say so and move on. And bear in mind that Mr. Namgara is coming tomorrow to testify.
My Lord, when you look at paragraph 19, the heading says that the electronic results transmission and dissemination system in the presidential election 2016 operated, the operative word is operated as follows. And then he goes into the detail of how it operated. And my Lord, really, without wasting so much time, my Lord, if the petitioner's case is that there are any declaration of results forms which are in their possession and which don't match with what was tallied, or if he knows of any tally sheets that don't match the information that we have provided to them to inspect and to quote, not a single affidavit has been produced here to challenge this evidence and to discredit it.
If you look at 19K,
yes,
it says the system is equipped to print out a tally sheet at the District Tally Center, the DTC. Now my question is, were these tally sheets printed?
My Lord, that is what I mentioned, that these sheets were printed.
Okay. Are they available?
They are available, my Lord. Not only available, they are attached to our pleadings. Yes, they were provided to the petitioner on the 23rd of Feb. And my Lord, that information is a copy of what was transmitted to the National Tally Center.
So they are still the same sheets they want?
My Lord, they are still the same sheets, and when they visited or when they went for inspection, they were able to look at all the tally sheets for the 112 districts of this country.
Well,
my Lord,
give them more and we don't waste more time.
My Lord, we'll definitely provide them, and these are not many. They are 52 in number. We'll definitely provide them to other additional copies. In addition, they were provided with a soft copy and a hard copy of these reports. My Lord, section 56(2) that we've been looking at does not provide about how information should be transmitted from the district to the National Tally Center. And let's not forget, my Lord, that we have, there is a time constraint there, because in section 57(1), the Commission shall ascertain, publish, and declare in writing and its seal the results of the presidential election within 48 hours from the close of polling. Now, as Mr. Namugera states here, that the Commission has come up with this system, which is called the Electronic Results Transmission and Dissemination System, which the chairman explained when he was here, when he was being cross-examined. And as you note from paragraphs L, M, and N of Mr. Namugera's affidavit, the captured results of each polling stations were electronically transmitted through a secure private network. The data was encrypted by the system before it was transmitted to safeguard its integrity. And after the results had been captured and encrypted at the district tally center and transmitted to the national tally center, the electronic whatever system automatically consolidated them to provide summaries at the national level, district level, sub-county level, parish level, and each polling station. What more does the petitioner want that the respondent did not do or did not provide? And following that, my Lord, the National Tally Center was receiving this information as they came in. I'm sure you were all expectant, myself included, my Lord, to see what was coming in, to a point that the chairman of the second respondent kept us awake the whole night. And by morning, we were nowhere near getting the final result. But we were all eager. And all that was being done through this system. My Lord, I recall that in the 2006 petition, the petitioner took the trouble to invite, I think, a demographic consultant or specialist to give evidence to Dr. Dwe. Nothing has been provided here other than the, I shouldn't use the wrong word, my Lord, but other than what Mutogo Duncan, whose qualifications, as we pointed out, are clearly lacking, say the least. Nobody has disputed that this system was corrupted or was capable of being corrupted, or there was any change between what was entered at the district and what was received at the National Tally Center. He goes on, my Lord, to state that at the National Tally Center, there were 2 workstations to view and ascertain the results as they streamed in from the districts, and report server for producing and printing results. Under paragraph 22, that the respondent established result view stations comprised of a total of 30 stations for viewing of results by party agents, press, observers, and stakeholders. That there were 2 55-inch touchscreens for navigation of the results with the details of the results up to polling station. This is therefore, it's therefore not true that the second respondent did not have a telecenter as alleged by the petitioner and as deponed by the affidavits. Well, the affidavit of Duncan Mutogo and his co-deponent, I think he's called James Okero. Because of time, my Lord, they both confirm that each candidate was allocated 2 computers to receive their results. And they actually looked at them. Now, their complaint is that they did not witness these documents as they came in, but the information was downloaded onto their computers. I don't know what else the commission would do. In any case, my Lord, what does the law say? The duty is upon the commission under section 57(1) to ascertain, publish, and declare. It goes on to state that the results shall be published in the national media, and the Commission shall, as soon as practicable, cause them to be published in the Gazette. 4. A candidate shall not be declared elected as president unless the number of votes cast in favor of the candidate at the presidential election is more than 50% of the valid votes cast. And it goes further to say that under 6, and subject to Article 103 of the Constitution, the candidate who obtains the highest number of votes in an election under subsection 5 shall be elected the president. And under 7, a declaration executed by the Commission bearing the seal of the Commission shall be the evidence that that person named in the declaration has been elected president. And as soon as practicable, each presidential election, the Commission shall, as soon as practicable after each presidential election, produce a detailed report on the conduct of the election. If I may pause here, my lords. Section 57(4) states that if the candidate who gets more than 50% of the votes, and I would love to add one more vote so that it is 50% plus 1, is the one who becomes the president. Lord, when you look at the petitioner's allegations, in the petition, in paragraphs 29, where he states that, contrary to Section 56 of the Presidential Elections Act, the second respondent, without receiving the requisite documents under Section 56(2) of the Act, announced the results of the presidential election and declared the first respondent as the winning candidate. You really fail to understand whether the petitioner knew exactly what was happening. The same is repeated under 30B, which we've just read, 36. That's why, my lord, I said I would be referring to it later, because the petitioner keeps repeating himself. Up to 31 and 36. My lord, when the petitioner filed his first affidavit in this court, it was totally silent. And my lord, I hope that affidavit is still on the files, the one that was amended. The one with the amended petition. But that affidavit was not withdrawn. It is still on the court file. That affidavit is totally silent on this allegation.
What you saw was an additional affidavit. So
yes, my lord. But what I mean, at the time when the petitioner brought his petition to this court, it was totally silent on this particular pleading. So this is why we submit that it was actually an afterthought. It was part of what we have on the respondent side all agreed is a fishing expedition, and that is why they are still looking for evidence up to this last minute when they have closed their case. Lord, if you look at the affidavit of Engineer Chubundu, and here I would like to refer to paragraphs 43, (43), 45, sorry to rush, 46 and 47, And here we look at A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. We've looked at it. I'm just reading it out for the sake of emphasis. L, M, up to N. And you also look at the answer of the second respondent, paragraphs 50. Maybe I'm fast. In paragraph 50, my Lord, I wish to point out that especially the second sentence, all candidates' agents and all interested members of the public were given an opportunity to be present and to observe the tallying and transmission of the results at the district tally center. We'll go further, paragraph 51. That it has, the second respondent has a duty to ascertain, publish, and declare results of the presidential election. Further, all candidates' agents were invited and granted full access to the National Tally Center at the Mandela Stadium at Nambole, where workstations were created for the viewing and verification of results by candidates' agents, the press, election observers, and other stakeholders. Further, in 52, my Lord, there's been an allegation in the petition and the affidavits that there was an illegal tally center in Naguru, allegedly from where the second respondent received results. There's no allegation which is more weird than this. And in none, in their affidavits, they never indicated the source of information, the exact location, or how they got to know about this information. Further, my Lord, paragraph 54, the second respondent avers that the petitioner and all other candidates were supplied with the details of all results up to each polling station. And my Lord, that is where my problem with these land friends of ours arises. The petitioner and all the other candidates were supplied with the details of all results up to each polling station, and the petitioner has not raised any allegation of contradiction with the results on the DR forms in his possession or at all. My Lord, Engineer Badri Chigundu has attached to his affidavit Annexure EC1 a declaration of results in conformity with Section 57 of the Presidential Elections Act. And he has given his totals, which indicate that the first respondent got 5,617,503, percentage of total votes cast 60.75%, and also shows what the petitioner got: 132,574, representing 1.43%. My Lord, the next page, again signed under Section 57, is declaration of final results, and it's duly signed by the chairman of the commission, as well as the commissioners and the secretary of the commission, and as you see on the lower bottom right-hand side, the seal of the Electoral Commission. My Lord, I'd like to pause and ask a question. I make a statement that if the petitioner is alleging that it's not General Museveni who won this election, then who did? Definitely, my lords, looking at the facts here and reading section 57, the petitioner did not win and had no chances of winning at all. I'm sorry, my lord, but I'm not counsel for the first respondent, but these facts speak for themselves. My lord, section 50, I wish to go back to section 57. Which states that a candidate, 57 subsection 4, a candidate shall not be declared elected as president unless the number of votes cast in favor of that candidate at the presidential election is more than 50% of the valid votes cast at the election. My lords, from that annexure to Dr. Kigundu's affidavit, the only candidate who got more than 50%, he actually got 60.75%, is General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and no other. So it is the duty of the commission under section 57 to do nothing else but declare General Yoweri Museveni the President of the Republic of Uganda elect under these sections. And by so doing, it's our humble submission that the second respondent complied with the provisions of section 57. My lord, the second respondent humbly prays that you so hold, and I will ask my learned friend, Mr. Makdus Mankavega, to take the second issue.
Maybe this is the time we should take a break, but be mindful of the direction of the court with regard to the documents that must be served with copies to this court. We'll take a break for 30 minutes.
News updates brought to you by
Sadolin, color your world. Certified Salida. Give your world a Sadolin makeover today. Sadolin, color your world.
Wanna make some cash? Just dial *185#.
I'm called Nsubuga Michael. I'm a medic, and I thank Airtel for this opportunity. I was able to win this. It's 806,000. So I encourage you customers of Airtel to use Airtel Money.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Book your space at the biggest comedy show of the year. I am Kansime. Kampala's ribs shall crack as Anne Kansime brings the house down at Imperial Royal Hotel on Thursday, the 24th of March. Tickets are already on sale at 100,000 shillings, 3 million shillings for gold tables, and 5 million for platinum tables.
I am Kansime.
Yeah, you got it. I am Kansime is proudly sponsored by Spark TV, C-Rock, SMS1, and 97 FM Radio City.
Dad, how do you know university is right for you?
Son, there's nothing as life-changing as going to a great university. From the very first moment you walk through the gates, you realize your life will never be the same again. You feel the aura of being in the presence of people with great minds from different walks of life. That's when you'll know you are at the center of excellence and high academic standards in a place that nurtures competitiveness, scientific inquiry, critical thinking, and innovation. Son, you will know a great university when you are at Kampala International University.
Kampala International University is a leading private university. Visit our website or any of our campuses for more details. KIU, exploring the heights.
Come support the Uganda Cranes as they take on Burkina Faso on Tuesday 29th March at 7 p.m. in Nambole Stadium. Muja Turumbe with Airtel, the official sponsor of the Uganda Cranes team.
Mumanyi bye boogera ku bakyala. Baani abakaabakaaba? Bakyala. Baani abakola emirimu? Bakyala. Ha! Baani abatamira zi shopping? Bakyala. Baani abasiiba mu zi selfies?
Bakyala.
Baani abasinga katemba? Bakyala. Naye twagala tubalage kiki ddala kye tuli. Mulabe nti tetuli bubeezi. Bakyala. Katubanjulire Spark TV. TV abakyala esookedde ddala mu Uganda. Gye tubakoledde okutumbula ebirungi mu mmwe. Spark TV ke kaseerako.
Stay closer for longer. 12 hours fresh breath with close-up deep action. Discover the new look of close-up deep action. Your refreshing close-up now in a new look.
I use the 500 shillings daily bundle. I use the monthly bundle with 1 GB data.
Wait! Africell has all internet bundles.
Really?
Yes, all internet bundles from 10 MB to 100 GB from 1 hour to 1 year on the widest coverage at the cheapest price ever.
Wow! Dial *133# now and select the bundle you need with the fastest speed and the best quality.
So Africell is really the king of the bundles.
Electronic devices continue to evolve at a rapid rate, driven by the development of ever more powerful electronic components. And amazingly, some of this cutting-edge technology was inspired by traditional Japanese craft techniques. Kyoto is the home of Japanese tradition. It's also the home of a technology used to produce one of the world's most vital electronic components. These are ceramic capacitors. A cell phone contains about 300, a computer 600, and a an LCD TV around 1000. Without ceramic capacitors, electronic devices simply cannot function. Each capacitor consists of a ceramic center where the charge is stored and two metal plates to act as conductors. With conventional manufacturing techniques, it was difficult to bond the ceramic and metal parts securely. That problem was solved using a technique from Kiyo-Mizuyaki, a Kyoto ceramic tradition that dates back over 500 years. The technique involves several firings at different temperatures. It proved to be exactly what was needed to make reliable ceramic capacitors. Kiyo-Mizuyaki artisans first apply the underglaze, then fire it in the kiln at 1200 degrees Celsius. The designs are then painted on and the piece is refired at 780 degrees. The lower firing temperature bonds the glaze firmly with the ceramic. Next, gold paint is applied and the piece is fired again, this time at 600 degrees. This is the best temperature for the metallic gold to bond. This firing method was the key to manufacturing high-quality ceramic capacitors. The first firing hardens the ceramic section of the capacitor. The second firing at a lower temperature bonds the metal conductors firmly to the ceramic. This is the technique used in Kiyo-Mizuyaki for the gold decoration. What happens is that the glass component in both ceramic and metal parts fuses together at the atomic level, creating a very strong bond. When we bond the metal conductors to the fired ceramic, we are applying the same theory as in Kiyo-Mizuyaki. We're using techniques and ways of thinking that grew from the culture and history of the Kyoto region, and I'm pleased to see they're still relevant today. Ceramic capacitors have been developed for many different applications, but all of them are now made using the Kiyo-Mizuyaki method. Gold leaf decoration is another craft with a long tradition behind it. This famous tea ceremony room is entirely covered in it. Kyoto artisans still use traditional techniques to produce gold leaf that's as thin as 1/10,000th of a millimeter. Today, these old methods are also used to make materials for electronic components. Components are mounted on printed circuit boards, and the circuits that connect them are formed out of extremely thin sheets of copper foil. The copper sheets are produced using the same traditional methods used to make gold leaf. Everything depends on the artisan's eye and the ability to skillfully judge the thickness. We're confident that we can continue to use these abilities to meet new technological challenges. High-tech components, essential for today's electronic devices, made possible by craft techniques honed over the centuries by Kyoto's artisans. Japan's water supply is taken from the nation's rivers. Using advanced technology, river water is filtered and sterilized to remove ammonia and organic contaminants. The result is water that's safe to drink straight from the tap. Today, Japan also uses leading-edge desalination technology to obtain drinking water. In coastal regions like Fukuoka and Okinawa, facilities like this convert seawater into drinkable freshwater. Seawater is pumped through these arrays of 20-centimeter diameter pipes. Inside the pipes, 65 kilograms per square centimeter of pressure is applied to extract fresh water. The secret is this membrane, wound in multiple layers inside each pipe. It looks just like paper, but it actually consists of countless folds
less than a nanometer apart. Let's see what happens to this coffee. The membrane completely filters out the dark coffee, producing clear water. The concentrated filtered compounds can be discarded as wastewater. Place a membrane between fresh and salt water and a natural process called osmosis occurs. Fresh water flows through the membrane to balance the salt density of the system. Apply pressure on the salt water and fresh water is produced on the other side of the membrane. This reverse osmosis is how desalination works. Japanese companies are now producing membranes so fine they can block 99.8% of all viruses, chemicals and organisms. Able to filter even ions, this Japanese technology leads the world. This desalination plant can extract 40,000 tons of fresh water a day from an intake of 100,000 tons of seawater. Seawater contains about 3.5% salt. After desalination, the fresh water has less than 0.05%. Because these Japanese-made membranes remove salt so efficiently, they require a third less energy than older systems for applying pressure to the water. Thanks to their high salt removal efficiency and lower energy requirements, 70% of the membranes used in water treatment plants worldwide are Japanese-made. Truck-mounted water treatment equipment using this technology played a very effective role, coping with the unprecedented devastation of the Great East Japan earthquake. Powered by wind and solar energy, these trucks supplied vital drinking water in disaster-struck areas. The same technology has been used to develop compact, portable desalination units. Japanese leading-edge membrane technology, contributing to the supply of fresh water throughout the world.
Zori and Geto, traditional Japanese footwear still widely worn today. Construction is simple, a base to support the foot and a strap for the toes to grip. Zori have a very long history, but straw Zori from the 9th century look very similar to those made today. One difference is that leather, plastic and many other materials are now used as well as the traditional straw. From formal Zori worn with kimono to casual ones you can slip on any time, Zori come in many styles. The bumpy upper surface of these Zori is designed to stimulate circulation in the soles of your feet. Rubber beach sandals or flip-flops are a common sight worldwide. Amazingly enough, they were invented in Japan, inspired by Zori. Light and convenient, beach sandals are now made in a huge number of varieties. Geto consists of a flat piece of wood with two ribs underneath known as teeth to raise the wearer off the ground. Geto have their roots in agricultural accessories worn when planting rice. People began using Geto as footwear in the 5th century. At first only worn on special occasions like festivals, by the 17th century they had become everyday footwear. There are many styles with different shapes for the top and for the teeth. For rainy days, these Geto have toe covers. These have a top layer of bamboo to keep the feet cool in summer. Getter are the natural choice when wearing traditional Japanese clothes. But they look good with jeans and casual wear too. People love getter for the simplicity and the feeling of being barefoot. You'll often see the chefs in Japanese restaurants wearing getter. Kitchen floors can be cold and damp from frequent washing, and getter keep the feet dry and raised off the floor. Artisan-made getter are prized for their beauty as well as their practicality. These gorgeous examples are decorated with gold and silver on a lacquer base. Because you must firmly grip the thong with your toes as you walk, Zori and getter exercise the muscles of your feet and promote good posture. Unlike shoes, your feet are open to the fresh air, and your toes aren't cramped and squeezed together. This prevents corns and many kinds of foot problems. Zori and getter have been worn in Japan for a very long time. It's an old tradition that's very much alive, with new designs appearing constantly. The town of Arita in Saga Prefecture was the birthplace of Japanese ceramics. From an old shrine archway uniquely made of porcelain to walls built with used kiln bricks, the town is filled with reminders of its long history of pottery making. Traditional Arita-ware ceramics have been made here for about 400 years. Within Arita-ware there are many distinct varieties. Sometimes the design is painted purely in shades of blue. Sometimes a full palette of hues is employed by the potter. There are also splendid items richly decorated in gold. Unusual shapes with bright colours on a pure white base distinguish the style known as kakiemi. This kiln dates back more than 250 years. Everything here is still made by hand using the old traditional methods. Typical of Arita-ware is this hand colouring technique called sometsuke. After a first firing, detailed patterns are applied with a thick brush. The piece is then dipped in glaze and refired at over 1,300 degrees Celsius for 2 days and nights. This firing transforms the glaze into a thin glass-like coating, clearly revealing the beautiful indigo pattern beneath. Historically, the Arita-ware method had a strong influence on European ceramics. Yes, precisely controlling the temperature is the most difficult part. If you get it wrong, you end up with black colouring instead of blue. We all break out into smiles of relief when we see the final colour is okay. For multicoloured pieces, another round of painting is done after glazing. The fresh colours are applied so as to complement the indigo of the sometsuke. Then a final firing is given to complete the piece.
Arita ware is not only beautiful, this thin porcelain is tough and practical too. Many restaurants in Arita are proud to add a touch of elegance by serving their meals on the town's famous product. Naturally, we want to show our visitors the best of what we make here in Arita. I hope it gives them a sense of the great history of our town. Arita ware porcelain, a great Japanese craft tradition that has kept its vigor through the centuries. A small town nestled in the mountains of northern Miyazaki. This is Takachiho, home to some of Japan's most ancient myths and legends. The natural landscape here has always been especially revered as sacred. Even today, the town has more than 100 shrines. Much of the scenery has old myths associated with it. This riverbed was said to be a meeting place for the gods. From beneath this 1,300-year-old Zelkova tree, a sacred spring bubbles to the surface, a gift from the gods. Takachiho's mysterious charms attract 1.2 million visitors every year. Some of the most mysterious of these charms are to be seen in the Gokasegawa Gorge, a deep narrow valley cutting through dense primeval forest. The ravine sheer cliffs were formed by volcanic eruptions tens of thousands of years ago. A footpath runs for 800 meters along the river, leading you through the ever-changing scenery. Water rushing over the 17-meter Mamai no Taki Falls flows from the sacred spring we saw earlier under the ancient Zelkova tree. You can row right up to the falls, into the spray filling the narrow chasm between towering rock faces. Close by the gorge stands the Takachiho Shrine. Founded about 1,800 years ago, it is the head shrine of the town. Two gigantic cedar trees, so close their roots have fused together. Legend says that if two people walk hand in hand around these trees, the bond between them will last a lifetime. As darkness falls, the sound of flutes and drums echoes round the shrine. This is kagura, an ancient tradition of music and dance that's been performed in Takachiho for over 800 years. The performers represent gods in dances that retell the ancient legends. Of the 33 kagura dances preserved at Takachiho, the most important is the tale of the sun goddess. The sun goddess hid in a cave, casting the earth into darkness. The other gods and goddesses sang and danced outside to arouse her curiosity and lure the light of the sun back into the world.
Kachiho is a land where the old myths live on. In this inspiring scenery, where every rock and stream is steeped in legend, you feel the lingering presence of the ancient mysteries. Flea markets are becoming more and more common in Japan, as people want to find a new home for old possessions rather than just throwing them away. The most popular flea markets are those that specialize in certain items or interests. This flea market is in Akihabara, the center of anime and manga culture. The main items on sale are anime character products. There are even fashions based on anime themes. Good condition items at reasonable prices draw lots of anime fans wanting to add to their collections. It's not like a shop where there's a barrier between the shopkeeper and the customer. The market is a great place for getting to know people. There are also huge flea markets catering specifically for women. These events attract between 3,000 and 10,000 women a day. It's hard to tell the difference between the young women buying and those selling, and the friendly atmosphere makes it very popular. These garments have been carefully looked after by their owners, who now have no further use for them. As well as clothes, there are also shoes, accessories, romantic manga, cosmetics, and pretty much everything that appeals to young women's tastes. No one is really here to make a profit, so the bartering is friendly and playful. It's also a great occasion for showing off personal fashion ideas. But the main attraction is meeting people, making new friends, and just having fun. Buyers and sellers also make heavy use of the internet to share information and photos of items on offer. It's really interesting. I get to meet and talk with all kinds of lovely people. Selling things is fun, and I enjoy making friends with the people who buy my stuff.
NTV, turning on your world.
Lord Macrossman Kavega, I want to address you on the second issue, and that is whether the said election was not conducted in compliance with the principles laid down in the provisions of Elections Commissions Act and the Presidential Elections Act. My lords, the principles were laid down in the famous case of retired conductor Kiza Besigye against EC and Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, petition number 1 of 206. My lords, land friend Mr. Kiryowa elucidated the principles during his submission and actually made an elaborate submission on the issue, even though he was submitting on behalf of the first respondent. Land friend Mr. Enos Tumusime has also made an elaborate submission in a way covering this area. So mine is simply to give small highlights on a few pieces of evidence. My lords, the first piece of evidence that I want to put before court, Mr. Chiriowa took you through the affidavit of Josam Daremwa regarding the exhaustive media coverage relating to the voters register. Mr. Enos Tumusime has at length submitted the background of the voters register, my lords. The display of that register, and the fact that all the presidential candidates were given soft and hard copies. My lords, I only wish here to refer you to the affidavit of Mr. Wamala, my lord, which is in volume 2, the second respondent's affidavit. In paragraph 21, Mr. Wamala says that the second respondent gave all the presidential candidates soft and hard copies of the voters register before elections. The copy of the evidence.
You said Wamala?
Wamala, my lord, yes. Paragraph 21 is in volume 2.
21?
Yes.
Mine ends 7.
There is, my lord, I'm sorry, there is a second affidavit by Mr. Wamala, but this is in volume 2.
There are 2?
Yes. Volume 2. It is the first.
Volume 2 number?
Yes. My lord, if you look at Annexure E to that affidavit, it shows where the hard copies of the voters register was given to the petitioner. It appears as item number 4. And it was received by somebody called Kataza Ellis.
said annexure.
Annexure E. Yes. Yes, the first one, my lords. The first affidavit. But the annexure has got 3 sheets. But we are looking at the first sheet, my lords.
This one, you said in volume 2?
Yes, volume 2, my lords. Then, my lords, if you go to the 3rd sheet thereafter, which appears like this. And if I'm reading properly, my lords, the person who appears to have collected it on behalf of the petitioner is perhaps one of his counsel. Mr. Kinobusinge Severino. My lords, since the petitioner was given a hard and soft copy of the register, if he had any issue to raise about that register, should have been then. I want to submit that since the time it was given to him and made no objection either to the content of any individual therein or as to how it had been compiled, then, my lord, my submission is that he should now be stopped from claiming that the second respondent did not compile the proper register.
Mr. Kavil, is it your point that since you didn't raise it earlier, you shouldn't raise it now? Since you didn't raise the complaint earlier, you should not raise it now?
My lord, the submission I'm making is that he was given the opportunity at that time. The purpose was for him to go study it, and if he found anything irregular, to raise it.
I think the point he made was that it was compiled contrary to the law.
That's what I'm saying, my lord.
So he raised it, and I think this point was also made by Mr. Musime in his submissions. And he was told that this is an inquiry, and matters which may have been irregular is subject to this inquiry.
Much obliged, my lord.
Maybe Council Kavega, for the sake of record,
yes,
I would like you to point out when it was given out that is captured.
My lords, from the record it was given out on the 25th of November 2015. 25th of November 2015, my lords, according to this document. My lords, the second point that the petitioner raised was that the national ID, rather the use of the national ID as against the voter's card, in contravention of section 26 of the Electoral Commissions Act. We want to submit, my lords, that that section is not couched in mandatory terms, and that...
Which section? Which section?
26, my lords. But I would also want to add, my lords, that in any case, section 35 of section 3 of the Presidential Elections Act allows anybody to vote even if he doesn't have a voter's card, which the petitioner alleged or submitted was the only basis, as long as one can be identified and his photo is on the register, then he can be allowed to vote, my lord. So therefore, when the commission adopted the use of the national ID for purposes of voting, it did not contravene any legislation. When the Electoral Commission adopted the use of the national ID, that for purposes of voting, that did not contravene any provisions of the law. My lords, I'm doing all this in passing because the gray areas have already been submitted upon by my learned friends. The next issue, my lords, that I want to touch on was to add on, was the submission that the first respondent was not validly nominated by the second respondent. My lords, adopting the submissions of Mr. Swanuka and Enos Tumsime, I also wish to add that the first respondent was rightly nominated. Mr. Chiriowa referred your lordship to the affidavit of Justin Lumumba. There was the evidence of Engineer Dr. Chigondo. I also want to refer you to the affidavit of Mr. Wamala, my lords, paragraph 24.
Which one?
The one which is in volume 2, my lords, appears as the first affidavit in that volume. In particular, paragraph 24, and the Commission nominated presidential candidates on the 2016 election on 3rd and 4th November. The first respondent was sponsored by the National Resistance Movement and nominated on the 3rd of November, having complied with the requirements of the law. My lords, the second respondent has no obligation to attend the National Delegates Conference to which the first respondent belongs. All that the second respondent was required to do, my lords, was to ascertain that in terms of Article 102 of the Constitution and Section 4 of the Presidential Elections Act, Section 4, my lord, of the Presidential Elections Act, that there was communication from the party that he met the requirements for the presidential candidate That is all that the second respondent was required to look at. There was no evidence, my lords, from the petitioner which, in terms of Section 11 of the Presidential Election Act, that would invalidate the nomination of the first respondent. And there was no evidence that he did not fulfill the requirements of Section 10 of the Presidential Elections Act. My lords, if I may refer you to a decision my lord, it is in volume 4 of the respondent's authorities. Column O. Adria Mark Sanders, Richard John Haggett, it is in volume 4 of the respondents' authorities.
What's that?
Yes, it is under O, column O.
What's the name of the case?
My lords, the case is Adrian Mark Sanders, Richard John Huggett versus Giles Brian Chichester. My Lords, this was in respect of a matter of an election where a similar point like the one raised by the petitioner, that one of the candidates had not been validly nominated by the returning officer. And at page 'My Lords, I believe the pages have been highlighted, but the paragraph that I want to read to your Lords reads that we can find no basis for construing as empowering the returning officer to conduct a limited factual investigation of the underlying facts, but which shall fault of entering into what Mr. Bioff rightly recognizes as forbidden political territory. In other words, their lordships were saying that it would be entering into a forbidden territory for returning officer to go behind, try and inquire into how a particular candidate had been nominated by its party. My Lord, the other aspect has been that of the late delivery of materials. Land friends have submitted on this issue at length. But the most important thing, my Lord, first and foremost, was that the second respondent owned this mistake and took corrective measures. My Lord, I want to suggest that, or rather submit, that that aspect of the late deliveries was an administrative error, an administrative imperfection, but which, nevertheless, I submit, never occasioned any miscarriage in as far as the polling centers in Kampala and Wakiso that had been affected corrective measures were taken to ensure that they exercise their right to vote. My Lords, imperfection in an election exercise is inevitable. you can never be 100% in all aspects of that process. My lords, the second respondent should be judged on the overall performance of that process, and not simply on the aspect of late deliveries in the 2 districts out of the 112.
What percentage would he give himself? What percentage would the second respondent give itself for its performance?
Well, my lord, if I did that, I would be giving evidence from the bar, but I think he passed the threshold. My lord, let me give you evidence from an independent assessment. And this is from volume 3, the second respondent's affidavit in the reply. Affidavit number 6, that is Reverend Dr. Fred Mwesigwa, my lords. It is in volume 3. My lord, it is called Right Reverend Dr. Fred S. Mwesigwa. Apart from being a bishop, in paragraph 1 he says, of Ankole Diocese, the researcher on topical, social, ethical, political, and religious issues. He says he's a registered voter at Ruharo, Ward 004, Mbarara Mixed Primary School, 01, and that he participated in the election. My lords, in paragraph 2, he says that as a patriotic Ugandan and a researcher, he set out to collect evidence to assist to form an opinion about stories he often hears about rigging. And he says in paragraph 3, 6:58, I arrived at my polling station. Polling agents were there. In paragraph 4 talks about the commencement of the voting. In paragraph 5, he says it was identified by the biometric scanner, and I cast my vote smoothly and without incident. After voting, I left and returned at 5 when the counting was in progress.
Is he the same one who had said at first the machine failed?
Yes.
He had a car to assist these people to take it somewhere and have it.
Yes, indeed, my lord.
So how would we take the evidence of that one voter?
Well,
about what happens in an election for the entire country.
He is giving his experience, yes, my lord.
This is one voter with all the facilities. He has a car, he can drive to a polling station. When he finds that the machine is not okay, he takes it, they repair it, brings it back.
Yes.
How
and
can
the
that
process
be?
Goes on. The problem, my lord, is that we do not have any evidence elsewhere, right from the petitioner, to show.
Yeah, maybe there are many who say that, but how can we take that as evidence of how successful an election was?
Well, my lord, the most important point is what...
It's not an ordinary Ugandan like many of us.
But he's one of them, my lord.
Well, he says he's a researcher.
Yes.
Does he indicate how many other polling stations he visited and so what was happening?
No, my lord.
One polling station.
The important point that he brings out is in paragraph 7, witnessing the vote counting. He records the numbers of the votes cast for each candidate. It also shows in paragraph 10, and this is also important, my lords, that besides the National Resistance Movement and the Forum for Democratic Change, no other presidential candidate had polling agents at this polling station. No other candidate had agents at that polling station. NRM and Forum for Democratic Change. Paragraph 10, my lords. The petition also had no agent. Now, my lords, in paragraph 11, he says he wanted to bring his research to the logical conclusion. He visits the website of the second respondent, leaked on the final presidential results by polling station, and that the results of his polling station where he carried out his vote gave him the results, the actual results, like he had noted down on a piece of paper. And he says, my lords, in paragraph 11, that I published my findings in an article in the New Vision. So the most important point here, my lords, is that is what he says in paragraph 11, that he was able to find that the results which he had himself noted on a piece of paper tallied with what he got from the website of the second respondent. My lord, with that evidence, if the petitioner, as he was given the opportunity by the second respondent at the visit which he carried out, that had he gone with his own results from the DRA forms that he may have been availed, would have been in a position, my lords, to compare with what the second respondent had. The petitioner, my lords, cannot be heard to be saying that there were no results when he was given the opportunity to cross-check with his own results with that which the second respondent had. from all the districts throughout the country. My lords, the petitioner has laid no cogent evidence to show, or no evidence at all to show, that the entire electoral process was flawed, nor did he adduce any evidence to show that he had any evidence from their own DR forms and tally sheets to challenge that which the second respondent had given him a chance to view and match perhaps with their own. So finally, my lords, the petitioner has laid nothing before court to disprove the evidence in support that the second respondent did comply with the principles laid down. In the Electoral Commissions Act and the Presidential Elections Act. And my lords, I would go with a prayer, my learned friends, that the petition lacks merit to be dismissed with costs. I so pray, my lords.
May it please you, my lords. My name is Okelo Oriem Alfred, for the second respondent, and I'll be addressing you on issue number 3, together with my learned friend Mr. Karuhanga Ellison, who will also touch on issue number 4. My lords, my submissions will be relating to the law, and my learned friend will deal with the incidents, the alleged incidents of non-compliance in as far as substantive is concerned. First of all, my lords, let me associate myself with the submissions of my land colleagues, especially Mr. Biencha, who dealt with this issue specifically. My lords, the submission on this issue must start with the law, which is section 59, subsection 6 of the Presidential Elections Act. My lords, that section has been read many times in these proceedings. I only want to say, my lords, that it definitely provides that the petitioner must adduce evidence of substantial effect of incidents of non-compliance. That it says. My lords, the petitioner in this case chose instead to invite people to revisit the requirement of proof of substantial effect by doing one of three things. By either ignoring the requirement of proof of substantial effect, or by shifting the burden to deliver that proof to the Electoral Commission. This is what I heard from my land friend, Mr. Giamukama. That's the second thing. Or by interpreting it in such a way that the proof is not required. My lords, as pointed out by Mr. Biencha, that argument is not tenable, first because of the principle, the doctrine of precedent, which I will not repeat. I want to add another reason, my lords. There is another doctrine, my lords, which is called the doctrine of substantial justice. In fact, my lords, I don't want to claim to be the owner of this doctrine, so let me refer you to volume 2 of the respondents' list of authorities. And this is the judgment of this court in the 2006 petition. In particular, the judgment of the Chief Justice then at page 189. 189, my lords. But from around line 7. It's a very short paragraph, I'll just read it. And this is what he says, my lords. The point to emphasize, sorry, my lords, presidential election petition number 1 of 2006. The judgment of the Chief Justice then, Honorable Justice Sodoki, at page 189 line 7. That's in volume 2 of the respondents' authorities. What it says is this: the point to emphasize is that section 59(6) of the Presidential Elections Act anticipates that some non-compliance or irregularities of the law or principles may occur during the election. But an election should not be annulled unless they have affected it in a substantial manner. The doctrine of substantial justice is now part of the constitutional jurisprudence. And then he cites Article 126(2)(e) as the constitutional provision for this doctrine, my lords. The doctrine is founded on Article 126, Clause 2(e) of the Constitution. After reproducing what it says, courts are therefore enjoined to disregard irregularities or errors unless they have caused substantial failure of justice. It is significant to note that a similar provision exists in Section 61, 1A of the Parliamentary Elections Act, requiring proof of substantial effect on the result of the election as one of the grounds. The principle of substantial justice does not conflict with the principle of a free and fair election. The next paragraph says, in determining the effect of irregularities on the result of the election, the court should consider whether there has been substantial compliance with the law. The court should also consider whether the irregularities complained of adversely affected the sanctity of the election. That entire discourse, my lords, sets the principle, the doctrine I'm referring to, which is that of substantial justice. So there's jurisprudential basis for what I'm saying. But the point I'm making, my lords, is that my learned friend, Mr. Mbabazi, said those sections in the Presidential Elections Act that are drawn from the Constitution, that are picked from the Constitution, are fundamental. I agree with him. My argument, my lords, is that Section 59, subsection 6 of the Presidential Elections Act simply codifies Article 126, 2(e) of the Constitution. That's all it does, my lords. Into the Presidential Elections Act. Now, my lords, in terms of what my learned friend is asking for, which is that your lordships should depart from enforcing this section 59, subsection 6. My submission, my lords, is that one, this is a fundamental section, but if this court departed from enforcing it, you would in effect be departing from enforcing an article of the Constitution, which I have cited, my lords. My lords, the article that provides for departure is Article 132, Clause 4. And what it says is that the Supreme Court may, while treating its own previous decisions as normally binding, depart from a previous decision when it appears to be right to do so. And in my humble submission, my lords, the Supreme Court cannot depart from enforcing Article 126(2)(e) as codified in Section 59(6) of the Presidential Elections Act. Of course, the court can recommend if there are problems with the section, as it has done before. My other submission, my lords, is that being the position, the duty of the court in this case is to enforce the section as it is. Section 59, subsection 6 of the Presidential Elections Act as it is. My lords, that being the position, my next submission is this. The petitioner in this case did not provide any material in terms of evidence against which the court can assess the effect of what he alleged to be non-compliance with the provisions and the principles. My lords, this point has been made. I want to just focus on the legal side of it. And the starting point, my lords, for me is, of course, Article 61. 61, Clause 1. This is the one, Clause 1 of the Constitution. A and B, which places on the Commission a function to organize free and fair elections and referenda. My lords, I have started with this article because the complaint of the petitioner is that there was no transparency. This is what I heard from Mr. Mbabazi. There was no transparency. Transparency is not a complicated word, my lords. And I would argue that the Presidential Elections Act, which is similar in many respects.
There was no transparency in what?
Oblige, my lord. In tallying and declaration of results, I think even added ascertaining, tallying, ascertaining, and declaring the result. This is the complaint I had. My lords, I was submitting that the Presidential Elections Act codifies several control measures to ensure transparency. I do not intend to go through all the sections, but I'll just point a few just to make the point, my lords. My lords, if you look at the principle of one person, one vote, for instance, is in section 32 of the Act. Even the time for polling, the law says it should be in broad daylight under section 30. Provides for the time for starting and the time for closing. All the sections that relate to polling, in my humble view, codify principles of transparency, either by representation or by providing for security, all of them. I have cited just two. I'll cite the rest with specific reference to the point that I want to make. My lords, in my humble view, the most important of those principles, of those matters that relate to transparency, is the participation of polling, tally, polling and tallying agents of the candidates. For instance, my lords, section 33 of the Act provides that the candidate may be present in person or through his or her representative at each polling station for purposes of safeguarding the interest of the candidate. The point that I'm going to make relates to the purpose of these polling agents. The purpose. The purpose is to safeguard the interest of the candidate with regard to each of these processes. My lords, there's another section 48, subsection 3, which has been cited many times. Now, this one provides that the candidate is entitled to have agents or be present at polling and throughout voting and counting and tallying. This particular section lists all the stages, my lords. That's why I'm citing it. Polling, counting, at the place of tallying, section 48, subsection 3. It even provides that the agent shall be at the place of ascertaining the results. Again, for the purpose of safeguarding the interests of the candidate with regard to all those stages, my lords. The purpose is defined in very clear terms. There is a role for the candidate agent to play under section 49. It has been cited. Under section 54, which is which deals with the tallying at the district. The roles are specifically defined. Now let me make the analogy, my lords. However, when it comes to ascertaining the result, which is in section 57 of the Act. First of all, my lords, when it comes to section 57, which relates to ascertaining the result, the law does not define the role of the agent. That's the difference, my lords. In fact, Section 57 does not even provide for presence of agents at the place where the result is ascertained. But Section 48 subsection 3 provides for their presence at the place where the results are to be ascertained. Now let me make my point, my lords. One, the only way, my lords, that the agents can protect the interest of the candidate at the district and at the final National Tally Center, in my humble submission, is if they are in possession of the results at the polling station. That is the only way, my lords. My land friend, Mr. Tumusime, went through the polling station and what happens to the declaration of results form. One of those copies is supposed to be given to the candidate through that agent at the polling station. My lord, it is therefore easy to see what the role of the agents at the final tally center is, in my view, i.e., to view what is being declared and cross-check with their result form. It's not in the law. It's not in Section 57. But from Section 48, subsection 3, it is clear that that is their role. But they cannot perform that role, my lords, if they don't have the declaration of results forms. Now, in this case, my lords, the chairman of the Electoral Commission testified. This is a matter that caused some bit of controversy. Testified in court in his oral evidence in cross-examination that this particular candidate, who is now the petitioner, did not have polling agents. In his testimony, in over half the polling stations, my lords, the agents at the polling station, at the tally center in the district, and at the national tally are the eyes and the ears of the candidate in context of the principle of transparency. They are the eyes and the ears. In my submission, my lords, and this testimony was not contested in cross-examination, it was not rebutted, and my lords, from the complaints we have heard about DRR forms, there is some credence to the fact that this particular petitioner did not have polling agents and therefore does not have the results from the polling stations. And my submission is this.
But you will have at least the 50%.
Obliged, my lord, and I'll get to it. Let's assume that he has the 50%, my lord. My submission is this. First of all, once the candidate has the duty to appoint and deploy his agents. Let me start from there. And I'm saying that once the petitioner did not either appoint or deploy polling agents, he disarmed himself, in my humble submission. from ensuring, from protecting his interest at the polling station, at the tallying centers in the district and the national level. Now, let me answer your question, my lord. Assuming he has the 50%, the role of the agents at the National Tally Center was to make the comparison and then bring the evidence here of any discrepancies. The problem we have, my lords, is that one, we don't have evidence of any discrepancy that relates to the 50% that we're assuming he has. The other problem, and that's his problem, my lord. The other problem is that he did not actually benefit from the control mechanisms for transparency that are codified in the law. And in my humble submission, my lord, he's the one who actually did not comply with the law, not the Electoral Commission. By not appointing or deploying agents to protect his interests.
Was it mandatory?
No, my lord. But my lord, I'm now moving to my next point, which is, he says that, let me build the background. Once he did not deploy those agents, it is my submission, my lords, that he lost track of what was going on. Now, the solution, my lords, is not to assume that because he didn't know what was going on, something must have happened. My land friend, Mr. Mbabazi, said there is something the Electoral Commission is hiding. In his submissions, he talked of concealment. And my submission is that it is not a case of concealment. What it is that the petitioner did not know what was going on because he had no agents. And that is not because the Electoral Commission did not comply with the law. Not at all. Now I'll go back to my original point, which was because of all of this, the petitioner was not able to bring us the evidence against which to assess the effect of what he called non-compliance. Because he could not make the comparisons. Instead, he has chosen to assume that something must have happened. And my lords, that is conjecture, which has no place in courts of law. My lords, the petitioner had Okello, James, and Duncan Mutogo at the National Tally Center. My lords, they don't say that they had declaration of results forms against which they could compare results in their affidavits. In my submission, it was futile for them to be there because they were both incompetent and impotent. They could not protect the candidate's interest, not because of the fault of the Electoral Commission, but because of the fault of the petitioner. In the end, my lords, we don't have any evidence against which to assess the effects of non-compliance. Having said that, my lords, there are some incidents that were alleged, and this is where I said that my land friend, Mr. Karuhanga, will deal with those specifically. So for me, my submission is that, one, the law should not and cannot be changed, except, of course, through Parliament. And two, that mystery that Mr. Mbabazi talked about, and the concealment, it is only the petitioner who has that mystery, because he did not arm himself with people to see what was going on and protect his interest. And since I will not speak again, I reiterate the prayers that when Mr. Ellison is done, you be pleased on this issue to find that the petitioner has failed to discharge his duties. I so pray.
If it pleases my lords, for the record, I am Ellison Karuhanga. My lords, I want to thank you for your patience, and I promise not to test it too much. My lords, I'll be dealing with the third and fourth issues, but for the fourth issue, let me just say at the outset that I associate myself entirely with the very erudite and excellent submissions of my land friend, Mr. Didas Nkurunziza. And I contend that no electoral offense has been established by the accomplished petitioner. He has established nothing in terms of electoral offenses. I will say nothing more on issue 4. Regarding issue 3, my lords, I associate myself with the very able submissions of my land friend Mr. Keloriem and those of my land friend Mr. Ebat Biencha. My lords, before I go into the evidence, I very briefly would like to address the very eloquent argument of my learned friend Mr. Jude Biamukama. My learned friend submitted with a lot of industry and eloquence that this honorable court's previous decisions with regard to substantiality were wrong. He invited your lordships instead to adopt the reasoning of the Honorable Mr. Justice Sekoko, retired justice of this court, in 2006. I agree with my land friend Mr. Biencha when he says that, when he speaks of the position of dissents in the law. But more than that, I very respectfully disagree with the passage that was cited and that quoted the land judge. And my lord, that passage is worth repeating. His lordship, criticizing section 59(6) of the Presidential Elections Act, said, and I quote, "The provision appears to me to imply a license to candidates to cheat or flout the law, but to do so in such a way that the cheating or flouting ought not to be so much as to amount to creating a substantial effect on the result. The cheating must be such as can be tolerated by the courts." This notion of English of substantial effect is found in the English law from which we derive our own law. That, I think, is the quote that my land friends read. And while the concern seems legitimate, I think, with great respect, that concern is catered for in the Presidential Elections Act. Section 59, subsection 6, B, I believe it is, of the Presidential Elections Act provides that the election of a candidate as president shall only be annulled on any of the following grounds if proved to the satisfaction of the court. Let's see, section 59(6)(c), that an offense under this act was committed in connection with the election by the candidate personally or with his or her knowledge, consent, or approval. My lords, any amount of cheating done by a candidate, any offense committed by a candidate, automatically annuls an election. So the concern of Justice Sekoko was catered for in the Presidential Elections Act. Substantiality does not protect a cheating candidate, at least not in Uganda. What substantiality protects, as the decision of the majority in that case, which has been quoted over and over again, and which I do not need to quote, what substantiality protects is the electorate. It protects the decision of electors at an election. It provides that the decision of the people as a whole shall not be interfered with lightly, casually, or on the basis of flimsy and exaggerated or imaginary evidence, like, with great respect, the ones that have been presented before your lordships today and in this petition by the very accomplished senior counsel petitioner. My lords, that is the basic thrust of substantiality. It is not protecting a cheating candidate. It is protecting the decision of the people. That decision should not be interfered with because of how many envelopes a returning officer has opened at a particular second, as in fact it has been submitted to this court. That decision should not be interfered with on the basis of whether it should be transmitted by scan or by border, as in fact has been submitted in this court. That decision should not be interfered with lightly. My lords, regarding the nature of the evidence before you,
Counsel, do you get any submissions that the end results submitted by
no, my lord, the problem they have with the transmission is that it was electronic. Since they wanted it to be physical, it means in some places they should have come in the taxis. I think they should have gone to the different stations, collected all the DR forms, 28,010 of them. But in the nearby areas, because of the constitutional time limit, it may have been by border. My lord, I'm just showing the ridiculous nature of the argument that we cancel an election because of a mode of transmission, of results which are still there, of DR forms that are still there. And I'm saying it is first of all not supported by the law, and it is certainly not supported by logic. My lord, this petition, when you remove much of the discredited evidence, for example, and I don't need to go into it, my land friend Mr. Masiko handled it very well, evidence to do with annulling the election on the sworn testimony of members of the notorious Chifesi gang, or evidence of people who say they ballot stuffed, or evidence of people who say they bribed, because that is the summary of the evidence. When you remove much of the discredited evidence, this petition is resting on two limbs. It is resting on the technical capacity of a BVVK machine, whether it can be cloned, whether it can issue reports, whether, none of which is in the Presidential Elections Act. Whether the machine, because in Ghana, the BVD in Ghana could transmit, whether in Uganda it can transmit. There's not a ground to annul an election, whether the BVVK machine transmits or doesn't transmit. Secondly, it is based on a marriage in the minds of the petitioner between sections 56 and 57 of the Presidential Elections Act. The petitioner is saying that unless 28,010 DR forms are in the physical possession of the chairman of the Electoral Commission, he cannot declare a result. And if he does, that is no election at all. That is the summary of where his argument is. That is the point of the cross-examination. That is the point of the discovery. Of course, it has been ably submitted by my land friends. That's a total misreading of the law. My lords, the Electoral Commission, the returning officer is an agent of the Electoral Commission. That is his duty. He represents the Electoral Commission. When he receives those documents, the agent of the commission has received those documents. And under the law, he is not just an agent, he is a tallying agent of the Electoral Commission. He receives the envelope, he opens the envelope, he tallies. And the evidence on record, if for example you look at the evidence of Masiko Douglas, the evidence of Pontius Namugera, it is to the effect that after that, after the tally at the district, he would then produce a tally sheet. A tally sheet which, as the annexure to Masiko Douglas's shows, was signed by the district returning officer. My lord, the whole point is the real problem with this insubstantial effect. Let us assume that the petitioner's interpretation of the law is right, and as I have said, it is not. It is based on an imaginary marriage between section 56 and section 57. My lord, section 57 comes from the Constitution. It is a constitutional responsibility. The commission must ascertain those results in 48 hours. And that's its duty. It must find results, not forms, not papers, not sheets. It must find results, and it must find them in 48 hours. But let us assume that there was in fact an infraction of those sections. What was the effect of the infraction? Leave alone the substantial effect. What was the effect at all? The accomplished petitioner has failed to show an effect. He has said that there was no transparency because he did not see what the data entry clerk was typing on her computer. Again, of course, that argument is very flawed. He saw what she was typing in the result which came at the National Tally Center. He had access to computers. He could see the result. He did not need to see her computer. I want to advise my learned friends that seeing a computer of someone is not evidence of transparency. You don't have the program. You do not know what they are typing. They can show you your figures, type them on one screen, and when you go, they can type them on the other. The real value of transparency is you have had the result declared, you have your DR form, and you can check at the National Tally Center for the same result. It is not that you must sit with clerks, moreover data entry clerks, and determine that the process is now transparent. But let us take it that in fact you needed to look at the computer, which is what this petition has come down to. We did not look at the monitor. We did not look at the screen. Let's say you did not. What is the effect of your not looking? My land friends have said that the petitioner did not protect himself. But my lords, I want to assure this honorable court that the first respondent protected the petitioner. And it has told him his results. Of the total votes cast, he got 1.47%. The first respondent put in place all, the second respondent put in place all the mechanisms to protect the petitioner's vote. That is why, after the election, it took him results polling station by polling station. That is why when he petitioned and said, I want to inspect, it said, come. That is why he wants the DR forms, we have said, have them. The first respondent will do everything to protect the second respondent. My lords, the Electoral Commission usually comes first in these petitions because the other people who are contesting are individuals contesting. But the Electoral Commission is usually named first. But in this case, the petitioner was even scared of naming the Electoral Commission first because he knew that really they have done their best to protect his vote. The real challenge is what was if these anomalies were there, which they were not, what was the effect? My land friends have said these violations are so grave that it means we did not have an election. That, my lord, is such a bold argument. 10 million people turned up and voted. How you protect yourself? The bishop, my lords, you had asked if this bishop is an ordinary voter. The point is that this bishop received results and was able to check results. The petitioner has also received results, and I am almost sure that he has checked them. That is why he is not contesting them, he's contesting the process, because he got 1.43%. It's what he got. And the other respondent, the other individual, I think the first respondent, got more votes than him, and in fact than any other person who contested. That is the gist of substantiality. My land friend then also said, my land friend Mr. Byamukama said, that my lords should shift the burden of proof. He said that for them, all they have to do is prove non-compliance. And once it is proved, the burden should shift. As authority for that very bold proposition, he quoted a book written by the land professor Mukubwa. My lords, this is a presidential election petition. What is being challenged is the results of a presidential election. A person who is challenging those results must prove they are wrong. That is the burden that he has to prove. He mustn't prove that envelopes were opened too quickly. He must prove that the results were wrong. We are here challenging the validity of an election. My land friend, if I may quickly move on, then addressed your lordships on a very controversial and interesting area of the law, the inquiry, the nature of the inquiry. My lord, our constitution is clear on that nature. Your lordships inquire into the petition, not into the election, into the petition. Article 104 because my land friend said that the court should call other evidence which we haven't brought in our petition. No, it shouldn't. The court should never make the mistake of leaving the high temple of justice and coming this side where we are sitting to start searching for evidence. Article 104 is very clear. The Supreme, Article 104 4 clause 3, the Supreme Court shall inquire into and determine the petition expeditiously and shall declare its findings not later than 30 days from the date the petition is filed. The framers limited the role of your lordships in extent and in time. Your lordships must inquire, yes, but into the petition. As my land friend Mr. Bencha cited this passage, and I don't need to recite it again. The passage of my learned friend cited was the passage from my Lord, the Chief Justice now, Justice Pat Katurebe, Justice of the Supreme Court, as he then was in 2006, saying the court cannot inquire into matters that are not in the petition. The petitioner, my land friend Mr. Bencha said it's a petition based on hope. A petitioner who files and says, you should check for other things. Other people should come and see what evidence we have. Let's look for a way to discredit the result. No, your lordship's court only inquires into the petition. Nothing else. So if the petition is as empty in scope as the one before your lordships, if it is as narrow in its extent as the one before your lordships, it is into that your lordships must inquire. A petition narrow in quantity, qualitatively, this is a poor petition, and quantitatively as well. And that is the petition your lordships should inquire into. Finally, my lords, I want to end by addressing a controversial subject on the part of the second respondent: the delays and the effect of those delays. My lords, delays have been pleaded. The real question is, what was the effect of those delays? Now, there is no question, my lords, that the delays were annoying. There is absolutely no question that voters were inconvenienced. Absolutely no question. But all the petitioners' witnesses who have testified of delays voted. Every person that the petitioner has lined up to say that there were delays voted. The petitioner has not brought you a witness who says, I walked away from the polling station. He has brought you witnesses who said, I waited and waited and waited. Some of them have said, I saw people walking away, but they don't know if those people came back. They don't even mention who those people are. The second respondent, on the other hand, has brought evidence to this court that we made a mistake, we tried to mitigate it, and more people voted in 2016 in Kampala and Wakiso than those who voted in Kampala and Wakiso in 2011. My lords, while there was a problem, my lords, I'm not sure if my land friend is...
May it please you, my lords. I am Twinobusinja Severino. My lords, on only one point, perhaps my brother should stop misleading court. He said, my lords, that your duty is to inquire into a petition. My lords, I wouldn't like to say much, but just look at the heading of clause of Article 104, just the heading, challenging a presidential election.
You can be sure we know that law, we shall apply it.
Thank you.
My lord, my land friend should just read headings.
These unnecessary interruptions eat our time. This is the point of law. Let someone submit and it will be handled.
Yes, my lord. I was saying my land friend shouldn't just focus on the heading. You should look at the content. An aggrieved candidate may petition. The whole point of that is the petition. Yes, this is a challenge to an election by petition, and this court inquires into the petition. But my lord, I was on the issue of delays. Those delays were regrettable. The chairman of the Electoral Commission apologized for them. But the point is, what was the effect of those delays? My lord will note from the tally sheet attached to the affidavit of the chairman that in Kampala, for example, over 50% of the people voted. Even if one were to say that whoever didn't vote was disenfranchised and was going to vote against the president, the petitioner has not laid evidence to show you that effect. because we have a number of people who didn't vote. And my lords, from my back of the envelope calculations, I can say without fear of contradiction that if everybody who didn't vote had voted, the first respondent, from my back of the envelope calculations, would still have gotten more than 50% of the valid votes cast. So you have a petition, my lords, which is totally and absolutely limited in scope, in extent, in substance. It is the sort of petition, my lord, that courts are pleased to dismiss. And I make a humble prayer, my lords, thanking you very much for the patience you have had with us, that on the evidence before you, on the petition before you, that indeed you be pleased to dismiss this petition. My lords, I thank you very much, and with costs.
Thank you. I suppose that finishes the case for the second respondent. Mr. Attorney General, you...
My lords, just a housekeeping matter. When my lord...
Just a minute, Mr. Attorney General. Mr. Tumsime, you indicated you wanted to recall Mr. Namugera. Is that still the position?
My lord, if you have understood or got the point that I was trying to put across, then we don't need him.
No. Don't gauge what I've understood. It's you who indicated.
My lord, I believe you. When I made this explanation, I didn't see any further questions coming from your lordship, so I believe it was understood and we don't need him for tomorrow.
Yes, Mr. Attorney General.
My lords, when you allowed the Unassigned jury to join these proceedings, you made an order that they file their brief or briefs by close of day yesterday and serve the parties so that we can have an opportunity, if we so wish, of commenting on the brief. To date, we are not aware whether the briefs have been filed. As a result, we have no opportunity to make any comment. Do we take it that they abandoned?
No, the information I have, and I have seen the brief they have filed here, and I would assume that they have served the rest. You may find it in your offices. But we have seen ours that has been filed here.
I am much obliged, my lord.
My lord, if I may inquire, I think when your lordship made the order regarding the amicus, I don't recall that you made a timetable for us to respond to it once it was served.
Well, an amicus brief is a brief to the court.
Yes, my lord, but I think in the ruling, you did indicate that timetable. I'm not sure if I correctly.
No.
Maybe our lordship might know whether she...
We did indicate that they should give you a copy, but it is a brief to the court.
So we're not required to respond?
They're our friends.
Yes, my lord. We are suddenly aware they're not friendly, but...
That's your opinion. Yes, Mr. Attorney General, I think you will proceed tomorrow.
My lord, I have a very, very short submission, but I think it serves our interests, all of us, that we proceed on a fresh day.
We'll proceed tomorrow.
Much obliged.
So court will recess to tomorrow 9:30.
So many things. My other
Wanna make some cash? Just dial *185#. Pay your bills, load data, or buy airtime. You could also send some cash. Come on, use Airtel money. You could win a lot of cash.
All you gotta do is dial *185#. Then you get to
Yola, Yola, Yola. Yola. Dial *185# and Yola. Yola Maja with Airtel money. Dial *185# and transact.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Dad, how do you know a university is right for you?
Son, there's nothing as life-changing as going to a great university. From the very first moment you walk through the gates, you realize your life will never be the same again. You feel the aura of being in the presence of people with great minds from different walks of life. That's when you'll know you are at the center of excellence and high academic standards in a place that nurtures competitiveness, scientific inquiry, critical thinking, and innovation. Son, you will know a great university when you are at Kampala International University.
Kampala International University is a leading private university. Visit our website or any of our campuses for more details. KIU, exploring the heights.
Stay closer for longer. 12 hours fresh breath with close-up deep action. Discover the new look of close-up deep action. Your refreshing close-up now in a new look.
Are you ready for the biggest event in basketball? The biggest names, the biggest fans, and intense action. Friday Night Lights Season 6 at the YMCA.
Mumanyi bye boogera ku bakyala. Baani abakaabakaaba? Bakyala. Baani abakola emirimu? Bakyala. Baani abatamira zi shopping? Bakyala. Baani abasiiba mu zi selfies?
Bakyala.
Baani abasinga katemba? Bakyala. Naye twagala tubalage kiki ddala kye tuli. Mulabe nti tetuli bubeezi. Bakyala. Katubanjulire Spark TV abakyala esookedde ddala mu Uganda gye tubakoledde okutumbula ebirungi mu mmwe. Spark TV ke kaseerako.
News updates brought to you by
Sadolin, color your world.
Omusinga wa Rwenzululu atabukidde General Kale Kaihura amugambye amenyewo ebigambo byayogera ku bulumbaganye Kasese. Bannaddiini baakutabaganya Dr. Besigye ne President Museveni bennyamivu olw'abasirikale abasusse mu kibuga Kampala. Ate ekikangabwa kigudde Luweero, abaana babiri basirikidde mu muliro, nnyabwe abadde agenza kunoonya nsimbi. so nga ye Margaret Ziwa avuddemu omwasi atadde akaka mu Parliament ya East Africa etudde Tanzania.
Tiffan Salida, give your world a Sadolin makeover today. Sadolin, color your world.
The Beat is brought to you by
The beat. Let's become one on the beat. One nation on the beat.
Only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Whoa, whoa. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Whoa, and you let her go. Staring at an empty glass, hoping one day you'll make a dream last. But dreams come slow and they go so fast. See how when you close your eyes, maybe one day you'll understand why everything you touch surely die. Oh, oh. Cause you only need the light when it's burning low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Whoa, whoa. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Staring at the ceiling in the dark, same old empty feeling in your heart. Love comes slow and it goes so fast. Oh baby, yeah, you see her when you go to sleep. Never to touch and never to keep, cause you miss her so much and you dive too deep. Oh yes, cause you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. You let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. You let her go. And you let her go. And you let her go. The sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Oh, oh. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Oh yeah. Oh, you only need the light when it's burning low. And you only miss the sun when it starts to slow. You only know you love her when you let her go. Oh, oh, oh. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. And only know you love her, you love her, you love her, you love her, you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Oh yeah. When you
angel of my life, for the love I have is so real. How can I be your Mr. Right? Baby, what I feel is so strong. If you are the apple of my eyes. If oh no, I'm gonna love you till I die. Oh Lolo Femi, Jawa, I'm thinking about that day. It will be just you and I. Will you be my wifey? I'm gonna be your wifey. Angel of my lifey. Will you be my wifey?
Die for you. Now you be my joy and my happiness. Baby, it is you, not nobody else. All the more can be. I just wanna let you know.
If you are the apple of my eyes. If oh no, I'm gonna love you till I die. Oh Lolo Femi, Jawa, I'm thinking about that day. It will be just you and I. Will you be my wifey?
I'm gonna be your wifey.
Angel of my lifey. Will you be my wifey? Thinking about that day. It will be just you and I. I'm dreaming about that day. It will be just you and I. I'm wishing, baby, just you and I. Taking over the world, baby, just you and I. You and I.
Hello, it's me. I was wondering if after all these years you'd like to meet to go over everything. They say that time's supposed to heal ya, but I ain't done much healing. Hello, can you hear me? I'm in California dreaming about who we used to be when we were younger and free. I've forgotten how it felt before the world fell at our feet. There's such a difference between us and a million miles. Hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But when I called, you never I'm sorry. I hope that you're well. Did you ever make it out of that town where nothing ever happened? It's no secret that the both of us are running out of time. So hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But when I call, you never seem to be home. Hello from the outside. At least I can say that I tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart, but it don't matter. It clearly doesn't tear you apart anymore. Hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But when I call, you never seem to be home. Hello from the outside. At least I can say that I tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart, but it don't matter. It clearly doesn't tear you apart anymore. Wembela nawe nenyumyako nawe yesonyu lyempulira. Wembela nawe nenyumyako nawe yesonyu lyempulira. Okusekako nawe nenyumyako nawe yesonyu lyempulira. Wembela nawe nenyumyako nawe yesonyu lyempulira. Saagala buzibe nga sikulabyeko. Saagala wayitewo essaawa nga sikuwulirizaako. Nze nnyiga bubi, ntaawa bubi nga sikulabyeko. Nze nnyiga bubi, ntaawa bubi nga sikulabyeko. Kuba ng'ebifi by'enkoko, gwe koko nkulu yange yensingira nze. Ng'ebika by'amasi ompunyira bulungi, onzijukiza amazzi g'ensuwa. Sitidde jangu wendi wekwatire wonna woyagala. Sitidde jangu wendi wekwatire wonna woyagala. Olutiko olw'emmera gandi nawe. I don't think I felt this way before, yeah. esonyize mpulira ganjogera nawe olutiko remera gandi nawe. I don't think I've felt this way before, yeah. Esonyize mpulira ganjogera nawe. Konkulu yange yensingira nze Weezy, Weezy I wanna see you shake, hey, come jogodo, hey, I done jogodo. Say the party no be conto. Say baby girl I wanna see you move. Come jogodo, I done jogodo. No be conto, see, I wanna see you grow, boogie down. Don't ever wanna see you go. Don't ever let a nigga put you down. Baby girl, I wanna see you go. Dance over the moon. Baby girl, I wanna see you smile. Don't ever let a nigga put you down. How we gonna be today? We had to love your way. I'ma get jolly. I'ma get your car solo. See every day I be loving you, nothing can come away. Girl, I will love you today, every day and more. See I will love you today. Run the track, sound it, receive it, rewind it, sound it, sound it, receive it, rewind it, yeah, sound it. I wanna give you special loving. Oh baby girl, I wanna